Now listen to this. Come on.
All right, it is the final day of Week 8 here at the ESL Pro League, and I'm your host, Stunna. Joined with me is Vendetta. I'm going to go ahead and bring you in now. I usually wait a little bit longer, but there he is. How you doing, Vendetta?
I'm doing good, man. I can't complain.
It's our Friday, but Thursday at the same time. It's the weirdest phenomenon, I know.
It's the best day of the week, partly because we have two phenomenal matches coming up.
Absolutely. We've got Counterlogic Gaming and the Renegades in our first matchup, as well as NRG and Misfits in the second. A lot of stuff going into this first matchup in terms of Counterlogic Gaming and Renegades.
Oh, it definitely is. Honestly, I would say, that's fair to say for both games, honestly. But yeah, it's, with the Renegades CLG, you have a lot of star alliance coming into this. Obviously, Renegades' new lineup, CLG, old familiar teammates, at least for Ricky.
Well, at least for Ricky. How about this? We're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings across the North American region right now. SK Immortals Cloud9 sitting on top, and just below them Liquid, Energy, and Luminosity. Now, an interesting tidbit that we should say, if CLG 2-0 tonight, they jump up to 5th place.
Well, 6th place, because Energy, Energy did win those 2 games yesterday. But yeah, they kind of break out of that pack with the 11-win club. And funnily enough, Misfits on their end, if they win 2-0 tonight, they're going to join that 11-win club as well.
It just further adds to the
chaos,
to the complexity of this entire situation. And I'm not talking about the
team. No, they're out of
11th place complexity sitting down there at the bottom.
Yeah,
we definitely have a big bout on our hands between Counterlogic Gaming and Renegades. That's going to be our first matchup. But let's go ahead and take a look at how important it is for these teams now in crunch time to secure their spot in Dallas.
I mean, it is very much now or never. Again, it becomes a bit of a cliche saying it over and over again, but it doesn't, become less true because of that. And I think for CLG, if they want to have a shot at still making it to playoffs, they're going to have to get a 2-0 win versus Renegades, and that's going to be extremely tough to do because Renegades, even with all the turmoil they've had within their lineup, this has probably been one of the best performing teams in the league as of late.
As of late, that is for sure. Let's take a look at today's matchups. We do have some good ones over here on our side of things. CLG Renegades, Energy Misfits in that second matchup. Cobble Train, Inferno Cobble. Now, it would not be a day in North American Counter-Strike without a little bit of Cobble or Cash in this bad boy, right?
Yeah, no, a little bit of Cobble never hurt anyone. At least, that they're trying to test the boundaries at least with it this season, it seems like. But I think the one benefit of having the same map over and over again is that at least you'll see probably the best side of both teams in that sense. So that's at least something you can draw out of it. And it should make for a couple of interesting games as well. I'm really excited to see Misfits versus Energy on Inferno. I think that's going to be really cool. And also, again, both maps really CLG Renegades.
Well, that's actually a great place to start. Let's talk about that Inferno matchup between Energy and Misfits. That's, I think, could be an interesting bout. Like you've said in the past, we haven't seen a whole lot of Inferno play here in the Pro League, but it's definitely
catching up.
It's definitely, it's on the up and up, and it's definitely something that's going to continue to happen now. More the teams getting comfortable along that map.
Yeah, and I think that's the cool part of it, because you see so many teams having different approaches. Obviously, like the overarching idea is the same. You want to, more and more teams putting ops towards bananas and whatnot, but how their approach of getting an opera into position and so on is really cool to see how the different teams go about it.
Well, we're going to talk about oppers. Hell, we're going to talk about the whole team. Let's take a look at Energy right now. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Little Man, and Breeze. Little Man being the latest addition to that lineup. And we, him coming into the fold this late in the season, we do know that there's a little bit of a backstory there, but that's pure speculation on our end.
Yeah, no, we can only go by obviously the information that's out there in the public, but regardless of what may or may not have happened, I think that if Energy wants to they want to do what's right by them, and if that's bringing in Little Man to sort out the issues they might have had, then you know, all credit to them for doing so. And I think it's better to do it now than wait until after potentially qualify for the playoffs and then make a roster change. Right.
In terms of the timeline, it's kind of now or just
suck it up.
Just suck it up and do it.
Yeah.
But I think the NRG sees the long play here. I think they do see themselves going and potentially being at those playoffs.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely that time.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And, I mean, you could tell, you know, Lil Man didn't get off to a bad start either with his NRG career. Playing against former teammates, of course, that might have been a little bit helpful in terms of knowing what your teammates usually do on various maps and so on. But he did pretty well for himself, and NRG came out of that bout with two pretty decent victories.
Even just expanding on what you're saying there about knowing what the teammates your former teammates have done. You got to kind of wonder, with the amount of roster changes that we have in North America, just how often that comes into play when you see targeting from one former teammate towards the tendencies of another former teammate, and just kind of all around the board, it's just like a cat and mouse game.
Yeah, no, it becomes very much, you know, cat and mouse, mind games, what have you. And I'm kind of waiting for the day where you have a team that's just notoriously bad at one bomb site, and they lose a player to, you know, a rivaling team. They play against each other, and that guy's just adamant about, we're going to this B, like the B bomb site every time. Because those two players have no idea what they're doing. I know from experience. Let's just go.
Well, 15 rounds in a row going one direction does seem just a little obsessive, but not out of the realms of possibility. Let's talk about the Misfits now. Yeah. These guys did just make a big roster change in the addition of these two French players. I've quoted you on record to say that they're tier 2.
No, I think tier 2 might be nice. Tier 2 in France. Tier 2 in France, at least.
Okay.
But obviously the tier 1 of France is pretty world class overall. And who knows, maybe these players could make it to that level eventually. But obviously you have Sean, Shazam, Sick, the trio that's left after lineup changes, and then Davu Duvek and Amanek as the two newcomers. But I think it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously we've seen them play once in Pro League already, but you know, a bit of a caveat or a bit of an asterisk around that game with Winter Fox playing with you know, very high ping, Amanek not being in the country as well. So I think this is going to be the first real test that we're going to see the Frenchies you know, have to go up against.
This is for sure the first time they're getting that chance to really prove themselves as a valuable addition to this Misfits lineup. And you're exactly right. When we did see them play Winter Fox, I mean, Winter Fox is not only in a bad place in the standings, there's just not really somewhere you can test that water to just see what it's like with these new additions.
Yeah, it's not where you put your bar if you're gonna, you know, weigh up your new teammates and see how they do. Yeah, I think that's going to be a good way to see how they do or how they do for themselves today versus NRG, who's been remarkably consistent, honestly, in Pro League for the better part of it. Because outside of it, it's been a bit jumpy, but whenever they get into match day here, they seem to bring it.
Now, there's something we can't ignore though in this matchup as well, and that's the duel of the AWPers on both sides. We've got Shazam over on the Misfits, PTR on NRG. Now, these guys can be heavy hitters. We do know their stats don't lie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both of them are actually, you know, respectively #1 and #2 in op kills per round in the entire Pro League. So, you know, they're, you know, beating out guys like Fallen, guys like Kusta, JDM, and so on. So they're having a remarkable season by themselves. And you can tell NRG, one of the reasons why they've had so much success is off the back of the play of Peter. And it's, as we can see in the replay, he's not only doing it with an op as well, he's you know, able to handle that pistol to great success too. But you know, there's no doubt that both Shazam and Peter have been a vital part of what both these teams have been able to accomplish so far. And actually, with how well Shazam has been played, or has played this season, I'm kind of surprised that Misfits haven't done better.
Now, the interesting part to think about too is, right, on both sides of the scale, you've got Misfits on one hand that needs to prove where they stand within the entirety of the region, right? So they have 2 new players. There's been changes. They
got to make a stand.
They need to make some sort of impact here going late season. Now, NRG close to the cusp of securing their playoff berth, but not quite yet. They also need to distance themselves.
Not quite yet. And they're going to be, you know, for them, it's like going into battle with a wounded animal in many ways, because Misfits, they don't really have that luxury of having a couple of losses here and there and still having a shot at making playoffs. Right now, they're sitting at, I think it's 10th spot, which sounds like it's far out of reach from that playoff ticket to Dallas, but they still are within shot of actually qualifying, you know, if they win out their games, etc. But it has to start with W's versus NRG.
I mean, there are so many teams now sitting at ties and this and that it just further just adds to the problem.
Yeah, it can swing so quickly as well. But you know that Misfits are obviously going to go into this hoping to win. They're not going to lie down and just die in front of NRG and let them have 2 easy Ws.
Well, we're going to see Inferno and Cobble between those two teams tonight. Let's kick it back to our first matchup of the night, though. We're going to see Counterlogic Gaming versus Renegades. Personally, this is one I'm excited for. There's a lot on the line here for Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, there's a ton on the line for them. Again, bit of a similar situation as Misfits are in. They're on the lower end of the standings as of right now, but they do have big opportunities to actually climb into that top 6 and make it to Dallas. And they've been playing better and better as the season has progressed. They've did really well for themselves with Star Ladder. Kusta has just been out of this world as of late, and I have hope for this team.
You talk about hope for this team. Let's look at that team right now. Cutler, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and FNS. Right there, Ricky and Kusta, we've talked about this double op setup and the potential lethality that it has.
Yeah.
Against any opponent, really.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the fact that they're playing Renegades, Ricky's old team, you kind of took out their primary opera and left them with no opera for the better part of this. It's going to be fun to see how that actually impacts the game as well. But yeah, Ricky's been playing really well ever since he came into the lineup, and Cutler has been not necessarily the one who shouts the loudest in terms of on the scoreboard every now and again, but he's been very consistent for CLG, which is incredibly important. And I think he's among the top 2 actually, just in terms of total frags for CLG this season. I
think absolutely when you say the words consistency in CLG, that is exactly what they need to find. They need to find that rhythm, because right now they've had such a turbulent sort of to the point where they're at right now, when they're finally finding some success.
Yeah,
they need to get in there and they need to run away with it.
Yeah, they really need to, and I think if they can manage to get a 2-0 versus Renegades in this kind of scenario, that would be a massive jump toward in the right direction. And I think in many ways this is going to be a massive testing ground for them to see if they really are made of if they have the mettle to actually do this, if they can actually get to the level where they deserve to qualify for the playoffs.
Now, interestingly enough, we've talked about roster changes.
Yeah,
Ricky hailing from the Renegades. This is sort of a grudge match in its own right. I think between, it's got to be there, right?
Yeah, it's old teammates, right? And obviously, again, we can only speculate, but apparently they didn't leave at the greatest of terms, but for Ricky, obviously, not only is he fighting for a playoff spot, but he's fighting to kind of show that he made the right move of being the first Australian to actually go out of those full Australian teams and join a North American one to see if he can find success that way.
Well, we're talking about an Australian team that is slowly losing Australians. Let's look at the Renegades now. This lineup, Azure, JKS, Ustillo, and then you're going to see Nifty and Nexa. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Nifty, the American player, Nexa, the Serbian import, who's actually, I think, making his debut today.
Yeah.
So we're going to be able to see that for the first time within this Renegades lineup. Is there going to be a big impact here from this player?
You would hope so. Obviously, Nexa has done well for himself in pug situations, because predominantly he's never really played for a proper pro team in any way, shape, or form. He's played with local Serbian teams in that sense, and he's done really well for himself in pug leagues like FPL. And that's pretty much the experience he has. He has had a game here or there where he's played versus tier 1 opponents, like Virtus Pro at WESG. And you can see, did fairly well for himself. Not bad getting a 30 bomb versus VP, but again, it's not a whole lot of testing. So, you still don't know if that was just a flash in the pan, if that's going to be, his level or not. But you're obviously hopeful. And I think a guy like Hassad, being the coach of Renegades, probably wouldn't have made this kind of a jump and taken as big of a risk on someone who he didn't have any faith in at all. And Dex has definitely shown some promise that allows you to believe in him.
Okay, so the other addition we have is Nifty, and we know him from the North American region. But what do we know about Nifty?
Nifty is actually pretty versatile, and one of the things we talked about with Ricky being gone is that they didn't really have a primary opera anymore. But we saw with Selfless that Nifty is able to handle that weapon as well. And yeah, as you can see in the highlights here, he will probably be the guy on Renegades to bust out that op whenever needed, and I think that's going to be a big part of the games today, actually. He's just been extremely solid for a Selfless team that hasn't really done a whole lot, so it's fairly impressive that he's been able to, get his in that sense without necessarily being at the cost of the team. And you can see, he's also an excellent pistol player. We've seen this multiple times, actually, throughout the season, that he's actually able to get Selfless into good starts where, gets 3 or 4 kills on a pistol. They start off, winning the first 3 rounds, and then everything goes downhill from there. But, you can only do so much as one player. But Nifty actually having, better teammates surrounding him now in Renegades, I think that's going to be, a wonderful opportunity for him to showcase how good he really can be.
Well, despite all of these roster changes, we do know that the Renegades have lit a fire under their caboose, if you will. Starting 0-6 in the season.
Yeah.
A dismal-looking version of the Renegades. Now battling back and really splitting maps with SK. We're seeing them come out in stride.
Yeah, I think it was something like 11 games won, and like you mentioned, the only map they lost was versus SK on Mirage, which is, again, you're not going to beat SK on many maps in any case. So, just overall extremely solid performance from Renegades, and they've been doing it while having unstable rosters as well. We've seen them play with Uber for some time, and during the course of the season they first lost Ricky, then lost Yam, so it's been turbulent for them, and yet they've managed to find some success, and that's really cool to see. And it gives you high hopes as well going forward that now they finally found their fifth. Also been boot camping in Serbia with Next, etc. Everything, everyone's in place right now. That this should be something that they can work with going forward.
Absolutely, and I think we can't skip over the Renegades without mentioning the guy with the coolest last name in the entire Pro League,
Mr. Savage,
Justin Savage. Now this guy lucked out in terms of his last name, but he's also pretty good in game.
Yeah, no, he's actually a savage in game. He's been a complete beast for Renegades, and one of the big reasons for that massive turnaround we've seen going 0-6 to where they are now, and his stats kind of speak for themselves. Sitting on a 1.3 KD in a season where they start off so badly is remarkably impressive, and he's able to do pretty much anything you want from him. And I think him and Azar have been vital parts of actually turning that ship around for the Australians. And he's also been one of those players that I've constantly been surprised at the fact that you haven't seen at least be in the scope of other teams in terms of poaching. Because he's just that good. He
really is. Now, we're going to see Cobble and Train tonight between these two teams. Yeah. The first kickoff map is going to be Cobble. What do we know about either side here on Cobble?
Obviously, CLG being the one team that managed to beat Gambit on the map, but we did see them struggle fairly heavily, actually, versus Complexity yesterday. Not too impressed, obviously, with how they were playing it last night. And I think that's worrying as well, because one of the better maps for Renegades during this run in Pro League has been on Cobble as well. They've been playing really well, going through the motions, etc., even with unstable lineups, and that's oftentimes one of the things that is your Achilles heel on that map, because CT rotations extremely hard to get right when you're not properly coordinated. But Renegades have still been able to find success on that. So kind of a worried for CLG actually going into this, even though this is kind of the map that they chose to land on.
Well, at this time, I'm going to remind everyone at home that it is actually National The Bears Day. April 20th has been slated as the Bears Day officially. So with that being said, we do have him standing idly by rather than eagerly. It's something about today. I don't know. He's going to go over a little bit of Counter Logic Gaming's Cobble. What do you got for us, Eric?
Hey guys, what's up? I wish I was still doing yoga, but I'm not. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at CLG on Cobble, mainly Ricky and a little bit of FNS. Now, I've always talked about how good their teamwork, their strategies, their utility work is, but you know what? I want to look more at their fragging ability, because since Ricky has joined the team, CLG has gotten a boost. He's been really up there with just consistent top fragging, consistently just being there for the team. Right here, he did have a kill at drop. He falls back. He waits for his teammate to come back through. Now he leaves. He's going to hold the rock area. As Gambit, with 25 seconds, they have to execute the bomb site. Puts him in a good spot for Ricky to get 2 kills. That's all he really needs. And now here's later in the game. Now here's the weakness of a wall of smoke surrounding Cobble. If you're Ricky plays is so smart that he's on the edge of the smoke. So as soon as he takes a shot, as soon as anything happens, he can take a shot, boom, and fall back behind the smoke. Now the T's can't kill him unless they push through the smoke, which would be very dangerous. Ricky almost gets Molotov, but you know what? He doesn't, and that's important. He stays alive. He's shooting around, nice little flick shot. Again, he's not getting 4 kills, he's getting 2 kills, but that's all you need sometimes. And from FNS point of view, this is all, a lot of this works because FNS, he's distracting, he's making noise, he's peeking, he's getting kills, and this forced Gamer to look at him more at FNS, while Ricky and his teammates are just flicking behind. Great work by CLG. Not only do they have good strats, they also have some potential fragging power from Ricky and FNS to get a little action as well. So look out for them, because they're on the close to making playoffs. They're right there. Hopefully this can carry them on. Back to you guys.
looking at Counter Logic Gaming and Renegades here, we're going into Cobble. Give me a good prediction here. Not a bad one. I don't want any bad predictions.
I'm going to give you the best prediction, actually.
Okay, that's fair enough.
The best prediction, I'm actually going to side with the Renegades here, even though it's do or die in many ways for CLG, and they have this opportunity to get to that 5th spot. Renegades have been looking really solid on Cobble as of late, and I think that boot camp they had, with Next in Serbia, like that's actually going to get them over that bump where you potentially see new lineups falter a bit on a map like Cobble.
All right, hold up. I'm going to get right back with you. But first, we're going to bring in the commentators to join us in this conversation. I think my initial question is going to be for Blue. Blue, how do you plan to celebrate the Bears Day?
Just going to go have a good time with the Bears later.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. But I think the more important one is for Sam here. Which team is on the better trajectory, right? So we do see roster changes on both sides, CLG getting that confidence, getting some success. But the Renegades, you can't doubt that, right?
No, I mean, well, we can't 100% say how they're going to do with, their new Serbian player, because I've never seen him play. But I do think Nifty was a great pickup. He solves a lot of their issues. They get a main opper. They get a guy who's going to play in a system. He's not going to try to just make plays 24/7. Nifty can play in a system and not have to be like the main guy. He can also make strategy calls. I'm not sure if he is calling for them right now, but he could definitely, whether he's in-game leading or just mid-round stuff, and kind of give the team direction and just be like just a piece of the puzzle where he could really, kind of guide them in the right direction. Whereas, earlier in the season, before Nifty, we just saw just chaos around this roster.
Yeah, just no super direction, right?
Yeah, no direction at all, I think is fair to say with how they were playing to start off the season.
Well, you can't roller skate in a Buffalo herd, but we're going to go quickly to a break, and when we come back, we've got Counter Logic Gaming and Renegades over 2 maps, so make sure you're right there with us.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to jump into our first map of the day. Players are getting ready now, and as soon as we do have all 10 connected and readied up, we'll be getting started with Cobblestone. No surprises there. Right back into the thick of it. It's NA after all, and it's going to be the Renegades taking on CLG. Once again, my name is Blue. Joining me here is Dazed, and together we make Blazed. Let's get into it.
Wow, really getting to the 420 YOLO swag spirit, aren't you, Blue?
Well, one might say that. And I'm not saying that one is me, but
could be a loopy cast.
You never know.
Excited to hear the play-by-play.
Well, yeah, it is going to be CLG taking on the Renegades here now. So talking a little bit about how we think this match is going to play out. I mean, we didn't actually get your prediction too much. So, I mean, fairly even teams, both kind of on an upswing as of past weeks. 1-1 trade or 2-0 in one direction here.
Oh, man. This is like a really tough one to predict. I would go like a split, a 1-1. What's the second map we're gonna see? Do you know? I'll be honest, wasn't paying too much attention to the pre-show.
Train for second map.
Train?
Train.
Okay. Fitch Train, I think. Man, this is tough. I'm not sure because I can't really know what to see from Renegades. Ever since they've been on this win streak, we haven't even really been casting them that much. We haven't seen many of their matches, and now, you know, they basically have a new lineup. It's all over the place with who they're using, but they keep on winning. You know, that's one thing that's happening. I mean, I think they've won like 11 out of their last like 13 games or something. Like they're on a hot streak.
Yeah,
right?
no, they're on an incredible rise, as CLG has been here too since they got into the middle of the season. So CLG is still trying to fight. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think they can actually end up in either like the 5th or 6th position if they end up 2-0ing this match as well. So this means quite a bit for them. And this is one of those like more tougher matches that realistically, right, they could in theory 2-0 this one, and that would be one of the ones that would try to propel them forward into a playoff slot. So it means a lot for them.
It's tough, man. I think skill-wise, I think Renegades is a little bit better than CLG. Like if you just go player to player, and who I would take, like I think JKS is the best player in the server, as well as the best name, like ever.
Yeah.
He sounds like a
Savage.
He sounds like a movie character or something, right?
Yeah.
It really is an awesome name. But I do think he is the best player in the server. I'm really, really high on him. I think he's very, very talented. I think he plays a lot of tough positions on CT side and thrives and plays them very well as well, which is a very tough, difficult thing to do. Nifty's really talented. Of course, Azure and Yusilo are very talented as well. I think Renegade, skill-wise, has the edge here. But COG, they play, like I said last night, man, they play more than pretty much everybody else. They practice an insane amount, and they just have their stuff together. You know, they're, as long as they don't make those little mistakes that we see them do sometimes and those mental errors, I think they are actually, I might favor them a little bit here.
All right. Well, we're
getting just slightly.
Well, we're getting into it now. The Renegades starting off on the T side here. And most of them just going pretty straightforward into those B halls. Someone lagging behind a little bit, but it's not going to matter too much. They're already pushing out to the broken wall, getting their positions over there. Whereas in the meantime, CLG went for a bit of a heavier stack over towards A, actually. They've got 3 position there, which they're going to have to rotate them in quickly. Ricky, though, gets a nice first shot here off on the JKS. And a second one, and a third as well. Ricky just going off right now. And he's got the bomb on the ground, too. The last 2, they're restricted to the sidewalk over here. They have no positioning to work with. CLG can just isolate this. Ricky even steals 1 more kill in there at the end of it as well. Beautifully played from him, and that will easily give CLG the pistol round.
Yeah, that's a guy that's not nervous, right? Playing against his former team.
I guess not.
It's kind of odd, right? With how good Ricky is, Renegades got so much better when he left, and then he joined CLG, and CLG got so much better when he joined. And he has had a bit of an adjustment period, right? Getting used to this new role, being primarily an opper and a rifler, and now a secondary opper, going from a main opper. But after, you know, that month or whatever, or a few weeks of transitionary period, he's been playing really, really well, just lights out, and he's one of CLG's better players for sure, making a big impact.
Yeah, we didn't even get to discuss that too much about you know the stuff going into this match and the storylines behind it too, and you know based on the rumor mill surrounding Ricky's departure from the Renegades, it didn't really seem like it went over all too well. So this may be a little bit of a grudge match for him as well to try and get a little bit of revenge possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how Ricky is. Like, if he needs like a strong leader who's going to tell him what to do, and or like if he just has like a really lax leader, he's just going to be doing whatever he wants and stuff like that, and not really playing with the team. I don't really know, you know, personality-wise how he is, but with CLG and FNS, he's fit in so well, and with Renegades, it was just it was not a good showing.
Well, Cutler's going to be caught in a bit of an awkward spot there, so he goes down first, and it's not just him either. Kusta found into an odd position, so he's going to be taken out by Ustillo there. Just like that, we're in a 5v3. CLG has no easy way back into the site, and it just might not even be possible here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the 3 CLG guys fall back to save.
Yeah, I think they will. Ustillo getting very aggressive, though. It's taken out by Ricky, and it is going to be a save, and this is actually a smart save. But a lot of room given to Renegades. They just kind of group up, throw their smokes, and charge just immediately with those Tech 9s. Get in the faces of CLG before the rotate could even come and make an impact. And Cutler just going down without even doing any points of damage. Kusta getting wrapped around from around the APC. It's a tough task for him to hold, and as a setup as a whole, just wasn't really in position to succeed. So we're going to see Renegades pick up the second round. CLG going to save 3 umps. And, you know, try to win this round. We'll see what else their other teammates buy. Looks like Ethan is going to drop an ump, and Ricky's going to upgrade to an M4 and drop his ump.
So going into the next round here,
yeah, pretty even buy actually.
Yeah. So you are going to be looking at CLG trying to find revenge here more so than what we saw in the last round, in attempting to do a bit of a late 3v5 retake, which is really not going to be possible, so much better choice to just play it out into this third round here. But the Renegades taking it nice and slow now, spreading their players out into another default, sending a few into the B halls, not even really pushing out towards the platform or anything like that. And it's kind of the same story here on the outside area, you know, out by the mid connector and A long. They're not peeking out, they're not staying in the open, they're not even really trying to take battles in case the CTs get aggressive. For these first, you know, 20 or 30 seconds, they were hiding behind coverage. Nifty definitely should have seen the shoulder from Ricky there, so he's going to be posting up probably for a few more seconds to pay attention to it. Smoke snaps him right off that, however, and they can resume their normal activities as we're waiting for them to sort of line up into what's probably going to turn into an A play now. Everyone remained quiet in those B halls, and they didn't really do much besides popping out, I think, that 1 or 2 smokes there. And now they are going to fall back to regroup outside of long and mid connector to swing their players in here. No sign of a CLG rotate just yet, but still in the default pattern. They still have 2 waiting on this site, prepared to hold it off if necessary. And we can see now that the guys from the Renegades are going to start their push back in. Nexa leading the charge, gets that first kill. Now Ricky still in a pretty exposed position for ramp. He's just going to get completely knocked out from long, finding him in the open. Almost the same exact thing that happened in the last round there. And these last 3, well, Ethan, with him getting that kill, it may open up a small opportunity for a retake here, but this is still going to be extremely rough to try and pull back off. Ethan, although he finds 1, traded out directly afterwards. Kusta takes his place, picks up 1 more kill for the CT side, continues to take those long-range battles against AKs, though, and that spells his doom as FNS is left as the last man standing, and he as well is not really going to get too far with that play.
Yeah, I mean, that round really just came down to timings, and CLG's timing was terrible on that. When Ricky went to peek mid, they came out long. Just a second off. That flashbang that Ricky threw for Cutler at middle, if that was a second later, Cutler probably gets like 2 kills. So the timing is just a little bit off for CLG, and also just their players in general just overcommitting a bit too much on each peak. You know, cost CLG the round before the other 3 guys at B even have a chance to really do anything. So now Renegade just going to jump down, drop, and split A right away. Azure in perfect position to just multi-frag, get a ton of kills here in the connector, cutting off these 4 players rotating from B.
Yeah, Azure finding FNS first off here and already just splitting the players back up. There's not going to be much hope for CLG to do much except for maybe 1 or 2 surprise kills, like that one from Ethan right there. The rest of the situation handled quite nicely by the Renegades, as they do indeed close out with 4 still alive here, picking up an additional round, setting their lead up, but they're now going to have to defend it, as CLG are going right back into the buy round now.
Yeah, but they have a ton of money right now. Nifty going to bust out the op. So I'm expecting a slower play to come out from Renegades. We'll see how many SMGs they end up keeping. So they only keep the 1 SMG. 5 M4s on CLG, so no op on either Kusta or Ricky. And Stillo just running out the B plat basically by himself. So he's going to look to challenge, look to see if he can get any picks. Pre-aims the tree. I thought maybe he was going to get that, but Ethan just very solid there. Gets that kill with ease. Still 100 HP and 4v5 right off the bat. 0 follow-up from Renegades either.
Yeah, nobody, Nexa was sitting behind him in the smoke, but I think the smoke held him off for the most part, so no one's really going to try to follow that through, and now they just have to hunt for additional kills when they do start their push. Still splitting it up as well. It's 2-2 with these 2 over here at A-Long, the other 2 trying to go for drop control. The bomb back in the halls, which means the second guy over here at drop, Nexus, probably not actually going to be able to go down in drop. He's still fall back and retrieve the bomb in a moment here. Azure trying to make as much noise as he can, and with that noise, he'll be able to get himself a kill, the trade that they were looking for earlier. The guys in A-Long have made 0 progress. They got it to the edge, but there's a double-man setup if they try to push forward against this. They're going to have to use connector a lot more, but even there, oh, nicely found from Azure, actually. FNS just didn't seem to be there at all.
Almost never.
Yeah, Kusta, though, holds with a double kill back over here, kills the A-Long pressure. The bomb's going to come up ramp. They should have been able to hear Nexa, I think, a second ago, so they're going to know he's somewhere around here. They find him. Azure, though, perfect timing on his own push outside. Catches Kusta. Cutler is still a surprise to be seen, however, as he strikes with his first kill, eliminating Nexa. Azure now prioritizing the plant over everything else as he does go for that. Cancels it at the last second, however.
I think that was an accident.
Yeah. So he'll recorrect that now. But in doing that, CLG have only gotten a little bit closer. That Molotov, though, he's able to read it. You can see the shadow, too, from Ethan. So he's going to try to pre-read that spray, but doesn't really end up working out. Ethan takes him out, and it'll be CLG picking up this round.
Yeah, a couple nice kills there from Ethan. If you noticed how Kusta and Cutler played that, is that Kusta, he didn't mind that he died there, right? Yep. His death after he got those 2 kills was purely to set Cutler up to get a freebie. And he knew if Cutler gets that freebie, they're going to, you know, be in 2v1. He might even be able to get 2, and they're going to have a really good chance of winning the round. If Kusta would have hid there and let Cutler all of a sudden take the next battle, and then if Cutler loses that battle, and then they would still know Kusta's there. So that's why they played it that way. And I don't want to say it ensures the round 100%, but it ensures a very good chance of winning the round playing like that. So good job by CLG and a heads-up play from Kusta there to take the battle and make sure he dies before Cutler is even seen.
Yeah. Now the Renegades are going to start their push out onto the platform again. They just go right for it, and much like many of these past rounds, Stillo, who's the point man with his teammates kind of falling behind on like a 10-second delay or so here. A little bit closer than that, but Stillo gets himself to the steps. Flashbang tower as he attempts to toss that molly out. And now there's a little tiny hole in that smoke, so he's been spotted out, down to 23 HP. The rest of the Molotovs are going back in. Nobody checking for this corner, though, so Ethan's first kill's for free. Sneaks in a second one over the crevice, and the third as well. As Ethan goes massive, now Kusta can chime in with the op, secure this round. Revenge finally found by Stillo against Ethan, but it's not going to matter. He's at 1 HP with a 1v4. If he did this, it would be one of the most incredible clutches I've ever seen, but sadly, it's not going to happen. Ricky shuts it down, and CLG tie the game up at 3-all.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row that Ethan's just gotten extremely crucial and important frags. Obviously, this B hold pretty much shuts it down by himself with this 3K. The previous round, killing you still at platform when he tried to work out by himself, taking that one-on-one battle, and then also closing out the round in that 2v1. So Ethan really showing up, getting very crucial frags, impact frags that really shape up the round and put CLG in a good position. Now Renegades is going to be on a force buy. They have the 2 Tech 9s, the off onto Nifty. Pretty limited utility though, so a lot of this round might come down to Nifty. And this is when you want your Opper to kind of take control, take over a little bit, look for a pick, be aggressive, and make the round easier on everyone else. But right now, Nifty just watching long A push, just holding map control a little bit. But if Renegades wants to win this round, it's going to be in large part due to him. And this is really when you see an Opper like Fallen, this is when he takes it upon himself to win a round for his team. And that's what you want from your Opper.
So the Renegades still stacked up in that default setting right now, not wanting to push themselves forward into the site just as of yet. We do start to see a little bit of pressure moving in towards drop, however, and again, it is Azure that leads the charge here. The mid guys over towards A, again, the pressure is always very, very late for them when they do decide to move in upon it. Finally, we start to see them taking a tad of control at around this 55-second mark. Where exactly is this going to lead to? At the moment, just looking like your standard drop split, more than likely, with 2 going in there, trying to split. But, I mean, even CLG's setup is looking good to counter this back out. They've got 2 on the A side, prep for it. Another one waiting in the window. However, Cutler doesn't catch Nifty at all. In fact, he can just barely pop over that smoke, finding himself a kill. Azure almost sneaks one first out from the window as they do start the drop play, but Ethan bails out his teammate and picks up the kill for himself. Now this is back down to a 4v4, and nearly everyone from CLG is going to go for the full rotate over towards the A-bomb site. They all sit in, but the second player moving in from drop is what really surprises them. It's Ustilo that sneaks in a kill, traded back out again, and one more, and another from Kusta, as he gets 3 kills from the barrel's position, knows where the 4th and final player is left alive here now for the Renegades, and JCast, while he attempts to escape, is not even going to be able to make it out of there, as Ricky tails him off with the USP.
Yeah, and CLG had a full over rotate to that A site, and even though they had a double lurk, and the lurk was looking good, right? Even though I think it was Azure died in the connector, they weren't expecting Ustilo at all. Ustilo only able to get that 1 kill. If he was able to get Kusta there, they probably would have had a plant and been able to win that round, but Kusta, under pressure, just hits some nice shots, forces Renegades to an eco with just 3 Glocks, a P250, and a Tech 9.
Well, we do have, now with the Renegades being broken, probably going to see a rather straightforward play from them. JCast is on his own over there towards the mid connector again in just the outside area. But the rest of the team is stacked up in the B halls. More than likely going to see them make an attempt at a fast push outside here, but they don't really have the utility to support it is going to be the problem. So long as CLG aren't caught either moving positions or just kind of in the open where Renegades would sneak off a quick headshot kill off of one of their better pistol players, then more than likely they are just going to end up getting cut down here, and it would be an easy 5th round for CLG. We'll sit back and wait, however, as more than likely Ricky is going to be the one that has to challenge this push from the Renegades, as they are getting ready to move out upon it. The minute left on the clock. Still, obviously, can take it a little bit slower if they want to. The timing on this molly actually may be pretty bad. Yeah, it's going to let them get past Broken Ball. Now, Ethan's going to be challenged. Ricky trying to get himself back out with the off. Ethan actually still holding on quite well, but only gets that 1 kill. Azure next to trade back. More rotates coming in. FNS and Cutler as well. Only going to be able to pick up really 1 kill each. It's down to a 2v3 now. Nice double kill from Kusta, though, as Nexon JKS just line right up. He brings us back down to a 1v1. The molly, he'll attempt to bounce it. I don't think it's in there close enough. Oh, it is actually. And Nifty gets pushed out, just goes for the kill, and he'll find it to clutch out for the Renegades.
Wow. I mean, they invested $1,000 into that round and stole that round away from CLG, and that's twice now that Renegades has won with a very, very limited buy. And these are the rounds that CLG is just, they need to improve upon. If they don't lose that second round, they don't lose that round there, they're probably up, 6-2 with a great economy right now. But instead, their failures to capitalize off rounds like that are just putting them in such a bad position. Now we see Renegades, they have a bunch of money. Nifty has that op, CLG has a very low buy. They go from a double op setup to an ump and a CZ and a FAMAS.
It's not going to be looking great for the CTs in this round. Let's see more as they've attempted to play the odds in this round by stacking 3 at A long. More than likely, they may not end up coming to fruition in that route, as we are seeing quite a few of the Ts explore middle instead. CLG don't even really seem to be paying too much attention to the suicide steps currently, so their best hopes of cutting that back off is not even really going to be a reality now, as we've Ustilo already not only with drop control, but he has the transition room too. In theory, he can just walk right out, take down whoever's holding over there by the B door. I believe that's Ricky. and then have enough time to recover to find Ethan too, and that completely kills the defenses, and they have a free take. In fact, they've completely abandoned their pressure on A because of this, because of how easily Eustill has been able to just walk right in. So this is going to set something up very easy for them. The Molly, obviously a player can hold that corner there, so he's going to be trying to flush him out just so he doesn't make that mistake. Safe in that regard. Now it's time to push back in, but he does have to be a little bit more cautious here of them flanking from the window. Thankfully, he has Azur to cover his back in that regard. And now as he moves back in, there you go. Here's the surprise. Just 2 easy kills for Eustillo. Ricky trades one back inside of the drop room itself, but now Eustillo can just smoke off the doorway, prevent access, and the rest of the team, it should be a relatively easy hold at this point, actually. CLG don't have really any room back in. Nifty hitting another shot on Ricky. And indeed, yeah, Kusa and Cutler are just going to get pushed back. It's going to be 5 rounds for the Renegades as they'll take back their lead.
Yeah, and I mean, just a big risk taken by CLG doesn't pay off. I don't mind risks in those situations. If you hold straight up, you're probably not going to win that round anyways. So, but on Cobble, when you do take a risk like that and you put that extra player there, at A, when you have 3 players like that, it's like, okay, so you have a drop player, he can't really watch E-box and towards A drop, and then you have a B player. The only way he could watch, you know, E-box and upper B at the same time is if he's maybe opping behind the box, right? So there's going to be holes in that setup, and Eustillo just finds out exactly how to just, you know, take that site with ease and realizes there's basically nobody there except for Ethan, and then FNS coming through the doors from A is the quickest player there. So very easy take from Renegades. Now we see CLG, they saved the 2-on-4s, but FNS is having a rough game, man. 0 kills in 9 rounds so far. And Cutler's having a rough game too. I mean, at A, you know, he was one of the first lines of defense. Ricky, although he had that great pistol round, you know, he was the guy at B. He had an op, right? And
yeah.
Chicken Coop, and they threw 1 flash and rushed 3 Glocks at him. He wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, the timing, I think the timing on that specific round was a bit unfortunate, because that was at a point when Ricky was like throwing a molly or something like that, and he had to back up to recover.
You just never pull out a nade in that situation.
Yeah.
Though. Like when they're like fully saved like that, you just never pull out a nade. You just keep your gun out, or you dodge a flash.
Because that can happen, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and like, you don't need that. You don't need that to win the round. You know?
Yeah.
You don't need a well-placed Molotov to win a round against, even if they had Tech 9 armor. You just don't need it, right? So you don't take that risk.
Well, to open up here in the 10th round, it's a good opener from Nifty. Unfortunately, a better response comes out from Kusta. Azur going to try to make magic happen where Eustillo did some good work in the last round, but fails to hit his mark on the opening volley. And now he's going to try to leap back out. Ricky with the Zeus skill rolls in and steals the AK off of his corpse as they'll escape with a second pickup here now in this round. And Ethan even hitting a dink against Eustillo. Good shot from Eustillo to quickly take him back down, but great response again from Ethan. CLG are hitting some nice shots now, and there's going to be another one there from Cutler as he holds the M4, trades 1 for 1 as the remaining Renegades players are trying to push up onto the site, but even in doing this, Nexa goes for a plant. Ricky just lines up the easy shot. All that's left alive here is Eustillo, who's actually a little bit closer to home than some of these CLG guys may think. They'll dispatch of him, however, without too much additional trouble, and CLG will win back this round to go 5 for 5.
Yeah, and that's 2 for 1 right now. CLG winning a round where they just had those 2-on-4 saved. Ricky in the drop room getting a nice Zeus kill, gets the AK. So as AZR got that kill onto FNS when he did that, tried it again, but Ricky just posted up with the Zeus. So we have 2 rounds that CLG has lost, where they definitely, you know, should have won, right? And now they have 1 round that they've won. So kind of evening it out a little bit.
We get the nice little replay of the Zeus kill there. And the relatively easy closeout from CLG to bring it back up to a tie. But regardless of that loss for the Renegades, they still are able to purchase back into the 11th round here, which includes the op on Nifty, pretty much full utility for him as well, and the rest of the players also following that node back up. Into another default setup from CLG, although the A players are going to be holding back a little bit more, it seems we could still see them blossom over towards A long in a second here, but for the most part, they're just going back to another 3-2 split and trying to hold the site as you would usually expect amongst CTs here. For the Renegades, a bit more active pressure leading its way over here towards the A-long area, as we can already see them pushing into it. Promptly, it becomes smoked off by the CTs as they toss in their own utility. A little bit of a boost up here to try and spot over it. I think the smoke is actually really well placed, though, so they can't really see too much on top of that, even with the boost. So that's not really going to work out too well for them. They will have to push forward against it to be able to find that first entry. And to defend it on the CT side, you are going to be looking at Cutler sitting on the other edge of it, but very far back. I think hogging the right side of the alleyway. to try and surprise peek them when they do eventually go out for the push. And yeah, he is holding out on the right side. Still, though, 2 players on platform B. That's going to be a lengthy rotation, even if they notice this right now. Thankfully, as well, they do have a 3rd player here for the A site already waiting over by the doors and can, within just about 2 seconds notice, be out in a position where he can stop the flow. Cutler goes for the peek, fails to account for that 3rd player sitting it long, but he has one completely blind. Elsewhere, Kusta picked up a first kill. In a moment, though, Cutler is going to find himself in a bad spot. Pop Flash goes back out. Nobody seems to be paying attention to him, though. Those guys pushing ramp are solely focusing on the site itself and getting control here, and Cutler just has free reign over so much of the site currently. Even goes all the way back towards the alleyway without being punished at all, swings back in for another kill, and now it's just down to Ustillo alone in a 1v3 here with basically no ground to work with. May finally be able to trade onto a kill on Cutler, but even if he did, he only had 9 seconds left. He still would have had to go over to retrieve the bomb, watch out for players peeking from the B site direction, and still find time to plant in the middle of that. It was basically an unwinnable situation regardless of what he did.
Yeah, and that's got to be a communication issue from Renegades, though. If you look at the first kill that Cutler got, Nifty sees him and is kind of, you know, fighting him for like a few seconds, and Cutler is dodging him. And then Nexa just kind of runs up, and it seems like he wasn't even aware that Cutler was pushed up. So I wonder if there's, you know, communication issues on the Renegade side. I'm not sure about Nexa. I've never spoken to him. I don't know how, you know, well he speaks English or anything like that. You know, and it's got to be kind of weird, right? If you're, you know, just having a bunch of different accents, though, too.
Yeah.
I mean, like Nifty just, you know, all their terminology is different, right? If you ever play with Australians, the terminology is like completely different.
It is tough when 90% of the calls are just diggity, you know? So, looking at how the Renegades will attempt to fare here, just not finding a whole lot, unfortunately, getting knocked out 1 by 1. Ricky sinks one of the last kills on Ustillo, then JKS stuck inside of drop. He'll attempt to go for the quick swing to find FNS, but no, he'll end up with a nice 3K on the round, holding near the drop room and giving CLG another round as they push up on 7 here. The map has been close so far, though, and with us going into another gun round, we could very well see the Renegades bounce back again and try to tie us up at 7-7. Now we're also going to see double ops coming back into the picture here, too, for CLG. Ricky picking it up, and Kusta still manning it as the primary op. Renegades splitting into another one of their own defaults, as they do send quite a few more outside, but it doesn't appear as though they're going to rush or anything like that, just holding players to make sure CLG don't peek into it and whatnot, and if they do, they can punish that. And then, well, actually, they don't have anyone in the B halls this time. Everybody's sitting outside, I just noticed. So they pulled everyone back from there. They've got them all grouped up, which means you might actually see a bit of an earlier push and a bit more of a direct play into B, which, to be completely honest, CLG may not find themselves ready for. Cutler just gets away with murder there. Nobody's paying attention to him there on that left side. So swings out that kill. Still has plenty of time to get behind coverage. Ricky can try to punish from the alt direction, too, or at the very least hold here and then re-enter in a few moments. Since no one should really know he's up there, they might suspect it, but they're not going to have 100% confirmation. 2 trades coming back in for the Renegades, and now a 3rd as well. That's actually great clearances. They do take out the A-long player. Ethan is trying to flank back around, but they've got someone paying attention to that, and he succeeds in countering out the flank. So now it's just Kusta in a 1v3. Not really going to be able to do anything here. I would be very surprised if he tried to go for this, but more than likely may end up just falling back after he tries to dip back in for a kill or 2, and then try to save the op.
Yeah, and CLG was set up perfectly for that. They had Ricky, who was still putting pressure from like long A and middle. They had to have a guy dedicated to that for Renegades. Cutler gets a kill, spots exactly what the play is, runs back to Woodwall. FNS had a quick rotate. Ethan on the flank. Kusta also rotating pretty quickly. Like COG, positionally speaking, was in a great position to succeed. Kills just didn't break down that way, and Renegades ends up winning the round with 3 alive in a round that I thought certainly CLG was going to take.
Yeah, I thought so as well, especially with Cutler picking off that first kill for free.
That was a cool counter flash when he was running away, banking it off that wall too. Bought him a lot of time.
But the rest of the team on rotate just doesn't really pay off there as they try to get themselves back in, and Renegades hits a nice few shots.
Yeah, FNS is actually having a really rough game so far in that drop room area. Every time he's rotating to A, he's not really able to do anything. He had the 1 3K on that anti-eco, but besides that anti-eco 3K, he's like...
He got 1 kill.
Yeah.
So he is struggling at this point. And it's weird, too, because he's normally actually from some of these past games we've seen over these few weeks here. He's actually been a pretty clutch player on this map some of these times. But Ustillo just walking right out again, catching one. There was a player from the CT side that jumped up on Broken, but didn't notice him, didn't hear him, and then promptly just fell back. So, just like that, they've got half this site under their control already. They still have to be careful of nades and whatnot. Boost up comes into it and almost catches Ustillo. Crouches back down to avoid it. He did see Ethan drop off to the left side, so he can hunt it down. In the meanwhile, obviously looking for the boosted up player, Azur is going to take him down and find Ethan as well, swinging up from the other side of the pizza box. Down to 2 again from CLG, as for the most part, they get knocked out very easily. Nade covers off the smoke on the door. Azur eliminates Kusta, trying to fall back from the main doorway. And now Cutler only has the A site to play with, and he'll be saving as well.
Yeah, and that's twice that Ustillo has done that. The first time, Ethan, if you remember, he was boosting on the tree, got a nice kill on him. Ustillo not afraid to try it again on this 14th round. Goes out B, gets the entry, makes things very easy for his teammates in drop room because FNS rotates out. The first person to rotate from B is Kusta, so he's not going to rotate and jump in drop to watch E-Box or anything like that. So when FNS rotates to B and rotates to Broken Wall like he did, E-Box is completely open, right? Now, if Cutler was rotating, he might have been able to put pressure there, maybe flank E-Box, maybe stop that from happening. But since Kusta's the first one to rotate off of A, how can you watch E-Box? Can't. So Azur just has a free passageway to run behind him, shoot both players in the back, and then eventually chase down Kusta as well for his 3K of the round.
So, going back into the last round here now, CLG are not going to find themselves with a really impressive buy, unfortunately. They will just be trying to compete and hopefully try to, at the very least, get themselves the 8th round. Nice shot from Kusta, but it's slightly through the wall. It is not going to get the full kill. Just brings JKS down to 17 HP, unfortunately. And across the rest of the map here, Renegades are starting to get prepped to push in towards B a little bit. With drop pressure, some delay will follow through because of the smoke setups currently deployed of the CLG roster. But after that, I mean, they've already pretty much used their entire stack of utility here. They've only got one more smoke sitting on Kusta, and that's all they're really going to be able to deploy. Kusta, thankfully on B, so we can smoke off the wall one more time if he wants to, but after that, they really don't have much left besides like an HE grenade and a couple flashbangs, which, to be completely honest, probably won't even get used. But we do see the Renegades now, after those initial CT smokes fade away. The Renegades are starting to prep to toss out their own here. So probably around the 40 to 50 second mark, we'll see them deploy and try to get back out. We did finally see Kusta deploying his own. So again, probably going to hold up Renegades for a few extra seconds here. But the good news is that by waiting this long, Kusta tossing this out has actually delayed the Renegades quite significantly. If they can do a good job of holding this back and actually bring the timer down low enough, they may be able to just run it down to that timer point. But Ethan and Kusta have to come up huge. These are going to be the 2-point men, as it is another direct B play. As they move out, here we go. Azur leading the charge. Not able to find Kusta just yet, but he doesn't hit on his first shot. He still eliminates Ethan. Kusta striking back, but only for one. He goes down before he can escape behind the smoke wall. And that seals it now. 4v3 as CLG have to move back in for the retake. Even having the ability to send some of the Renegades players further into the site, you can see Ustillo all the way up here in that little mini cubby. Such an advanced position that CLG are now going to have to worry about. Ricky, though, opens up another hole for these guys to play with as Ricky moves back in, takes down Nifty. Next to Ustillo responding, and Nexa again picks up the final kill as we do indeed see the Renegades coming out on top. And they'll take the first half 8-7, just barely in their favor. But by setting a good stride, they may be able to indeed close out on this first map and take it against CLG. Stick with us, guys. The second half is coming up in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Two teams here tonight which have been on the up and up as of late, battling it out to see which will reign superior here, and especially both of them trying to play for top 6 positioning and qualify for the LAN finals. Unfortunately for Renegades, as we mentioned on a few show days before, it's not really going to matter for them if they make the top 6 as they have the minor to play for, but for CLG, this one being very important indeed. We're jumping right into the second half though. Renegades have an advantage, but it is slight, so we'll have to see if they can keep it going or if CLG is going to bounce back now on the T side.
Yeah, but if you can't go to a LAN, you know what's the next best thing, Blue?
What's that?
Ruining other people's chances
That's very
to qualify
true. That's
for
very
the
true.
LAN. It's very satisfying.
Well, we're hitting into the thick of it now as CLG will push their players directly over towards the mid connector at the start of this round. JKS definitely is going to be able to hear this play, so calling it out to his teammates and getting them all to rotate back in. They'll have to be careful of a drop play though, but everyone's been already isolated back out, and now they've got to swing over towards Heaven and hope they can wrap out through there. Nifty is firing blindly. Great flash against Ustillo, eliminates him, and that's it. The site's under their control. Now they still have to worry about JKS, who has probably been undetected as of late, and Ricky just kind of goes into the shed but doesn't respond to Azure at all. So Azure escapes with a free one right there. FNS still trying to sneak back around here and eliminate the CT that's now creeping out through A long, and he's going to start his own push back in. No additional kills since that point, though. Remains even in a 3v3, but interesting positioning. Renegades definitely grouped up a little bit more solid in a way, but the T's have the site, and that's what's important right now as they claim all 3 of the remaining kills without losing an additional player and take control to tie us up at 8-8 and claim the pistol.
Yeah, I think Nifty played a bit too passive there in connector. When that flash came over, I think he should have wide swinged, got, you know, in their faces a little bit and tried to just use that USP, you know, to move and shoot maybe, go through the smoke with the flashbang, and then his teammates could rotate and have an easier time rotating, even if he only goes like 1 for 1. I think him giving them so much space makes it just such a difficult round for Renegades to win. Now we see CLG immediately goes towards B with 3 players. Looks like they're probably going to scout that out. Nexa on the stairs with a deagle, so it's a dangerous spot.
And he's going to be moving up to a position where CLG do have quite a few of their players lined up. Next, though, oh, it's going to be a bit unfortunate as he'll get pushed back down due to the
great flash, though.
And another one's about to roll back in. I think that one's a little bit too far behind, but actually, no, it hits them. Ustillo, though, just ends up going into a battle, which there's no way he's going to come out on top of that one. And the same story for Nexa. The third player seems to be the charm, however, as JKS finally hits the kill against Ethan. Maybe more to come? No, it's going to come from Mazur, actually, who hits a double. Ricky and FNS both get knocked out. This is even. This is down to a 2v2 now. There's room for Renegades to upset here. Lights up another player. Unfortunately, doesn't get the kill this time. And now you're looking at Nifty alone. They pre-fire into his position, though, and knock him out and prevent the eco upset as CLG does indeed take the lead now at the start of this half.
Yeah, Azure doing a good job with this CZ. Even the Dink came out with you know, on that third guy. But Nifty, he's saving him for an op for that 4th round, so he didn't have any armor or anything, just a P250, and that is it. But a good eco, nonetheless, from Renegades, getting those 3 kills, dropping 3 of the guns, giving themselves a chance to win. But CLG survives the round, so it's going to be 9-8. Should definitely be 10-8 here. Ethan's going to go out B, I think, and kind of scout it out with that SMG, see what he sees. They, again, run the same anti-eco with 2 people outside of A, kind of one watching mid, one watching long A, and then Ethan kind of go scout out B or drop room.
Well, Ethan now starting to creep forward and move in to take control of that drop room here. Renegade's taking a pretty open door policy about it, at least on this eco, as they don't place anyone really to defend it. Instead, are going to defend the outskirts near a window and the transition room here in Exo, of course. Still expect one player to kind of peek in every now and then to see if they can maybe either get lucky or be able to try and catch one of these players. But Kusta picking up that first kill there against Nifty does set the scales in the favor of CLG, giving them the early 5v4 advantage. And Renegades actually seem to be rotating away from this now, going over towards the A site instead. Something made them think it was coming to that site, but that's definitely not the case, as now CLG is essentially just going to end up walking into an open B site.
Yeah, and they had a complete B stack, just a little bit of a wrong read, but I mean, they only have USPs anyways. The chance of winning that round was, even with that stack, is just so low. So Now they should just look for exits most likely, see if Ethan might try to chase. Maybe they could just get a kill on him, use the ump. One thing that triggered me a little bit that last half was when they just do like a 5 M4 buys and stuff like that, and just like no utility. And I'm like, if you just throw in 2 umps with full utility, it makes that buy so much more difficult to deal with. I mean, quite frankly, the ump is... I would rather have so say you're watching B with 2 people.
Yeah.
And I would much rather have 1 player close with an ump and full utility, and then 1 player like around statue or back statue or coop or whatever taking contact, than just 2 M4s. Like, I would rather have an ump up close next to the broken wall around there, because you could just move and shoot the whole time, than an M4.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
You know, so like, you know, they need to utilize those buys a little bit better. We see Azure, he does have an ump. Like when you watch SK play, right? I mean, they generally don't do that. Like, Taco will have an ump, or Fur will have an ump in those situations when they all have like 4100. And there's a reason for that. You get the utility. It's better in so many situations to have that. Just a fast B though from CLG.
You can abuse the positioning really well with the UMP as well, especially if the T's try to set up for like a smoke setup or something like that, and it ends up in like a really chaotic situation outside of it. The mobility helps out so much.
It really does.
Continuing to try and entertain that chaos. Well, down they'll go. Nexa trying to hold off first, catches the first kill. Ricky taking down you still afterwards. Nexa still alive, but not for long apparently. It's JKS next up to bat for the Renegades as he picks up an additional kill, but stuck by the smoke. Well, no, he decides to go through actually to pick up his own second.
Watch for him. Yeah.
Kusta trades it back out, brings us into another 2v2, and Azure in the meantime sneaking forward without being noticed. Takes another kill out of the hands of CLG, and now leaves us all into the hands of FNS, who is falling a little bit flat in the first half, but may be able to be the hero here in the second. Not going to happen this time, though. Azure does indeed clutch it out and gives the Renegades a 9th round.
He does, and he picks up the op, and that is a much needed op for Renegades. So now Nifty's going to use this, and it's going to be a bit of the same scenario where I said before. So COG is going to have a better buy overall. 3 umps on Renegades, an M4, and an op. So pretty solid buy. I mean, they have a ton of utility as well. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for CLG. But if I'm Nifty here, I'm probably saying, hey, I'm going to go B plat or something like that. You know, I think he's holding A kind of by himself right now, which is good. And just put a little bit more pressure on yourself, since you know you have 3 umps on the board, and you know your teammates don't have nearly as much weaponry as you.
And CLG, well, they did deploy a lot of their utility early on here. Definitely not going to be sending the execution to the respective site. Everybody else is moving through the mid-connector, trying to charge out here.
This is a great read by CLG.
As we do see them moving up to it, it's basically an open site. JKS just spots it with his knife out. He's going to get smoked before he can do anything, though, so he'll have to get aggressive if he wants to try and stop CLG from taking full site control. Even over here at Heaven, it's not really possible for them to do anything. Ricky slightly misreads the play there, however, and Ethan kind of losing himself, pulling out the nade at maybe the wrong time. The Molly's going to go in and, pulls out the Tech 9 to be able to trade it back. Overall, though, CLG comes out on top slightly with the 2v2, and now FNS having a great position to counter out Nifty, leaves just Nexa alive, but Nexa is creeping in, and Kusta may not be aware of just how close he is. He's going to be able to hop right up and maybe just take him down. No, Kusta's not even checking this, so another kill escapes. FNS is so far away, but Nexa's a full 10-second defuse right now, and in comes FNS to try to put a stop to this wrap in the corner. At the very least, the noise makes him get off the bomb a little bit here, but still, Nexa follows through.
That was smart by FNS, too. But, not able to get away from Nexa. Did you see what he did? He ran just to the point where, where he would hear him and get off the bomb, but not far enough to fully commit. Unfortunately for FNS, he doesn't. You know, I think you could actually crouch where he was, and your head wouldn't be seen, I believe. But that was like a perfect read by CLG. So what they did is they had people at B. They threw stuff at B. The second A player rotated off. Nifty was A by himself at long because that second A player rotated off, and then they just walked through middle. And that second A player is going to help watch draw. And they just messed with the rotation so much and got them in a great position where they could win the round. Now they have another chance to break their money here, but Renegades this time has a better buy. And, you know, the superior weaponry, but they weren't able to save that op. So no op for either team right now.
Well, at the moment, CLG are just going to be going for as forced into a buy as they can here. 2 UMPs, 2 Tech 9s, and the single AK going on to Kusta, whereas the Renegades looking a little bit stronger, but still using 1 UMP on Azure there to play it a little bit better over towards the B bomb site, and specifically have him take close contact outside of the window there and drop to be able to stop any splits that they may be doing. It's not going to be an A split, however. CLG pull those players away from the mid connector area and instead are going to send them into the halls, where in a moment we can expect them to funnel back out. A lot of possible drop pressure though, so this may be a bit heavy in that route, which could lead to some bad things for CLG if they go down that path. Thankfully, it does seem as though they're switching it over to the more default style of execution here for the B-bomb site, but time running low, 35 seconds left, and they don't have a whole lot of utility to get out onto the site. They're going to be running it very low. Good flash, though, onto Ustillo. Doesn't read into that at all, unfortunately, but he's given time to recover, and off of that, he's going to get one before he's eliminated by Kusta. A two-man stack by the Rock pretty much makes them invulnerable for the time being, as Azar takes out Ethan. JKS shutting down Kusta, down to 2 now, and they don't even really have any arm, or they don't really have any rifles left to play with now. Ricky trying to hunt for one, but in the process loses Cutler, so it's just on Ricky to pull off a miracle here, but I doubt it's going to be happening. 5 seconds, now just falling back to save the gun and letting the Renegades take control of this one here.
Yeah, so Renegades controlling that round pretty easily. CLG not even getting a plant, so this should be a save by CLG. They could maybe, let's see, I think they got 2,400 that round, so I think they're going to get 2,900 in the next round. They could afford maybe pistol armor if they really want to swing for it. So it looks like they will. That means this following round they're just going to have like AK limited utility. But yeah, I think this is a smart move by them. Try to keep the economy low on Renegades. Try to do some more economical damage. You have a decent chance to win the round, you know, with Ricky on this AK. Looks like they're going to work out B and draw with all 5 players.
On CLG, just waiting for the timing on this one to try and go for it here. But Renegades still having a 3-man stack in the site. This may just get put down before it even has a chance to come to life. Azar obviously going to be put into a pressure situation as soon as this smoke starts to fade. He backs away, giving CLG a little bit of respect to possibly allow them to move in where they can hopefully spring the trap, but this time it's Ricky just catching the first kill right off the bat, giving CLG a 5v4 advantage. Now, though, the trouble's going to be capitalizing upon it. Now moving into one of the 2 sites. Down to a minute now. Still have the possibility to back away and swing it over in the other direction if they wanted to, but the good news for the Renegades is that Nifty's now right into this, so they can be absolutely secure if their B holds here. They're not going to have to worry about possibly rotating over if they had the wrong read of the situation. They've got a flank coming alive, and Nifty is going to push all the way in. And if CLG don't execute soon, this flank is going to completely destroy them. JKS and Nexa picking up these next 2 kills here. Nifty does indeed swing in, cuts off the remaining players on platform. Ricky kind of runs back around, Ricky kind of runs back around to kill Nifty, but still, this is now left to a 1v2. Similar situation in the last round here, where time is low. Ricky just can't really do much in this situation. A little bit lesser numbers this time, but by the time that molly fades away, he's going to have so much work to do. It really just is not going to work, and more than likely they'll end up falling back into the halls, or just peeking out to die in this case.
Yeah, and CLG, so they have 4,900. Maybe my math was a little wrong. Are they at money bonus? Yeah, like max money bonus? How many rounds in a row have they lost?
I think they're at 4. I think they might be 5. We'll see in a second. But yeah, unfortunately the flank combined with just the usual hold that Renegades had going for them there made it pretty much impossible for them to try and pull off that round there. But yeah, it is 4-round losing bonus, so 1 more to go before they are going to be on a full loss.
Yeah, but Renegades economy, I mean, they're keeping it decently low. So CLG, they really just need to win. You know, if they win this round, Renegades, they'd probably buy the next round after that if CLG wins this round, but, you know, they could put on ecos pretty easily. So CLG has had a lot of chances this half to really break the economy of Renegades and get a couple easy rounds in there. But they really just shot themselves in the foot and really handicapped themselves, just losing all those really favorable rounds, especially the round where Renegades just spent $1,000 on. You know?
Yeah.
That didn't happen. I think they have complete control over this game.
The thing with CLG is like the frag totals are just all over the place right now. Like you have superstars and you look at like Kusta and Ricky, 22 and 12, 20 and 14, and then a slight fall back over to Ethan, but then after that it just drops off completely. Looking at Cutler, who has been doing pretty good, especially when you look at like the matches that they played over the course of this week here. This time though, with the Renegades just completely holding off for the most part CLG's hit. Now they battle back though as Ricky and Kusta pick up those 2 kills, bringing this down to a 3v3. Azar, JKS, and Nexus still left alive and still within this site too. They got a really early rotate in, so CLG's job is not going to be made any easier by increasing the pace at which they go for this. However, after everything is said and done and we go down into the tense situation here, it is left to Nexa in a 1v2 now. Smoke to allow these T's to cross, but Nexa's not going to oblige upon that. He just gets even more aggressive, moving up behind the statue to wait for his opportunity to maybe to counter out players if they push the sidewalk, which they're looking towards it right now. But Nexa having this position can certainly help him out. However, CLG are also going to be paying attention to the corner. Here, Nexa swings out, gets the 1 kill, and now only 1 more to go. He was so low, but Nexa jumped back into the air, and that's where Kusta was given the chance to close out, and he succeeds upon it. So CLG still signs of life as they once again bring themselves back into it here and bring the scoreline to just 1 round's difference between both these teams.
Yeah, I cannot believe he just jumped backwards
there.
It's a huge blunder. And it forces Renegades on 3 umps and a couple pistols. So CLG, you know, they've been rallying this entire half to have this moment, to have this opportunity. Now they really just need to capitalize on it, and then they should end up taking the lead.
Yeah, Cutler's going to swing back in, but doesn't pay attention, it seems, to JKS. Thankfully, nice trade from Ethan. And he gets nifty peeking from the left side, too. Nicely done from Ethan. That had to be a crazy swing. But the rest of CLG just going to start pushing into A. Obviously, Rotate's moving in from the Renegades side. A little bit late on Nexa, however, and with the elimination of Ustilla, this has almost sold it already. Unless Nexa can really surprise with the swing out from the door. But even the door's been smoked out, so he doesn't have that option apparent to him currently. Azur, waiting in the default spot, does catch Ethan, actually. Now trying to do a little bit more than that. Azur picking off a second now. He's got himself a 1v2 with an ump. And also, there's going to be quite a lot of time before this second CLG player ends up grouping up with, I think it's FNS waiting in there. Excuse me, it's Ricky waiting in the side currently. FNS is the one moving in from long to rejoin him. So Azur just plays a patient game, but can't be too patient because they already know where he's playing from. Spots out FNS though on the peak, but he may not estimate, however. So, oh, what? Azur gets that one and goes for the last one as well. He ends up with a massive clutch and a huge 4K as well. That 3rd kill just snipes FNS out of the air and then goes for the full commitment to get the last kill.
That gun cost $1,200 and just got him $2,400 just for those 4 kills. And I mean, all those 4 kills that he got, like, he kills these players like faster this way than if he had an M4, you know?
Yeah.
The ump is just absurd. It is so absurd.
That's Ricky at it.
I mean, great play by Azur, but that gun is just so absurd.
So just like that, CLG's chances go back down into oblivion here. Is look at their buy now. They're back over onto Deagles. Some of them not even buying anything at all. 3 of them, in fact. The most of the team, only that 1 Deagle for Ethan, and then a P250 sitting on FNS. So they'll try to just force their way out onto A, but this is definitely not going to happen here now. As you can see, Azur just going to roll in. They lose 2 players in the process as they kind of play in some open battlefields, but for the most part, Renegades do close it out quite nicely, and this will take us into another pause, I imagine, from CLG's players.
Yeah, and again, I mean, CLG, they've had many opportunities to win this game, to be in the position that Renegades is in, and just through no fault but their own, you know, just blowing some of these rounds that they should really easily be winning. I mean, that round that Azur had the 4K, you know, it's a 4v2. All you got to do is plant the bomb. I think it was Ethan just ran into sight with the bomb and a Tech 9.
Yep.
Instead of just kind of playing with his team and waiting for Ricky, who was watching the flank, to be a little bit closer and kind of taking it more methodically at that you know, junction in the round and eliminating any possibility of that happening, just being too loose, right?
Yeah, has possibly even ended up costing them the map now, depending on the result of this next round.
I mean, CLG's going to buy, but they're not going to have a great buy. I don't think. I think, what did they have, like 3,400 each, it looked like?
Yeah, they got 4 AKs and an ump, and the only player with a full utility stack is the ump player.
Yes, they had about $4,000 or so. So it's not too bad. But, yeah, like you were saying, I mean, Kusta, Ricky, Ethan, you know, all 18 up, 24, 26 on Kusta and Ricky, respectively. And then Cutler and FNS just kind of
lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah. And FNS on CT side was playing really poorly on all the rotates. He was always the first guy to rotate from drop, usually moving around a lot, was never getting an impact, never making any kills happen. And then Cutler, you know, at A that round where run him over, and now Nifty just in danger, nobody even checking his spot. Now this should be easy for JKS. As I say that.
Yeah. FNS actually picks him off of all.
You're very, very favored if he could have got around that pillar and probably played it like he knows how to play it instead of kind of over peeking like that. It's a great position.
Well, now this is positioned into an even 3-on-3. The real issue for the Renegades is going to be figuring out, okay, did the bombs stay in the site or did they fall back and try to go B?
This is so smart by Ustillo. You see he's not overextending. He's just waiting. He has the entire fallback. Chances of somebody checking this corner are probably pretty low. He should be able to get the first one, most likely the second one, since he does have that ump. This is actually like an awesome position to be in with an ump, because you can get that first kill, and then when they actually come to turn towards you, like if you have an M4 there, you're usually maybe like crouched, but with the ump you just start strafing one way. And it's so difficult as a T to 180 on a guy that's just like full strafing, right?
And not only that too, but even if he does get traded out, we can.
Oh yeah, they would know exactly.
They'd have like a 5 or 10 second window to rotate
absolutely.
to B, assuming that they continue to go to B at that point. But with the time as it is, that would definitely be the case. CLG though are just going to re-execute into A more than likely. As soon as they actually want to start it here. They are relying on FNS to fly back up, but oh, Nexus spots the shadow at the last second, so he's able to escape death. Coast though swings out of nowhere and just takes down Azur. That is also going to send Nexa out of the site temporarily. Ustillo initiates his flank, and there's another benefit to his position there too, is he's a really easy flank potential that they go back into A, but unfortunately it doesn't end up going so well. FNS knocks him back out, and now it's just Nexa looking for the 1v3 clutch position, completely outmanned with regards to his positioning there. They was entirely surrounded by pushing towards the APC, so it's going to be pretty easy to knock him out, bringing CLG back into the game, but they can't flub up like last time. They have to keep it consistent now. If they get traded out again, especially with having to go for these rebuys, then the game is pretty much set and matched unless they can eco out the Renegades to take it to OT.
Yeah, so Renegade's going to save. You know, JKS definitely had a good opportunity to win that round. Wasn't able to get any kills or even get in a spot where he could stay alive. And then once it was 3v3, CLG just slows it down. Kusta getting a ton of just like really important impact frags here throughout this game. Just like frags that really shape up, you know, how this game is going to be played out.
They do end up taking down Nifty early on, as we saw with him trying to push out from the mid connector. So he's going to end up getting deleted pretty early on here. And the rest of the Renegades splitting up, expecting this to pretty much be a B hit now. They've got a 3-man stack in there. One's kind of watching on the transition point outside a window and drop. So we can help out A if necessary. And it seems like CLG are going to go back to that, since it worked so well for them in the previous round here. Which, without having any pressure at all over on that platform, as Ustillo went over to investigate it, it is going to allow for that player in between to rotate in. Ustillo is going to start a push, just sending Nexa over. They'll gamble on this, but it'll be a pretty safe gamble, to be completely honest, as they do start to move back in. JKS, along with Ricky, find themselves in a bit of a fight there. JKS, unfortunately, finding himself at the much, much worse end of that one, surviving it with only 1 HP. Azur trying to shift walk to that corner, but is caught, still in the process of moving. So Cutler finds another easy pickup there. Obviously, Nexa, having rotated in, can try to help out from the window spot, but the problem is the other guy here only has 1 HP. Nexa, though, with a nice shot, although he's traded out afterwards. JKS tries to surprise, but Ricky swings into that, takes him back down. They have found Ustillo. Kusta's going to play it safe, though. They know they still need the money to bounce back here and get themselves up to 16-14, so he does not want to lose himself in that situation. The only thing that Ustillo has is a 5-7. It's not a big deal if he escapes the round with it. So they will just kind of post up now and look to stay alive, and Ricky will finally seal the deal as Ustillo tries to go back in a drop.
Yeah, so CLG finally did it. I mean, they broke their money. They got that easy round. They capitalized on it. Renegades now is going to buy, but they have no Molotov. Ump onto Nexa, 4 M4s, no op or anything like that.
So it will be the full investment, but it won't be the greatest one. As we can see, they'll have enough smokes and wanted to hold off any early aggression if CLG tries to go for it, but CLG back into another default more than likely, so probably not going to see a whole lot of that. Just really trying to scare off Renegades a bit and get them to use their utility with these early nades and stuff, but they themselves, CLG, won't really require too much of it to get into a bomb site. They've been pretty good at just using, at most, like flashbangs and being able to pick up their entries and then take control from that point, at least over at A, which has kind of become their favorite spot now in the last like 5 rounds or so.
Yeah, and still the past couple rounds have been getting really aggressive over at B. I like the perfect times to know exactly what CLG is doing. They just haven't really had the weaponry to, you know, contest with it. Besides that, maybe 3v3 where Nifty was in danger and got those 2. But we'll see if Ustillo wants to get aggressive again, because it's been working the past couple rounds. They're moving back to A already. It's a minute left in the round. And if they do decide to get aggressive on B, they could have 3-4 players on A.
Nifty's definitely going to be backing up a little bit here, but still trying to challenge from the exit point of A long. Besides that, only having JKS in the area to defend it, so the 3B players need to move quickly here. Obviously, CLG, Renegades themselves, excuse me, have not caught on too much just yet about when exactly this hit is going to deploy, but with only 30 seconds left, you do see Nexa moving up now to investigate, and some of the B players are going to start to move over slightly, but they're going to hit the note far too late. Nifty's even caught jumping, loses a quarter of his HP early, and they should know he's going to play from the barrels position, so now he's restricted, but good timing on the repeat, finds Ricky. Unfortunately, Color and FNS dispatch of the other two teammates that were out on the site. Yustillo has to save this, but he can only get 1-2. Now it's down to Nexa to clutch out 1v2, but he doesn't even get close. Destroyed by Kustu as soon as he peeks heaven, and CLG retie this again at 14-14.
Yeah, they retied again. Renegades, you know, only getting 2,900 each that round, I believe it was. And they had a really fast rotate. I mean, all 5 guys were there very, very quickly. CLG just 5-manning towards A after they show a little bit of Bree presence. Group up at around 1 minute. There's no nades after that to really execute, or, you know, on Renegade side to really delay him or anything like that. And even though that rotate was there so quick, CLG just had all their bases covered. The kills went clean, pretty clean on like the entries and whatnot. So when that happens and the kills are clean on the entries, the guys that are watching for the rotate, like watching for people, you know, towards heaven, towards connector, they don't have to look away from it, right? Usually you have success on the rotate when your initial players get like 1 or 2 frags, and then all of a sudden those people that are watching the doorway have to trade on that, and then that's when you have your opportunity. But since the round goes pretty cleanly, you know, for CLG on that take, it's too difficult to retake. It's never going to happen. So 14-14, pretty much a full eco on Renegades, and CLG should easily get game point here.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to if Renegades are able to tie this back up for OT. That would be their last hope now, as this game has really been all over the place with who has held the advantage here. Never at one point can we say that one team had it completely secured. Early nades, good damage going on to Nexa, bringing him down to 16 HP. It's almost 100 HP right off the bat. Now he's going to jump up. I think he's on top of the box, actually, so that's an easy kill for Color to find. Swinging back in, they'll look for more, but you're still able to trade one back out. We're down to a 4v4. They missed the Q and the player jumping through the smoke and broken, but they still kill him before he can get anything done. JKS only catching one himself, and Nifty's alone, so there you go. CLG push past. They take a lot of losses, but thankfully we're going into the last round. And they
the
can
last round doesn't matter. I mean, those 3 kills are nice on Renegades, but at the end of the day, the only impact that really has is, you know, the extra money that each player is getting, right?
Yeah,
I think it was a CZ kill too. CZ still only gives $50, I believe.
Is it 100?
Is it 100?
I think it's 100.
Oh yeah, and off is 50.
Yeah.
Zeus is nothing, right?
I don't know.
It's 200. You get a 200 kill reward for Zeus and somebody? Oh, okay. No, of course Zeus costs something. I know it costs 200, but I don't think you get a kill reward with it.
You get the comedic effect, that's about it.
Do you remember when you used to do it and balloons would go off?
Yeah. That was for like the CSGO anniversary, I think.
Ethan. Come on, man.
So he's just caught running out wildly, and that gives Renegades an early advantage to try and swing this into OT. Yustillo, though, might take another risk here, and this is where they could trade it back. I don't think they can see through the smoke, though. He's still trying to see up on top of it. He actually does catch Ricky, so there's another one for the Renegades now. 5v3 advantage. CLG have to make up for this, and they've made no headway either. It's not even like that they've gained map control to lose these 2 kills. They've just been knocked out trying to sort of blindly push up towards the broken wall platform. That's it. And now they've really lost even more control. What's even worse is Azur, look at him, he's got a counter boost spot. You can just take out the remaining players if they don't check this corner. They do check it, but he still gets one more kill. Trading 1 for 1, that's terrible at this point for CLG. But now they're in a 2v4. You still have FNS finds it, but you still just casually trades it back after recovering from the flashbang. So now Kusta, last man alive, tries to get crazy with that kill there, but Nifty's going to shut it down. So we end up tied 15-15, and this first map is going to overtime.
Yeah, Ethan, they're trying to, you know, make that hero play out B by himself, doing similar to what Yustillo was doing last half a couple rounds. And who kills him? Stilla. So we are going to see overtime here. CLG did a good job coming back, though. I mean, they kept their economy low on Renegades. Even when they were losing rounds, they were getting kills. Then finally, they were able to string 2 in a row and come back from, I think it was like 10-13, right? So maybe 5 round, or
it's 10-14, I think, actually.
What was it?
I think it was 10-14.
Was it?
When CLG was behind, yeah. So they did recover quite nicely there to be able to bring it this far, but then they messed up on the very last round, and that was what ultimately seals it for the Renegades. So at the very least, to push it to OT. Now, though, they do have to try and close out for at least 4 more of this sequence of 6 rounds. The magic number will be 19 to win the map here now. Both teams are going to play 3 sides, or 3 rounds, excuse me, on their respective side, and they'll have $10,000 to start. So pretty standard overtime rules
Plus
here.
15 for Kusta.
Yeah.
Only 16 deaths.
It's weird though, because it's like it's just been more consistency from Kusta. It hasn't been anything like Ethan. I think had the crazy spray down a couple rounds back, but it's just been more Kusta consistently fragging out instead of having
getting a lot of impact kills.
Yeah.
That one round at B when it still was flanking Heaven, if you remember, when they did that 3-2, or not B, sorry, A. That was a really nice round by Kusta, but he's just getting a lot of impact frags, gets his 1 to 2 kills, usually stays alive and relies on his teammates after that. And it's just, he's playing well, and he's playing CS at a high level.
Yeah, definitely. As long as we can see him still warming up there. The players should be ready in about a minute here, and then we should be able to jump into OT and take a look at who is actually going to come out on top of this map. Like we said before, it's a very important match for both teams to try and remain high up in the seedings here for the Pro League. And obviously some officials may be asking, okay, the Renegades are not going to play the finals, right? So not so important for them, but there is still prize money to consider throughout the season. And it is a pretty decent amount when you get up to like the top 8 or so. So definitely still want to try to play for that at the very least. And that will be the Renegades' goal now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think gun round versus gun round, CLG has looked like the superior team to me.
Yeah.
But Renegades on a lot of the off buys, when they have pistols and whatnot, is when Renegades has really gotten themselves into this position. I think if CLG didn't blow a couple of those rounds, I think they would have won this game a while back, to be honest. So I really favor CLG here in overtime. I think they have looked like the better team, just positionally, strategically, and overall in like 5v5 CS when they have fully bought up. I think they've looked vastly superior actually to Renegades.
I think you said it best when there's been way too many rounds where CLG have just been kind of playing it loose or too loose, and they just make like really dumb mistakes at the beginning of the round that ends up costing them hugely.
Either too loose or too tight. Like against those Tech 9 rounds, it was too tight. You know?
With like the nade toss out from Ricky and whatnot.
Well, that was versus the full eco. That was too tight too. Right? If you're going up against a full eco, and they should have known it was going to be a full eco just based off the economy. Just get a couple guys aggressive with an AWP like you see Fur do. And just not even give him that type of space.
Into overtime, we're going to go with JKS already finding himself in a bit of an intense battle, which I thought he was going to go down on, to be completely honest, but only dropped to 32 HP, and he trades back damage against Cutler when 3+ players were trying to push him from suicide. Now that is going to send a lot of the pressure from CLG away from the mid-connector. Good molly against Ustillo, knocks off a quarter of his HP, but doesn't actually send him out of the room. In fact, Smoke just gets tossed up on top, restricts the additional pressure from CLG, and at the moment, they just can't seem to find their opener here, which they can use to start some momentum onto one of the 2 sites. After not getting anything in draw, now they're right back over here to the mid-connector and long. Now, the good news is that the action earlier against JKS did push those CTs back onto the site, so they have that going for them. They can, at the very least, line up for their hit, and for the most part remain uninhibited to do that. But they're now going to have to deal with still a constant 2 on the site. An alerted sense of presence from the drop guy waiting outside of the window. He did actually just shift into the B site, though, so that's going to be more of a lengthy rotation for him, but he seems to be kind of actively moving around. Nifty missing his first shot, though. That's a big miss, as now they're freely open to push up towards ramp here, and they're going to waste no time taking advantage upon this one. Ethan already sees the grates broken, so he's got to check a few more of these positions here. However, he's losing his teammates one by one. Renegades just dominate on the first round here. 4 kills to 1 at the end of it, and they'll take strong control of the first round in OT.
Yeah, and JKS managing to get 2 frags there at long A with 0 teammate help, 0 teammate support, no nades, and about 25 HP. So he did a great job that round. Gets that kill. I mean, he did that with like 20 health. Yeah. So Nifty gets the early spot, the rotate comes, and CLG isn't doing any type of like flank or anything like that. They're usually just 5-manning stuff. So you could over-rotate really, really heavily in Renegades. Nifty goes for the B plat peak, gets punished instantly by Ethan, and they're setting up the B exec right away. It'd be very smart of CLG to slow it down. That's what they do. Look at Renegades rotate. They don't even have anybody at A. They just have all 4 players towards B and drop. The execute stops from CLG. Ustillo gets hit through the smoke. Renegades has almost no nades. This was very nicely played by CLG.
Yeah, Nifty jumping up there and spotting, I think, all 4 of those players out on broken wall approach pretty much sounded the alarms. So if they had gone out onto B, it would have been a tough battle to continue to take control, even with them having the man advantage there. So good for them to now fall back and try to send it over towards A. Obviously, with the slow play, Renegades are going to start to move some of their own players back in that direction, but at the moment, it's really only one. CLG still has the element of surprise as long as those smokes remain up on the broken wall, and Renegades themselves do not decide to push into that to check it. And that seems to be a pretty lengthy process. The smoke should already be gone over there on the platform itself, and they can start to push in and confirm this. But at the moment, still only 1 in A as they are executing out through long. It's going to be JKS, however, and he's been great in these pressure situations. Finding 1 kill, next player's already heavily lit, sprays into a 3rd as he takes down Kusta. And now it's just on Cutler and FNS, but the Cavalry's here. Doesn't even need to be there, though, as JKS ends up with a 4K. And finally, Nexa rolls in to take the 5th.
Just an animal over at A. Saves that round by himself. Just by himself. But I mean, this kill onto Ethan, 3 more kills after this. He was the only player at A. Only player close to him was all the way like deep in drop. So his rotate was very slow. You know, especially because they're coming out from long. I mean, JKS just putting the team on his back right here.
Yeah, now CLG, obviously the 10K is going to bring you far, but it's not going to bring you super far into the 3rd round if you lose out the first 2. So while CLG will be able to buy into this one, it is just going to be AKs and armor, essentially 0 utility besides 1 smoke, which they've already used here to try and give themselves a bit more clearance to push out onto the platform at B. Molotov from the CTs almost immediately counters that. What's even worse is in the last moment there, it spreads to Ethan, so he's going to end up down at 33 HP within these first couple seconds in the round. Now the Renegades have nothing to worry about currently. Even with that, however, they've still got a constant 3-stack on B. A 4th can be there in maybe 5 seconds or less as JKS is holding the door on A. Nifty's out aggressively at long in the event that they would push that, so he's going to be a bit more lengthy of a rotate. But if we see CLG giving up this B push again and try to send it to the other site, he'll act as an early warning, and they'll be able to read into that much better, not have to rely on JKS getting a massive 4K to pick up the round for them, as they saw in the last round. Azar, though, does see the 2 players going into drop, so will not challenge that at all. Just goes directly back to the rock position and looks to make sure that they don't swing out the window instead. Cutler, though, goes for that first kill. He'll get it. Tries to follow it through the second. Unsuccessful, but Ricky now capitalizing on it, and FNS taking down the player further into the site. That's Ustillo going down. JKS is here, though, and he still wants to battle for this one. Last round of the overall half here in OT, so they're definitely going to make an attempt at it, but it could be rough considering the fact that CLG, right from the get-go, got into their solid post-plan positions as Molotov. While it is going to force FNS back, it's not going to force him into the open where Renegades can really punish his position. They still have another player to worry about in the drop room too. That's what they're flashing out for right now. And as they start to push up, nicely found by JKS, immediately dispatches at this player, looking for the head of Ethan, and he's going to get it as well. Just 1 more to go, and it's an easy closeout for Nifty. Time will be a bit close here, but they should definitely get it, and the Renegades ace out the first half of OT, going 3-0.
Yeah, and that 2v3 Renegades should not have won. The drop player commits way too early. You want to just your presence of being alive is enough to really win the round. JKS, it's an insane shot on him. Waits at the perfect moment for Nifty to pop up, and basically, you know, was so ready for him, almost pre-fires him there. And then all of a sudden at the end of the round, FNS has to watch his back at square. That player wrapping him, and then that player rock is just, you know, pushing him and gets that kill. So really poorly played, to be honest, in that 3v2, especially by the drop player. That player just needs to stay alive. Your entire goal is you should never, if you're the drop player in that 3v2, you never give him a clean battle. Your entire goal there is just to shoot people in the back and secure the round. With him dying, all of a sudden it makes it very manageable for Renegades.
So that has put Renegades, or excuse me, that has put CLG up against the wall here now, and they can't lose any rounds. They have to try and take this 3 straight themselves and be able to send this into a double OT. Renegades only needing 1 to close out. Let's take a look at what their opening strat is going to be, as now they're back onto the T side here with a switching halves, and they do go once again just right back into a default opener, as we were seeing a lot of back in the first half for them. Splitting their players up, probably going to wait down the timer quite a bit before they even do anything as well. And CLG, similar play style, as they've just put 3 on B and 2 pushing out towards long A. Like I said before, not going to be seeing a whole lot of action within the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round here. Nobody trying to play up very hyper-aggressively. Cutler does have an advanced position on A long where he could try to creep outside, but it's way too risky to do that, especially considering that they are now up against map point here, and they're more than likely, based on the regulation play, going to have a player watching for that type of push. Same situation over on that B site too. Nobody wanting to play close to Broken Wall and risk their life in that respect. Both of the dedicated B defenders are going to be sitting safely back by Chicken Coop and behind the statue, where they can take their battles should they push out on the platform at range, and that is more than likely going to be where the Renegades will send their hit towards, as they've already gotten drop control. Much like many of Regulations rounds here, they didn't really have to fight too much for it. They do smoke off the other path here, the CTs I should say, do smoke it off to try and delay slightly. But now we have time getting low, so the Renegades do, really need to move back in. Good timing on a molly, but I think it actually still goes into a smoke there that was deployed, so that's going to go away. CLG, though, shutting out the platform push with their own Molotov. Ricky and Ethan getting the first 2 kills with essentially 0 response. Drop pressure has been handled. More going to try to funnel out through Broken Wall now, but they've only got 10 seconds to get the bomb on the ground. Pretty much everybody from CLG is here defending it. Finally, a trade from Ustillo, but it doesn't even matter here now, as the Renegades are going to get pushed back. They should be able to save. You still's got to be careful, though. Dying out here, yeah, is not going to be something that he wants to have to deal with in OT, and Ricky does hit it.
Him through the wall.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, the take just took so long to happen. The molly, was that Renegade's molly?
No, I think that was CLG's.
Well, regardless, I mean, they threw 2 mollies. I know Ethan's missed in drop room. 2 mollies came out where they were trying to execute with about 25 seconds left. So
yeah, they were just super quiet the whole time.
Yep.
It didn't really force any utility out from CLG, so they should have had pretty much everything ready for that push.
Yeah, so pause comes out. Renegade only needing 1 round here. We'll see. They have the double up setup now for Kusta and Ricky. Ricky played that very well, by the way. He gets the kill. He just didn't even face after that. Just stayed behind the statue the entire time. They couldn't, push him because they didn't have the smokes down anywhere. So if they start pushing them, they have to worry about getting shot in their side and also looking forward towards Ricky. It's just like a terrible situation to be in. You see Kusta with 11 sniper kills and 1 pistol kill.
Yeah. As he is pushing himself up past 30 now. 96 ADR to play with there too, but it does look like we're on pause, guys, so getting back into it here now, we can see the unfortunate effects of Ustillo's death is now that he only has $700 after he buys into this round, so he's definitely going to be suffering from the consequences of the 3rd round, or the first 2 consecutive losses that tends to happen here. Normally it doesn't affect the T's so much, and they could have the buy that CLG had ending out the last half, where they'll just have AKs but no utility, but now Ustillo is going to end up more than likely with just like an upgraded pistol or a UMP with nothing else to show for it. We do see the Renegades starting to push in much, much earlier this time. They do not want to make that same mistake as the first round here, where they don't have any control, they don't force out any utility, and they just get completely countered because of it when they try to execute with very little time on the clock, but still not wanting to use a lot of utility to get this early control. Kusta lines up his first shot. There is a trade from Nifty onto FNS, and now the last 2 A defenders are going to be funneled into a very similar area here. We can see Nexit slowly trying to creep back up, but even there, the Renegades are a bit suspenseful about this one, as now they fall back, they give up their control, they swing over in the other direction here towards B, where we've already got 1 lining up to move in towards drop. The problem is, though, is that with no pressure in the B site, you do have an opper posted up, and unless they want to use one of their flashbangs out here, this could just be another op lineup like we had from Kusta about 30 seconds ago here. Out come the nades. The flashbang does end up hitting onto Ricky there, so he's going to get flung back over to Chicken Coop. They've solved that problem at the very least. Now the execute has to be successful. And they do start to move in. Azure specifically gets free drop control, even safely moves his way out through the window there without being spotted, but Cutler, he's taking down Nexa. They know this is a ruse now, so they can start to rotate back in. Ricky finding Nifty. Azure moving into execute, but he can only get 1 himself. Now this goes to a 3v1. JKS trying to pull off a miracle here, but again, much like the last round, time is low. They have not made any progress at all with the time they were given, and when he does peek out, Ricky just goes out himself and destroys him.
Yeah, and Ricky playing that very, very well at B again. But Azure had a great opportunity to win that round. He thought that he was hurt in drop, and that's why he didn't just flank those 2 players at B. But had he just went and flanked, Ethan and Ricky had no idea he was there. So he would have won that round clean. He heard the player rotate from connector side to E-box, and he dropped at that moment, flanked connector, and was in a great position to just win the round, but was just too passive about it.
Well, now we go into the 3rd round here, where the Renegades are still going to have a chance to close out on the map, but it's going to be with a much lessened buy. 2 UMPs, a Tech 9 on Ustillo because of what happened in the first round. Azure and Nifty do go for the AKs with no utilities. They have a little bit of extra firepower on the rifles, but they are basically just going to force the issue, and Cutler had himself a great lineup and a lot of time to pick up frags too, but he goes down first, only bringing Usilid down 7 to show for it. Kusta trading, but then re-peeks into his own death there. FNS trying to hold, finishes off the job against Usilid, and then finds Nexa too. That's the bomb going down. Still winnable, however, for the Renegades, but now they also have to battle back for bomb control. Nifty's going to sneak back into the shed, but changes his mind at the last moment here. As he moves out, he could actually find FNS swinging around the corner. He's prepped for it, goes for it, the flashbang hits, but where's the spray coming from on Nifty? He gets that kill, but an instant trade from Ethan. And now JKS is set against a 1v2. The good news for him, he's got all the time in the world to play with. The bad news is there's a flank that's going to be hitting his back in about 10 to 15 seconds. As Ricky is sneaking up, JKS is going to move over to check for it, however, but it's an op. Open in this range. He caught it without the gun out on the first peek, but Ricky is able to get behind coverage, pull out his own up, and then re-peek to close that one out. So we tie 18-18 and now go to double OT.
And it was just the quick rotate from FNS and Ethan. Ethan above him in heaven, or, you know, in the hell area. FNS below him. Allows them to get those 2 kills while they're crossing APC. They need a flashbang to really pop there and give them the advantage so that they can get those kills and cross and plant the bomb. But without that type of coordination, you know, that's the result that you can expect.
Yeah, so costing the Renegades their victory there, as they had all 3 rounds to close out but are unable to do it. So we reset and we'll play out another sequence of 6 rounds here. I think it's going to be 22 now as the number to win it out and 21 to tie it. So just waiting for the players to ready up again, and then we'll jump back into it. Same situation, just going to be sticking with the sides that we played in the second half this time. Renegades will just continue to play off on T side, and CLG will get to stick to CT side.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just went 3-0 on the CT side there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was looking good for Renegades on that last round, just kind of brute forcing up middle, but again, there's not much lurkage going on with either team. It's usually just like 5-manning it. And the rotates are just coming so fast and nobody's around to punish it or anything. And, you know, you don't have to worry about that on CT side. And you can just focus on that one, just rotating and killing those guys, you know, running up towards A, never having to worry about your back. It makes the game a lot easier.
Ethan, actually Nifty catches the first kill here against Ricky, who pushes himself back up. I thought it was going to be Ethan first contact, but no. It's Ricky that tries to go really aggressively up on the broken wall and just immediately gets taken out by Nifty. So we're looking at early advantage to the Renegades. Not going to be following through with their execute just yet, but CLG now getting more curious about the A play. Cutler sneaking down through suicide just to make sure that there's no additional pressure in mid connector before they allow for Kusta to fully rotate back off and add himself to the B defense, which I'll have to do now. The Renegades are getting prepped to push back into here. And they'll just go for the really early execute out onto B. Smokes, however, will delay this for a few extra seconds and allow Cutler, hopefully, to join the fray as well. They've definitely read into this. They know what's happening. Cutler didn't try to go for the lurk on the flank, though. Instead, just going to end up assisting probably from outside of drop or something like that and rotating in a little bit late here. So he even just goes back fully into the A bomb site, which I'll need to cancel that in just a moment here. Since now we see the full broken wall push coming out from all 5 on the Renegades here. They're not going to find a whole lot resisting them initially, but Ethan does have this boost up. I think he's going for it late, however, and it works out first off, catching that kill, some damage on the Nifty before diving back down behind his own side of the smoke wall. And now with the T's having control, Molly does get whiffed first off there, but in pushing in, they're able to make up for that with a kill against Ethan here. Kusta looking for some responses, but just not able to find anything, and FNS cannot safely push past that sidewalk just yet, nor is anyone from the Renegades peeking into it. So instead, he takes the long path swinging, catching a first kill, missing the guy in Chicken Coop, but 2 more kills responded back to. It's up to Nifty now as this is brought to a 1v1. And it's patiently behind the box here, but oh, what? Kusta just takes him down through the box, and it's a headshot as well to clutch it out for CLG.
Yeah, that was Kusta's only hope, was to just shoot him in the head through the box. If he would have, you know, just not headshot him, probably going to take 3 hits, most likely, because by hitting the arm a couple times. Only hope to win the round, and he somehow does it.
And here we go. We'll see it from his perspective now as he takes the shot.
He's on the gear.
Pretty much. Locks on to another round for CLG as they're going to take...
That was 3v5 post-plant. 3v5 post-plant at B. You almost never see that happen. Ricky just running around, getting super aggressive. I believe he got punished for it last round. Nifty killed him at B. This time running over towards A, getting JKS at the start of the round. Now Nexa working out B plat. Not sure if I agree with this.
Yeah, Kusta's going to be able to punish that pretty easily.
Because, I mean, it's 4v5. You have the advantage. Why? Or, sorry. I mean, I know.
You're already disadvantaged.
Yeah. And I just don't think that's the way to, like, even it up when you're fighting 1v1 with an op, essentially, because you know they're in a double op setup.
So now Renegades are trying to take some late control of drop here to springboard this into something. But overall, defenses are still set all across the map here. And with it being a 3v5, CLG don't even have to worry about the rotates too much, as the players on B should just be able to single-handedly manage the situation now.
If he was going up against a rifler, you know, I could understand doing that. And in overtime, you don't get nearly as punished for plays like that. In regulation, the reason it's a lot of the time really bad to do things like that is because you do it, but then a lot of the time you end up losing rounds like really badly and just building that CT economy a lot when you keep going for one-for-one battles like that in order to like even it up.
Yeah, this is just getting punished and shut down pretty quickly. Set match for CLG as they do pick up the second round here in double OT now. Push themselves up to 20 with a good odds to close out on the third one as well. Renegades, though, much better buy than we saw at the end of the last half OT for them. They are at the very least going to have a little bit more utility this time to play with, but still going to be working on reduced buys for at least 2 of their players.
Kusa just having a ridiculous game.
What's he up to? He's almost 40 now.
Yeah, 38 and 20.
And not far behind them is Ricky, 36 and 25.
It's like the stats I have when I matchmake. Road to Global with DMG.
So Renegades go for really quick control of drop here now. Taking a lot of damage from nades in the process, though. You can see Azur and Nifty. Nifty lost 80 of his health. Azur losing a little over half. JKS even taking a chip off him as well on a 78. And Ethan knows he's in there as he just spotted the shoulder peek a second ago. So you have to wonder what's the overall game plan here now for the Renegades. Sending their guys back. And probably making a decision if they want to drop split this or just go forward into another V hit. V hits obviously haven't been successful too much. So maybe just take a chance on the A swing, especially with Nifty finding an open door policy here outside of the window. It seems open anyway. That's until FNS rotates in, but he's only good for 1 kill. Ethan gonna have to add himself to it, and he does get the bomb. There's another guy still stuck over here inside of the site connector, but he's more worried of a guy from A pushing into him and killing him before he can take back after Ethan there. And I'm not sure if Ethan just decided not to defend the bomb or thought he could hold it from further back until he saw the smoke. Regardless, though, the guys pushing into A are not getting much done either. Kusta is unstoppable right now, at least until Azur swings out and gets a second one, so we may not be done just yet. He's up to 3. He'll have to ace it to clutch and goes for the plant a little bit further back instead of the usual default spot. Molotov going into the door should delay things a little bit further, giving him time to reload and get set up a tad more. He's actually going to be a bit more aggressive about this, too. Firing off the shot as he does fall down. And Azur swinging out, lines one up, tries to go for the second, but thankfully Ethan repeaks just in the nick of time before Azur can transfer that spray. And indeed, CLG will still close out in the last round of double OT, our first half of it, as they push on 21 and will now have 3 map points to close out.
Yeah, I mean, they had that opportunity. Well, Renegades had the opportunity last time. And it's just been overtime, 9 CT rounds between the teams and 0 T rounds so far. 4v1 there for Azur, gets down to a 1v1, and CLG kind of giving him that opportunity, right? Kusa getting a bit too aggressive after those kills, and Cutler just kind of, for whatever reason, kind of failing the spray a little bit when he knew exactly where Azur was. So, but yeah, CLG, they just need 1 round. Kind of expect them to get it here. You'd think one of these guys would be able to get a T round.
Yeah, you would think. It's Kusta indeed to just push on 40 up that last round too. Still under 100 ADR, interestingly enough. But yeah, the frag count pretty much tells the whole story with him. 40 and 21. Ricky probably, I think, still
like
down.
Your favorite player.
What?
Kusta's like your favorite. He's your guy.
He's my favorite player when he was doing some stuff at the beginning of 2016 too, but then went away. So it's exciting to see him back now.
Simple.
After he recovered from the PTSD or whatever happened to Liquid there.
He's still recovering.
Yeah. Seems like he's back on the winning train now, though. So I guess CLG's my new hype team.
Post-traumatic simple disorder. Still recovering.
You never know, man. You just got to get him against Navi and see how he plays, and that will tell us a lot more.
Give me up.
So CLG, like we said before, just needing one of these 3 rounds to close out.
There was a CSGO update, actually.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Was it anything good, or was it just like...
I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out. Just waiting to see what CLG are going to do. Is both these teams have had very similar T and CT sides for the most part. CLG doing this default just like Renegades were doing, and Renegades into the same like 3-2 split that we were seeing all the time from CLG. I think CLG was a little bit more prone to rotate on their CT sides comparatively to the Renegades, but that was really the only notable difference.
I hope they go B here. I mean, that was their best chances to win the rounds in overtime. JKS was just slaughtering them at A.
It does seem like they're going to try to start at least with drop control here. Platform play, as always, seems to be coming in a little bit late for both of these squads here, but Kusta singing that shot on Ustillo should definitely initiate it, especially since it's Ustillo too, because he was the problem player for a lot of them on platform there. So now they know it's just Nifty sitting out here. They can handle him pretty easily. Azza rotating back in though. Ricky swings out into the open, and Azza are going to go hunting for more. Dinks another player down to 14 HP, but is then knocked out. So it's just 2 left alive here for the Renegades trying to rotate in from the other bomb site. Nexa and JKS pushing into it here now, and Nexa going to be first up, but oh, okay. Kusta hits the shot, but it's only a leg, and Nexa instantly, upon hitting the ground, headshots Kusta out. So 2v3, still a chance at this one. The problem is Nexa can't really get that crazy anymore, though. He doesn't have the health pool to play with it. 1 stray bullet, and he's dead on the ground. JKS going to have to take charge for his teammates as they do start to move back in, and Nexa going to be as sneaky as he can, but they don't have the time to do this. They need to start this retake right now. Otherwise, they're not even going to get close to winning this one out, and indeed, it'll be CLG that take control of the map in double OT, a 4-0 record upon it. Finally, 1 T round is won, and upon that, we will see a victor claimed. It's CLG that take the first map here on Cobblestone and start the night off 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Kusta, Ricky, both guys had pretty fantastic games. But CLG, I think they were the better team. I think they should have won that in regulation, actually.
Yeah.
You know, just those mistakes coming back to you know, make the game a lot longer than it should have been, to be honest. I think CLG should have won like maybe 16-9, 16-10. But that's been the issue that they have had for a while now, is just losing these rounds that they just have no business losing. And if they could, you know, quit that, they would just be so much better, just so much improved.
Yeah. Well, let's bring the analysts into the discussion now and get their thoughts, of course, on this first map. Guys, overall here, a little bit sloppy overall from CLG, but still coming out on top at the end.
Definitely a neck-and-neck battle there all the way through to the end. And, you know, Sam might be right in saying that maybe they should have closed it out in the regulation.
Yeah, and again, honestly, I think it wasn't necessarily the best level of play from neither of the teams that we've seen. I think we saw a lot of mistakes, and predominantly on the CT side, which is kind of weird given how, you know, everything played out in OT with both teams pretty much only getting stuff done on the CT side. But CLG, they, you know, started off great, win the pistol in the first half, then obviously followed that up by losing to the 4 spy coming out from RNG. And it's those kind of rounds that Dave's just talking about when he has to, and when he's mentioning the fact that CLG kind of needs to clean up their act in certain aspects of the game, and everything would be so much easier for them. So overall, yeah, I would say CLG played better, but still it wasn't great display of Counter-Strike really from either team.
But in terms of individual skills, right? Because we talked about several different names before we led into this match. I mean, some of the names that stick out, obviously, you've got Kusta and Ricky, right? Yeah. They do monstrous work over on their side. You can point out JKS also having a savage game himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, JKS for the better part of the first half I thought was fairly lackluster, but once he gets on that CT side, you see him pretty much dominate that A bomb site and shut down that entire area for you know, CLG's hopes and dreams. You know, that's good to see. Obviously, you would have liked to see him do more on the T sides really for Renegades, because they were, you know, not necessarily getting a whole lot done there. Yeah, even though CLG gave them tons of opportunities.
Well, let's look at CLG giving them one of these opportunities. Let's look at round number 8 right now. We got to load it up for you guys.
So this is one of the classics. Obviously, a minimal investment coming in from the Renegade side, and this is something Renegade never ever should do. You know, given how this played out, you know the money situation of Renegades, you know they are not going to be able to buy up anything at all. So there's no reason for you to ever pull out nades when you're holding an angle like that. It allows for basically Renegades to get down by broken wall without Ricky firing a shot off, which again puts Nate in or Ethan in an impossible situation where he has to cover so many different angles, and it ends up costing them the round. Like Kusa tries the best he can, getting a double heroic double kill to kind of make it back, but Nick's just going to find him eventually. But stuff like that is not supposed to happen. And again, instead of that being the round that takes you, basically creates that tiny bit of space between your opponent, you give them a swing round back in their favor. They automatically just get into buying weapons with having their economy built up and so on, to the point where it's just, you're making it unnecessarily hard.
It's cool to see Kusta. I mean, we've talked about him in his form with Enemy, not so much as with Liquid, but now here with CLG, it's cool to see him kind of find that comfort zone again where he's okay with taking risk. We saw the round where he shot through the box. The play he had to make,
Yeah, and he had it multiple times as well. Already early on in the first half, and I think it was round 5 or 6, he kind of gets stuck at the back of a bomb site. Cutler goes down. It's kind of him versus the world. Still ends up finding 3 frags somehow, just out of the blue. He had tons of rounds like that, really, throughout the entire game that just saves CLG's bacon. So, and again, that's kind of one of the reasons why you talk about how CLG nor Renegades necessarily had the best performance as a team in terms of what they were able to show on the map. But CLG still deserved to win simply because, Kusta and Ricky as well, kind of just dominates with those kind of plays here and there.
Definitely putting up the numbers. Now, we're leaving Cobble. We're going to go to Train.
Yeah.
Is this the same similar bout we're going to have in Train?
I would expect it to be a fairly contested map, definitely so. But obviously, Renegades have had pretty good history of this, in the near future or recent future leading up to this map. One question mark, obviously, is how is Nifty and Nexa actually going to be on Train as well, and whether or not Nifty's going to be able to have the same kind of impact with the op as he would, back in Selfless, or if he's even going to, pull up the op, because we've seen for the time where they didn't, or where Renegades were playing with a stand-in, they didn't necessarily go to an op all that much when they were having Uber play for them, because he's not an opper either. So, with the success they found without having a sniper rifle on Train, is that something that they're going to, bring forward going into this? It's going to be cool to see.
Well, we did have a game update. I'm not sure if that puts us back a little bit, but we are going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to Train between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Renegades. Counterlogic Gaming got a lot to lose now, so they better bring it home.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
And we're back. It's time for the second matchup here of Counter Logic Gaming and Renegades. We're going into Train. It should be a doozy. And there's a lot on the line here for Counter Logic Gaming as we do move forward into this match right now. Vendetta, what are we looking at here?
I mean, for CLG, it's the potential to get into top 6, breaking out of that 11-win club, kind of solidifying themselves as an independent playoff contender in many ways, because right behind them there's a buttload of other teams fighting for that last spot. So yeah, no, it's a ton on the line, and it's not going to be an easy task either because they're playing on Train, and that's a very good map for Renegades.
Well, right now Renegades, though, with the 2 new roster additions, or I guess I should say the roster change-ups.
Yeah,
because at this point, who knows what's going on in NA with rosters, but. How much of a setback is that going to be for this Renegades lineup?
Honestly, very curious to see how it's going to pan out, because one of the difference they have now compared to what they did during basically their surge of games, which quite a few of them were on train, is the fact that now they actually have an opera that they could go to in Nifty. They didn't have that luxury when they were playing with Uber, but still they were able to find ways to win on a map that normally would have or would see quite a bit of ops. Whether or not they're going to feel confident about how they approach things without the op in hand or not, that remains to be seen. But I think Renegades still should have a pretty good idea of what they're doing, or how they want to approach this, even if they have 2 new members.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some Stromberg strategies with the Renegades over on Train. Whoops.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I'm okay. Just enjoying the nice sunny weather here in the studio. We're going to take a look at Stromberg strategies. We're going to take a look at JKS, a gander at him on how a lot of speculation. You're playing SK on Train. This is a very scary map to play SK on, but you know what? JKS, he's playing very smart. He's playing very slow and patient. He's let the kills come to him. You see right here, he's a man that changes up his spots a lot. He'll take a shot. He'll let the opponent know he's there, and then he mixes up. He falls back. He's always changing up positions. So if you want to learn new positions and new ways to attack angles, watch this guy. He's very talented, very powerful. As he picks off helps right off the bat, just holding up. He could rifle in up too, guys. So it's he is a complete package. And now he takes a shot Z. He repositions himself behind the bomb train. Okay, taking the long range. He has advantage with an up. Gets smoked off. His teammate dies Ivy. Gonna try to get information. Okay, nothing there. Let's reposition again, guys. I'm gonna go behind old bomb train. He alerts his teammates. He's waiting for his teammates. He's not trying to make too many big moves as he picks off Fallen. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. And at this point, it's smart of him not to keep repositioning himself, because again, too much is never a good thing. So he's gonna wait it out. Play the bomb, because in 2-on-2 situation, as a CT, they have to plant the bomb if they don't come after you. And so once they plant the bomb, you know at least one person is in the bomb site. And having the information on one person is a huge factor. As you see, he's going to just hang around this area, still being patient, still not making noise. He hasn't unscoped, so they don't hear it. He gets fur in the back, and Cold Zero knows where he is. He's being a little impatient here. Try to get the kill. Doesn't work out. JKS just showing why Renegades is still even relevant in a way where him and Ustillo, I can't knock everyone else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are there. Hopefully you do well. They're almost above the mid pack, but we'll see how that goes in the rest of the season. Back to you guys.
An absolute weird one to kind of review, obviously, because there's
2 different players,
2 different players completely in the fold. But going into Train, give me a quick prediction.
Honestly, I'm gonna side with Renegades. I think they had the base of I guess their most important players from their good streak of games on Train still remains, and I think Nifty is also going to be a nice addition to that. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the Australians, or well, used to be Australians at least.
Well, in honor of Eric DeBear Stromberg Day, that is April 20th. I'm going to bring in the commentators, the Blaze combo. What are we guys thinking? What are we feeling on Train here, given all the circumstances?
Go ahead, Blue.
Oh, all right.
I want to hear this analysis.
No. I still think, I mean, Sam said it as well, but I still think CLG has the better package overall here when it comes to players, and we saw it kind of in the gun rounds there.
No, I think Renegades has better individual players.
Okay.
Thrown right under the bus.
Just
wow.
Right. I'll just shut up now.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You guys can just take it from here and deal with your inner turmoil. We'll just get out of the equation.
All right, yeah. Thank you very much. And it is going to be Train for our second map here now. So predictions from you. Is this one where you see the Renegades bounce back to trading, or?
I thought Renegades would split this series, and I mean, I think regardless, it's going to be a very close game.
Yeah, as we saw in the last one.
Yeah, but Nifty, just his op presence was pretty non-existent. Let's be real, he didn't do too much, and Kusta and Ricky were pretty dominant, right? And I mean, Train could be a very op-heavy map, could really be the difference maker. So even though I did earlier pick Renegades, I mean, if Nifty's not going to make an impact like that, and he's not going to stop Kusta, and Ricky from really being aggressive and picking off his riflers and whatnot, I'm going to go CLG.
All right, well, it is looking like the players are ready, folks, so let's jump into the map now and take a look at who indeed is going to hold themselves to the better standard here to push themselves, hopefully for CLG into a 2-0, and for the Renegades wanting to split these maps here to keep it competitive with their end-of-season rating here. But getting into the first round now, CLG are going to send most of their players just directly up into the white halls here, and now splitting them after that. We'll probably see them more than likely actually.
Well, it's a retake strat for Renegades at B. So if they do take B, they should at least get the bomb down. FNS is going to have the post-plant molly. Nexa is going to have the post-plant smoke for the bomb. So this is a very standard round. Each team should know what to do in these situations.
As they do move in, unfortunately, Nexus not able to get much done from this far back spot over here. Just hoping he can pick up a couple heads as they are continuing to push forward to take more control here. But for the most part, CLG continue forward uninhibited until up until this point. When Azur picks up that first kill, he'll go for more, though, and getting greedy. Ethan trades it back out. Nexus still got one more to offer, and in fact, now it's favor for the Renegades. They need to take a seat back here for a second. FNS still has that molly. They can delay here, and they are continuing to frag back out, but Cutler runs into his own death at the very end of it, and now it's left to FNS to try and get a good timing on this Molotov toss. He'll go for it here, but they've got a smoke to counter it back, and they can hop onto the bomb. FNS is going to have to roll back in and stop the defuse. I don't even know if he realized it, however, and he's not going to be able to get that damage done. He even goes down at the end of the round, and Renegades close out on the pistol.
Yeah, and CLG getting very aggressive around, you know, off that Z-smoke, but the Z-smoke was like really late. They go down first and then they deploy it, but they're not able to kill these players just in the back lanes or anything like that. So Renegades could just slowly, you know, pick them off, kill these players that are on the sidewalk. There's like 3 players for CLG just pushed up aggro on that sidewalk, and, you know, it's just a frag or die situation, right?
Yeah. Well, now CLG having to go for just upgraded pistols here since they did get the plant. Not adding a smoke or anything into just what would normally be like an all-in push to try and get the second plant. But yeah, for the most part, Renegades will continue to get aggressive. They'll stop any chance of that plant from happening by just completely shutting down their entire push. And they would almost entirely clean. They only lose Azur along the way. Besides that, there's basically nothing done by CLG in that round at all.
Yeah, and they don't give them room to work with. They don't let them just sit back and relax and try to deke them from long range or anything like that. They get a guy into ladder. They get a nice, really nice push onto Ivy. You're not really expecting that on those anti-ecos at all. Or excuse me, on your ecos. So now they do get the AKs though, but they didn't damage their economy very much. So we're going to see, it looks like just a default here. 3 towards White Halls, 1 watching T mid, and 1 watching Ivy push. Oh, I think it's 4 towards White Walls actually.
As everybody from CLG in those White House positions are going to be lining up back in the box halls now to probably, at the very least, try to toss in a few flashbangs into the site. Not sure if we're going to see them follow through with it just yet, but it would be very unlikely of them to actually go back and try to do like a 4-man play inside of the ladder room, so more than likely will indeed find itself to be a B hit. We even have Ricky falling back from Ivy now to probably regroup with these players. A minute and 15 left, so they can sort of wait a few extra seconds for him to get into a better spot. They are going to have to be cautious, though, as not only is it Nexa here anymore, but on the other side of the spindle, JKS is holding, and as they go down the ladder side, he'll pick one up there. He has pinched himself, but the player up on top, Kusta, he's not doing anything about JKS at all. He's able to just swing back in, pick up an additional kill, and when Kusta finally does peek, Nexa is still alive, and he's going to be a problem for this player. So now Ricky, who was supposed to flank out through the ladder room and kill additional players in Z, is now left alone in a 1v4, and this is essentially impossible. So Renegades should be following through with an easy 3rd round.
Yeah, they do the double interplay. Rotator comes, he's back bomb, gets the first player upper, and then just hides JKS in a nice spot in front of Spindle. Just turns around, gets a freebie, gets that AK, gets the 2nd kill. So another nice hold from JKS. And I'm telling you, man, JKS is a beast.
Yes, he is. He's going to be able to secure Renegades. Their first real gun round here. Ricky really hunting for that head on Nexa. It took him a moment, but he does get the kill. However, now they know he's re-executed out, and then peeking needs to kind of go down before the timer goes away, and Azur will be the one to oblige upon that. He gets the final kill, and the Renegades secure their 3rd round, putting CLG onto what is for the most part going to be just an upgraded pistol round.
So Deagles again for CLG, 3 of them this time with a couple P250s. No, 2 of them, sorry. We'll see if they, Renegade still gets aggro, doesn't give them any space to work with. They do have the ump on Nifty.
And besides the early push into like T-Con and whatnot, CLG are just really not going to be able to get a whole lot done in these first couple seconds. Even better for Renegades is that Yustilo pushes right back up, finds that big stack of players. Pretty sure he should have been able to spot the bomb in this play too, so they know that that's going to end up getting tossed back a little bit further, so they can try to get it out of this kind of hot spot that Yustilo is looking to hold. Sees them crossing, knows they're going to retreat out of here, and can change up his position accordingly. And even so, still able to challenge players like Ethan as they're trying to fall back, just not giving CLG any room to breathe at all on these eco rounds. Nifty with a nice pickup. Trying to line up an additional one here against Kusta. Also has an up to play with and decides to go with that, but now Kusta's got a Deagle in hand. He's going to be able to pick one up. So will Ricky with his P250. Yustilo, however, trades onto Ricky and leaves just Kusta as the last man standing here with a 1v3. And again, the Renegades remaining strong, aggressive, but it works out for them as CLG don't even have time to think, let alone execute a strategy on these eco rounds, and for the most part just get completely destroyed.
Yeah, and I think against eco rounds like that, especially on train, I think the best thing to do is actually make sure everybody has an HE grenade. You don't necessarily use it at the start of the round, but so when you deagle T-mid, what do? You literally just sit there and you jiggle peek for like 8 hours. Like, that's all you do. You just sit there and jiggle peek and hope somebody goes into your crosshair. But you're just in a completely nadeable spot that entire time. So, you know, and you could apply that same thing on a lot of different maps. Skusta goes for a pick. So if you're going up against deagles on cache, you could have your highway player and your mid player both have HE grenades, and most likely the deaglers, you know, there's going to be somebody boosted, right, with a deagle. And it's just like, you nade them for like 80 damage, you know?
Well, it's going to be a two-man play from the Renegades this time inside of ladder room here. Azur being the point man to watch out for the ladder itself, and Yustilo, I believe, holding it just outside there. And, well, they know where Cutler's at. He's been spraying into that position for far too long now. Azur, Azur just getting kills left and right here, it seems, or just getting damage off at the very least. Only one kill so far, but he pretty much killed Cutler as well, bringing him down to 22 HP. Did lose Yustilo, so he's got to be a little bit careful about that. But thankfully, Nifty's still outside. He sees this barrel, so can just play nice and patiently against Kusta here to try and find him out. And there you go. As soon as Kusta tries to fall back, Nifty gets the flick, taking him back out. And advantage restored to the Renegades as they continue to hold strong on outside. Now Cutler's going to try to drop back down, but okay, just doesn't even try to go fast at it.
Great job, Cutler.
Just slowly crawls down and into his own death.
How to not challenge ladder room 101 this round.
Nifty's going to get Ricky, and now it's just FNS in a 1v4. Sneaks in, should be able to get the nice little casual one-tap there, but it's in attempting to go for the second kill. Next, he's going to put him back down to the ground, and Renegades continue to hold strong here. 5-0, and I believe a very much needed pause is going to be coming in from CLG, as there seems to be a pretty large disconnect as to their T side so far.
And Renegades just winning that third round when, you know, COG has those AK buys, winning, and in that round, COG just looked like lost. I mean, that just was not a well played. Actually, all the rounds so far haven't really been well played, like positionally speaking, or what they're challenging and how they're even trying to win the rounds. Couple brute forces towards inner. That round more like a default, but challenging ladder like that is just doesn't work, man. You can't challenge that player like that.
With two different players as well. It wasn't one guy doing it.
It's not a T-sided peek at all. Yeah. Like the CT is going to own you every time.
And Cutler does it first, and then the second guy goes in, gets fully killed. Yeah, Ethan goes in, gets fully killed, and then Cutler tries to creep back down. Like 20 seconds later, completely knocked out. So right from the bat, they're working on a 5v3, and then no one else just hits the ground running at all. So pretty quick elimination that time for the Renegades. A few trades here and there, but it matters very little at this point in time. CLG do go on to a half-buy round. Tech 9 armor for the majority of their players. Kusta goes down to a P250 to save up for the op in the next gun round here. And with these half-buys, they're really not going to have much utility going up behind either. It looks like they're going to try to do a little mini run boost over here to try and get a player across safely. There's no op sitting at Ivy currently, so it's not going to be too big of a risk to do that. And the op that is positioned here is a little bit further off the mark with the smoke coming back in. Justillo is going to feel the need to play a bit aggressively at the edge of the smoke, as they're also catching the first kill, but Justillo, the potential to multi-frag, very much alive right now. Goes in, gets that kill, swings back, finds the headshot. He knows the third up top, but no, Ricky is going to be able to get the better of it. They still have Nifty with the op waiting on the outside, however, so he still has to get past that obstacle. Is instead taking a different path and hoping for Kusta to be able to make a bit more of an impact from outside of T-Con here. Has it lined up, takes down Azur, so there's one to chuck away with, but a lot more work to be done, and specifically Ricky has to start it back off here, as Kusta can't do much else with that P250. Nifty already knew where Ricky was playing from, so it's an easy closeout for him, and another 6th round goes up on the board for the Renegades.
Yeah, I really like that play from Justillo. You see he knows the flash is coming, so he goes inside the smoke. They go through the smoke, and then he's almost like a third T. Gets those 2 kills. Had a chance to get the third as well, but, you know, obviously ends up dying to him.
He's got the better of it.
Yeah, but still, I like that play a lot.
Well, back into yet another gun round here for CLG, where for the most part they've fallen flat, trying to bring this even to a few close situations, but for the most part, Renegades have been winning these out with 2 to 4 alive on every single round so far. And we can see Nifty still in a constant position. Now alone, however, I should note more importantly, they did throw an extra player into B early on as this gets traded 1-to-1. Nifty not only has to kind of watch out here and support his teammate back over there at the T-Con, but also watch for Ivy pressure too. CLG, though, for the most part, just making noise over in that direction. And since Justillo was allowed to sort of freely push himself forward inside of T-Con, he gets a really aggressive smoke going into. While it looked like CLG wanted to transfer a few players inside, they can't do that anymore, and it's looking like they're going to send everyone through the white halls to probably try executing down towards inner.
Another reason I like that play, Blue, is that now they have to worry about that every time they work Ivy, you know, that he could be in front of the smoke, that he's, you know, willing to make those plays. And they always have to have somebody like checking that, and that a lot of the time just like disconnects their take as well. But anyways, we are going to see a 4v4 take at inner. JKS, the only one there with a molly and a flashbang.
And the molly's going to go out on a ramp, so restricting the guys from CLG even more so now. But upper pressure is still something they can push out to pretty nicely. JKS, though, in a spot where they're definitely not going to check for Ricky, actually, by circumstance, ends up killing himself. But Kusta hitting a nice shot against JKS through the bomb train. Unfortunately, does have to work the 1v2, which is going to be pretty difficult to do, especially with the time. He's forced into a plan that's going to let Renegades make a lot of forward momentum getting further into the site. Justillo right up on the left now. Kusta should check that position, but actually no, Justillo's already across that blue train gap, so he's just going to walk right up. He may actually just find him easily, and yeah, Kusta's not even going to know how to react to that situation there. Just immediately knocked out by Justillo, and we do see the Renegades closing out again pretty confidently, not even really making the situation close, it seems, as they pick up our 7th round.
That's well played by Nifty and Renegades. Nifty holds the left side, make sure he doesn't go towards oil or anything like that. He's completely stuck. I believe that was Justillo at the end that just kind of, you know, just walks up on him, gets above the train, and it's a pretty easy kill because Kusta has to watch his back as well. So CLG continues to struggle on this T half, and struggle like a lot. Most of these rounds aren't even close.
Now Ricky getting himself out a little bit more aggressive this time. Same with Kusta, but they both have their marks actually, you know, a sudden increase of the pacing, and it's working out well. However, Nexa trading it back, and well, there goes that. As it's down to a 3v2 now. Bomb on the ground. Ricky, though, still sneaking through the short lane. Is able to finally trade it onto Nexa. Azur back into the fray. Outside of the ladder room, though, taking back the kill on FNS, and now just leaving Ricky alive to try and pull off these 2 more kills. Still being a bit sneaky about it. In fact, they don't suspect him. Azur tries to flick onto it as he spots him in the last moment, but doesn't see it. The problem is, though, as Ricky goes up on top of the ladder and opens himself up to JKS.
Yeah, and even though it was 3v5, one of the reasons Ricky was able to get that op kill is probably because they don't expect him to have an op in that situation. You know, after just losing the round, you might not expect that to happen. But 3v5, that player at E-Box, you know, holds really well. JKS closes out the round off that rotate. Now they have the double op set up. JKS and Nifty both opping. We just see Tech9 and Armor come out from CLG with no nades.
Yeah, and they still send the pressure over towards Ivy, but for the most part, this is a pretty light pressure. He's still low. He's going to be able to spot it, deploy the Molotov. They don't seem to care. They're going through it anyway, but it works out because they're also pinching short lane at the same time, taking him down, you know, as a responding to one kill, but then going back out. JKS just trying to look everywhere, it seems, and now next having to get back in. At the very least, if CLG doesn't end up winning this round, they've made it completely messy and are going to bring the money down into a much more manageable position after that. However, Nexa does catch one of the mistakes from CLG there. They're still not paying full attention to the Ivy lane, and that's going to let Nexa move back in, taking down FNS basically for free. Ricky's now set against a 1v2, and then trying to go out. Nexa may actually... No, Nexa is not going to be spotting this, as he's gone back outside of Ivy to regroup with Nifty. Ricky will be given the opportunity. If he's smart about this, he may actually decide to go towards Inner instead and escape these two players from the CT side, as they are both currently coming back in through T-Con at this point. So that's exactly what it appears as though Ricky's going to do. Just sneaking through CT very quietly, and will then go for the plan on the other site.
Yeah, I have no idea what Renegades is doing. I feel like they're like overthinking this round so much.
I think if Nexa stayed in the Ivy lane, he would have just killed Ricky by this point. He might have had to peek out a bit more, but he might have just had him dead to rights. So now the problem is Ricky's going to have all the time in the world to just set up in here, get himself into a really good post plant.
Yeah, they do have a lot of nades though. Like if Nexa can get a smoke on the plant, we'll see. I mean, Ricky doesn't really even plant for himself. Usually in this situation, you put it on the side of the train. I guess his plan is that he's going to walk up from oil and then just look to the right. So this could definitely work.
Yeah, especially if he gets this into two. Especially if they both end up going down a ramp here and they just put it into two isolated 1v1s.
Just somehow knows they're double flanking.
So, pretty well read. There's the first kill. That's the easy one. It's getting the second one that was going to be rough, though, and he overpeaks just a tad too early.
Well, once you're stuck in that oil lane, it's like, how do you get out of there? The guy could just push you. You kind of just are forced to fight, right? So a bit of an odd way to play that round. Almost played out to his favor. He almost had it. CLG does get the bomb down. They get a lot of kills. They're kind of hurting their economy a decent amount. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is 9-0.
Yeah, and it's going to be another pause, more than likely from CLG's players, as they can't continue to have trouble just finding that one play that can really seal the deal here, and at the very least, get them up onto the board. So Renegades continuing to buy into it. It is going to be another full investment, more than likely, I think, from CLG, maybe sacrificing a couple of AKs here or there, bringing them down to UMPs, but they already have 3, now 4 AKs purchased up, and I think the last player can also afford one too. So they are going to go back into it with the full buy here and see if they can make it work again. But nothing really special being deployed here by CLG either. A very one-dimensional T-side in a lot of respects here. And it makes it easy in a lot of ways for the Renegades to punish that and continue to hold advantages, even when it comes down to these closer situations, like 2v1s or 1v2 spots for the most part. It's not really high pressure 2v1s for the Renegades. It does, you know, most of the trades ended up coming in, you know, a couple 1v1 clutches. It's like these are expected results. The upsets that the CLG players are able to pick them up, so the Renegades still able to really control the situation even when it does get slightly out of hand.
Now CLG looks like they're going to opt back for Inner. And JKS has been a beast, so it's going to be a tough task.
There's also 2 players close to Z already, so those can be really fast rotations. The one benefit that CLG may have is that there isn't full attention towards upper. That's changed now, though, as Nifty's rotated back in, as he's going to hold this position. This is the first shot, though, so actually they're going to flood back in. 2-for-1 start. Nifty does get traded, and Kusta finds a second kill from up there. You think he's spotted as they're moving out, so he's going to expect him to cross. However, won't catch him as he's pushing the short lane, looks back to Z, but at the moment can't find him. The rest of his teammates, one is going to be deployed on a flank. That's FNS sneaking over towards Z to catch out the CT defenders, and his second over to his left now. Cutler watching for the short lane pressure. FNS, though, is already inside of Z, getting ready to strike. This could be massive. However, that first kill already dropped to 8 HP, so he's going to hold outside instead. Smokes, Molotovs go in the way, but Azar, great position, is able to move up, and the shot rolls out from the other side, misses. Nexa able to finish off FNS, but Cutler trades again, and now the bomb's down. We're into a 1v1 here. Nexa just goes for it again, though, and finds another player from CLG in the open, where he can finish off the round and continue this streak for the Renegades as they push into double digits. Still not a single round for CLG on the board.
It's so close, though, all these rounds. CLG losing to, you know, Renegades winning, rather, with 1 alive is really hurting their economy. I mean, this isn't out of the realm of possibility that CLG wins this round and maybe ends up winning 3 or 4 in a row. And, you know, ending up in a half that they could, you know, still win the game from. but they need to win like either this round or keep it close and then win the next round and try to make it 10-5 or 11-4. I think 12-3 might be too much to overcome.
Well, Ricky moving up. Nice flashbang. Actually, I think that was a T flash, excuse me. So not a nice flash.
No, it was a CT flash.
Okay.
I believe.
It just didn't. I didn't know who threw it. What's the question?
His teammate. I think they were going to push, and then still hurt him really fast, so he just got in that position.
Well, he's still again waiting behind the server and playing aggressively here, while Nifty also holds the opposition. He's probably going to be forced to move into the smoke at this point. So he'll be a non-factor, but you still got to watch for Yustillo on the other side. Ricky, now Yustillo's been playing around here a lot, and the fact that they don't see him right from the get-go may raise some suspicions to check for this. Ricky moves in, though, and doesn't check for it at all. Nice swing from Yustillo. The spray is just a little bit messy, so FNS is able to trade on that, but still loses 75, basically, of his HP anyway. Now Cutler going to creep up. They have the smokes obscuring the bomb train, and Cutler can walk right in, delete the player up in heaven, but not before he gets a trade onto Ethan there. Brings us into another even 3v3. FNS tries to flank, and Cutler continues to wreak havoc from this bomb train. Gets himself his own second. Another 1v1 that will be placed into after the bomb goes down. But Kusta, they know where he's at, and again, another player caught peeking.
3 1v1s is what the last 3 rounds have come down to. And if CLG would have won, I think any of these, I think Renegades would have been forced to either a save or a very, pretty poor 4-spot round. But instead, Renegades just winning every close round. Next are really showing up. 17-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's usually not the one that's showing up at the end of the round, but he's basically...
Actually, that round was Nifty at the end, but the last round too.
Yeah.
He was the one on top of the train, right?
I think so. It's usually, he's doing the job of like what Kusta was doing in the last map, where he's almost consistently getting like 2 or 3 kills, and if he does get traded out, it's like, okay, he's done his job, so... As his kill total continues to rack up, and he's on the brink of dropping a 20 bomb in the first half. In they go towards drop, and this time it's Azur to hold it. Well, he only gets 1 kill, spots the other 2 before he ends up going down. So this is going to cause probably a halt in CLG for the time being. So as not to make this too obvious about what exactly they're going to be doing. However, that drop there, that play over here inside of the ladder room has spurred on more aggression from Nifty. He's going to peek back out, catches Cutler retreating. That's the bomb as well gone down. Now they've got to send more up to recover it. It's going to be Ethan this time, but it slows them down even more so, and is definitely going to mess up with the overall strat here, as they can no longer safely go back inside of ladder. They just end up retrieving the bomb, and I think all 3 players are going to push towards the back halls, where now you just have Nifty winning with the op this time. He's pushed himself all the way back here. The smoke is covering off the lower portion, but he takes down Ricky, pushing into the box halls. He can safely fall back. Just watch for anyone that would retaliate from ramp. Won't be happening so soon, but at this point, they're down to just 2 players left alive on CLG. And it's going to be rough to make impact here as Yustillo creeping up. He's got to be careful dropping down. Yeah, I think he wanted to try and go for something a bit more fun there, but couldn't do it from that position. 2-for-1 trade at the end. It's the Renegades once more that come out on top. Almost a team ace there. Everybody except for JKS getting a piece of it as they push on 12-0 now.
And this is what you want to see a little bit more of from Nifty, like playing aggressively like this, making it easier on his teammates, not being so passive all the time. And now all of a sudden, like, because of that, they're able to win a round, very clean. And CLG looking rough on train right now. Just cannot close out any of these really important rounds, any of these 1v1s.
Yeah, CLG back into another, for the most part, will turn itself into just another outside play with 4 possibly pushing towards Ivy. That's going to be maybe a little bit too much. The good news is they don't have that 2-stack again over towards Ivy. It's just Yustillo defending it, and not with the off either. Nifty.
Yeah, but Nifty's
close.
He's in a place where he could easily turn around and help him out.
Yustillo taking a lot of damage early on here without really trading it back, but they've got a lot more utility to hold off CLG. Molotov, smokes, they could easily delay this down to below the 1-minute mark if they wanted to. But Yustillo...
It's going to work. It's a good play by him.
He's done this before, though, so they're going to read it.
Yeah, Nifty should have helped, though. I don't know why he's just...
Molly also comes in late, misses the flick, so this is going to let them move in. Thankfully, it's only 1 player. The rest had been held back by the Molotov here, and they now have to try to push past it themselves with their own smoke. Even in deploying that smoke, they're not going to be able to catch the trade. Although I believe it was Nexa that grabbed the kill before. He's back on the other side, spraying into it. Cutler reads into that himself, however, and trades it back out. CLG escaping for the first time in a while, actually having a man advantage to play off of. And Kusta now trying to sneak in from T-Con. No one's really paying attention to that, so he can actually waltz right up, find a free kill onto Nifty. He'll escape with one. Kusta trades it back out. Now, huge advantage to CLG as they've taken full outside control, but at the same time, Renegades are in position to move in for a very fast retake, so they are going to have to be cautious of that. Azur will have to wait out his smoke, but JKS can already start to move in on the old bomb train there. Let's see if he can get himself back into the A site quickly. At the very least get some intel, but he doesn't seem to want to go for it just yet. Neither is Azur. That smoke should be fading away right now. Now he can start his own retake, but I think they may already be aware of his presence or expecting it from that direction considering the smoke. Kusta, he'll have to be careful of that peek, and Kusta goes for it. I think he spotted Azur. Azur unsure of that, so he looks away, and that's what spells his own doom. Now JKS having to pull off the 1v3 clutch. He'll walk right into his death, though, and finally CLG pick up a round here, 12-1.
Yeah, we'll see if Renegades wants to save right now. I assume they would. They have so many rounds on the board. It's just like, hey, let's just play for last round. If we can get 13, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to close this game out. But this is doable for CLG. I mean, 12-3, although it doesn't look great, if you could win the CT pistol and then just, you know, lose rounds in the right way, where you're making them, you know, expend a lot of bodies and lose a lot of economy on the rounds won, like, you could easily come back from this.
You know, CLG even now just going for some interesting upgrades here as Collar going for the SSG buy pickup there. Or the SG, excuse me. As he's going to be looking to catch out some interesting aggression from the Renegades. Now, 4 of their players pushing into T-Con here to hold this back off. Collar is ready for it if they go beyond the wall. But I think for the moment, they're just posting up now, though that's going to change as they move in. They actually catch one of them, trading the gun back out, but thankfully all the kills still go by the way of CLG. Moving in, Nexa holds off with, oh, nicely found, actually kills both those players back to back. JKS hitting one player down to 34 HP, but now it's just Nexa, and he's escaping with like a Deagle armor and now an SG, so he'll be happy with
save
that.
it. They really don't even have like the greatest buy next round even, so you should save it. He only has about 16 health. No kit. Almost an impossible round to win.
And he's definitely running away to save that for the round afterwards.
Yeah, but it might just be like too little too late from CLG. I mean, they had their opportunities. They had a lot of 1v1s, a lot of close rounds where they could have broke the economy of Renegades if they won them, you know, which would lead to rounds like this where it's pretty easy, pretty safe to say that you're going to, you know, get back into this game. But 12-2, if it ends 12-3, a lot of it's going to ride on this pistol round, and it's going to be a long road back.
Yeah.
If CLG wants to end up, you know, winning this game. Nexa already at 21 frags on the CT side.
Well, we do go into round number 15.
Serbians,
now.
man. He's Serbian, right?
Yeah, he's Serbian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never even, you know, played against him or heard about him really. So
I'm interested to see. I'm interested. Like, I didn't catch up on like if there was any interviews or anything. Well, like, where did they find him?
I have no idea.
Like, how did they figure out that he'd be a good addition?
We'll see if Vendetta knows anything about him. He's writing some Kassad.
Oh,
so
yeah,
their coach.
That is a good point. Yeah. Well, Kusta swinging back in here now. He's going to look for that first kill, and he gets it too. Nifty obliged to peek back into it, but we do see a trade from Ustillo, and he goes for another one as well. As now he's playing back over here by T-Con, able to pick up that second kill against Cutler. Ricky, FNS, and Kusta, the last 3 remaining. Although they got Ivy control, now they're going to try to swing around and pinch towards inner. JKS reading into this, however, so he goes back out towards CT, takes the battle versus Ricky. Nice shot from Ricky, though, instantly takes the head off of JKS. That does ensure, or that does make the fact clear, though, that their new plan has been revealed. So they have to kind of cancel that, go back over here towards Ivy. Although that may be a mistake. You keep going to those battles versus Ustillo. That's a dangerous game as he ends up with a 3K before he finally goes down to FNS, and we end up in another 2v2. CLG getting the bomb back outside of Ivy and pushing into the short lane. Flashbang missed, so Nex is able to escape with the kill onto FNS, although very low, so he'll be traded out by Kusta. And now this is back down into another 1v1. Azur playing from inside of the ladder room here still. Kusta definitely expecting it to come from somewhere else at the moment before he goes for this plant, but now he's out behind E-Box, and Kusta did miss the note on Azur crossing to that, so he's going to have an extremely early flank. May just be able to wait for him to plant the bomb and take him out easily there, as he is following him very closely behind. He saw him go into Z. He knows exactly where Kusta's headed. And as long as Kusta doesn't check his flank anytime soon, Hazard should be able to have this. This is definitely going to be the commitment to the plant right here. Just waits until he gets up, however, so that he does not get RNG'd by the hitbox or anything like that. And he will indeed close out pretty easily in that 1v1. It'll be 13-2. A dominating first half here for the Renegades, and a much, much different scoreline than we had back on our first map on Cobblestone. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see if CLG have any chance of all of getting back into this match in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen. The Renegades taking on CLG, and CLG still trying to push forward to remain within the top 6. Playoff contention is up for grabs for them. Unfortunately, the Renegades ended up with a destructive first half, and they now hold a 13-2 lead, which is going to make it pretty tough for CLG to bounce back into this and try to end up with a 2-0 victory tonight to earn that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it just was not a good T-side at all by CLG. I didn't see any refined level of play, refined level of strategy from them. A lot of bad decisions, a lot of just like nothing really clever or anything like that. Just, you know, especially like around ladder room, that was very questionable. Despite that, they still had their opportunities. They still had 1v1s that they could have capitalized on and could have made this half like a 10-5 scoreline. But unfortunately, they failed to deliver on those clutch situations. And now we're going to see 13-2. Everything really rides on this pistol round for CLG.
Yeah, it's a phrase that's said a lot, but it definitely means something when you're at a scoreline like this.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they win the second round follow-up, it would end up being 14-3, and you'd think that's just too difficult to come back from. So this round is huge.
Well, it's looking like Renegades will try early on to push in towards Ivy here, and Ricky getting challenged, but he holds his ground, picks up both kills. Nexa trading out onto one as well against Ricky here, finally taking him down, but Kusta still alive and well with support from FNS at the bomb trade. JKS gets a triple kill, a pile of corpses laid out at his feet, and Cutler.
So good, Blue.
Cutler's going to have to try and pull off this flank. The miracle, though, as he walks back in, gets one, but then Nifty peeks up from the mini cubby and closes out for the Renegades.
I'm telling you, man, JKS is a beast. Like, especially the spots he plays on CT side. Not only does he make plays like this, but on CT side, guys
oh
just,
my god,
the guy's nuts.
That looks even more brutal from his perspective.
Yeah, that was sick.
So a nice play from the Savage Man himself. Well,
that's the coolest name too.
What's his middle name though? Because his initials are his name, or like his alias is his initials.
I have no idea. How would you know anybody's middle name?
I don't know, dude. Just curious. I'm trying to think of what K
What's
middle
your
name
middle
is.
name? I don't even know your first name, but I'm playing.
You don't?
John.
My middle name's Edward.
Edward.
Yeah. Well, Nexa is going to get the early kill here, as we somewhat expect, although they did lose Ustillo along the way. So bringing this back down to a 4v4. CLG's only hope of winning out here is to basically take this into a brawl, but it doesn't work out. JKS and Nifty both get eliminated and trying to push into T-Con, and then Cutler and Ethan are the last two standing now. Cutler doesn't survive for very long, and Ethan patience seems to pay off for him at the very least, and waiting in the open there by the bomb train. Nexus thinks, yeah, it's all clear if I move in here. No! Nice follow-up as well to finish off Nifty. Not going to be the headshot, but still a second kill. Unfortunately, it has to end at some point, and it's going to be at the hands of Azur, where they do close out and get themselves into 15.
So what do you think my middle name is, Blue? Do you know?
I have no clue.
No?
No.
We'll keep it that way.
All right. I'm guessing you don't like it.
No, it's fun. It's Eli.
Oh,
Yellow.
okay. Actually, I think I have seen that somewhere before.
Probably the Bible. Or something like that. Seems like a pretty religious name or something.
No, like I've seen your middle name somewhere before. Now that he's told it to me, I feel like I saw it in like a blog or something like that.
Yeah, I don't really know what it means. I'm not very
overly professional news
knowledgeable when it comes to things like that.
No clue what mine means either. Just a third of it. So.
Mom was just a Twilight fan.
Well, as we can see here now, CLG trying to force into it and keep themselves in this match, but ultimately it's going to be tough to do with a buy such as this. Ricky and Ethan both working with Deagles. They've got 2 scouts, neither of which have armor sitting behind them, and they're already completely out of utility. You know, losing FNS this early on certainly hasn't helped their case. Renegades just taking it nice and slow so they can try to execute the players on CLG one by one without making too many mistakes, although this slow play may actually cost them a little bit. We can see those scouts are kind of picking them off slowly. No actual kills just yet, but a few tags may make it easier for the Deagle players to end up with a few frags in these closer situations. The bomb is now going to be deployed towards inner. Be really careful to check that spindle spot. However, now Nexa goes off once more. Ends up with 2 additional pickups here. Ethan holding on for 1 before being traded out by Nexa again. And Azur closes out, so it is going to be the Renegades that destroy map number 2 here and take it with a final scoreline of 16-2. And off of that, they'll have quite an easy closeout to take it 1-1 for the night.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades just winning every close round, like we discussed earlier. CLG kind of had their opportunities to make it close, but at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is very fickle when it comes to you need to win the rounds that are important, you know, and Renegades won every single one of them.
Yeah. I mean, just like we said, we saw so many 2v1 situations or just close clutches that almost every, didn't even really seem to struggle with it. Every single time went the way of Renegades, and it just made it so easy for them to close out. So let's bring the analysts into the conversation now and get their thoughts, of course, on CLG. Unfortunately, dropping 1-1, not going to have that easy path to the top 6, but still a few more games for them to go.
Most definitely. Something about Odin's Ravens. Anyway, the point is, definitely not the same CLG we saw on Cobble.
Definitely not. And again, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that the result does look worse than what it should have been, or what it could have potentially been, for sure. Because again, they did lose every important swing round, every clutch situation, pretty much anything that could have gone the direction of Renegades did for the better part of that game. And they didn't even need it like a big game for JKS. Everybody else was stepping up. Next, had a magnificent game out in yard by himself, or being that swing guy. Just a lot of things working out really for Renegades, where everything went wrong for CLG.
Well, let's talk about the savagery, which is Mr. Justin Savage. We've got round number 7 loaded up for you guys.
Yeah, so one of the big benefits you get from having a solid inner player is the fact that you can leave them alone, and this is something JKS does really, really well. And this is going to be a delayed execute from CLG after finding, trading picks initially. But you can see what JKS does so well is that it doesn't necessarily take the initial duel that could pop up, because he knows he doesn't have a rotation in time. So what he does is put down utility to actually allow for Nifty to come in and actually cover him up. And they're going to get in a beneficial trade because of this. Well, I mean, Nexa, not Nifty, but yeah, because of that, they're going to end up with a beneficial trade. And really, that's all you want when you're a solo site bomb player. Either delay for as long as possible so that rotations come in time, or if you can grab more than 1 kill, that's absolutely amazing.
Anchor the site.
Exactly.
Hold it down. And get 2 kills and you've done your job.
Exactly. And JKS is doing a masterful job of that. So if you look at the scoreboard, yeah, he's not going to, blow anyone away in this game because, well, CLG didn't really go a whole lot towards inner, but that's not his fault. But it's probably partly because he's doing such a good job whenever they go there. They might as well figure out it's not even worth trying at this point.
Well, someone that absolutely was trying, and I do think they succeeded. Let's talk about Nexa on this CT side, boasting 116 ADR across the board. This guy was killing it.
Yeah, and you know, talk about coming in hot. It didn't have the greatest of Cobble games. Obviously, it's a difficult map to play when you're in a new team. I would have expected something similar, honestly, going into train as well, but he seems to be finding his groove right there. He, again, not necessarily the guy to be first into duels or anything like that for Renegades, but he was always the guy who was the step behind to close things out, to get a trade frag, to get multi-kills, and so on. And I don't know. I think Renegades might have, you know, found a good one in this guy.
Found a good one. And this day and age in Counter-Strike, that is few and far between.
Yeah.
Not even just in terms of skill levels. I mean, there's contracts. It just gets complicated. But nonetheless, we're going to be going to a second doubleheader tonight between, well, good
NRG
God,
and
I guess
Misfits.
it's NRG and Misfits. What do you know? How about that? Anyway, we're going to go to them when we come back from this commercial break. And honestly, splitting maps with CLG, I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is, but they do manage to be a part of that cool 11-win club, right?
Definitely in the club now. We will be right back. We're going to Inferno. Don't go anywhere.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back. It's time for NRG and Misfits to go head-to-head here at the ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm your host, Stunna, and with me is Vendetta. How's it going, Vendetta?
I'm doing pretty good. So I had a pretty exciting, at least first map in the first bout we had today. A bit more of a decisive victory in the second one, but I'm, feeling good going into this final matchup of the day.
Well, we're going into Inferno and then Cobble. And in all reality, Inferno, a map we're starting to see more and more as teams become more and more comfortable.
It's heating up, funnily enough.
Wow. All right. We're going to write that one down for later.
I mean, it's last day of the week for us. You got to bring out all the cheesy jokes we can.
Bring the worst of the worst. Let's take a look at NRG's roster now. I think it's that time where we reintroduce these guys. We got Daps, PTR, Fugly, Breeze, and you're going to note the newest addition there in Lil Man.
Yeah, exactly. Lil Man just making it over from Rush right now. Saw him have his debut yesterday. Not doing too poorly for himself, actually. Just doing a respectable job so far. And obviously, we don't know the full circumstances around what happened with NRG, but if they opt to make a change at this point in the season, you kind of have to assume that it was a necessity, really.
Well, this also being a closer matchup, right? And we're talking about now is a way for some of these guys, like we just watched Nexa kind of prove himself over there on Train.
Yeah.
We're going to see the same sort of thing go on here as we go into Inferno, where Little Man is given that opportunity, that platform against a team of like caliber.
Yeah, no, definitely so, and he's going to have to, make sure that he can solidify himself as a solid pickup, really, for NRG, especially if they want to get into Dallas, right? And he can't just be the guy who fills some space. He has to be able to contribute in a lot of opportunities as well.
Well, on the other side of the seesaw here, we do have the Misfits, who do have two new French players. So as we take a look at that roster now, Sean Garrett, Shazam, Sick, Devo, Duvek, and yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
Amanik.
Amanik.
All right, close. I'm not going to church it up any more than that. I tell you what, you can try his last name. How does that sound?
Yeah, Dobroslavejevic. Easy.
That was beautiful.
It was close enough in any case, right?
Outstanding.
But yeah, two new French guys coming over. I'm not really sure if Amanik has actually made it to the States today, but didn't really seem to affect him all that much in the last matchup we saw him. Devodek at least is in the NA, and Devodek probably is the most exciting player for this team, honestly, because Dace has mentioned this throughout the season. One of the biggest issues for Misfits as a lineup, with the original 5 they had, is that even though they're talented players who've come together, with a experienced leader to kind of guide them, their roles didn't really make sense as a whole 5. They didn't necessarily have that one guy who could go in first, create space, and open things up for the rest of them. And I think Devodek actually might be that guy who can be the solution to that problem.
Well, a problem here could be this matchup of the AWPers in this map. We've got PTR and we've got Shazam.
Yeah, obviously the two, statistically best operators in Pro League this season, and that's, outclassing guys like Fallen, Kusta, JDM, and we saw, what kind of form Kusta was in, right? So if that's any indication of how well Shaz and Peter have been doing so far this season, it's a pretty solid mark to leave for both of your sides. And honestly, with how well Shazam has been playing up to this point, kind of surprised that Misfits are in the situation they find themselves right now, sitting at 9-9. Whereas NRG kind of makes more sense to me that they're able to actually thrive off of the impact that Peter's having for them, sitting at a much better record.
I mean, we're seeing these two at the 1 and 2 position.
Yep.
Across. I believe it is kills per round with the AWP.
Yeah.
But these are also two players that have primarily been shadowed in terms of the other talent in the region.
Yeah, no, they've kind of been bypassed in many ways, and a lot of them actually came out, striking hard, having a highlight game. Peter, for instance, MLG Columbus, but after that night, being able to live up to the hype afterwards, which is a bit of a shame. But they're coming back into it.
Okay, well, most definitely going into Inferno. And I think this is exciting to see because it would be a true op duel here as the story is told. We're actually going to kick it over to Eric DeBear Stromberg right now, who has a little bit of Misfits Inferno loaded up.
Yo, hey, how's it going, guys? Thank you, and welcome back to Stromberg Strategeries. We're going to take a look at Shazam for Misfits, and what I want to focus on in his angling. He's a great angler. As you can see right here, he's always peeking. He's being super aggressive, and Misfits relies on this. This is a big part of their success is that Shazam is constantly peeking, constantly just making it very hard for the enemy to execute on bomb sites. As you can see right here, every angle that he peeks, what makes him so awesome at peeking angles is that he's giving his opponents very little to shoot at. As you see, as he peeks around corners, he's just, as soon as they pop him, boom, dead. And he's peeking corners. Call him the geometry wizard because he's just peeking angles so perfectly all the time that it's very hard for teams to react and to shoot against him. As you see right here against this box, very little to shoot at all the time. All the time he's just playing tight corner angles, making sure, easy ace, why not, Shazam? And from another point of view, on T side, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about on this on the pick on Yell. Yell, he's upping down. So what Shazam's going to do, he probably knows this. Let me just boom. That's so crisp, so clean on that angle peak. He makes it a little too easy. And then after that pick, Misfits can start their strat now where let's just clear out all the angles, blah, blah, blue, blah, blah. And I like these flashes by Shazam. I like the one on the antenna right here. So that second one he tosses over the wall, it won't blind people here, but it'll blind people in the bomb site. So it's a good run-up flash, and Shazam is going to hold the angle, wait for the bomb, but you know what? His teammates died. So this is, again, Shazam being Shazam, peeking aggressively, running around, getting information, and he's just constantly so aggressive, and it really hurts against teams that don't expect this. I mean, you should expect by now by Shazam. Again, 2-on-2 situation, the bomb's planted. You know what he's going to do? He's going to peek, and it works. And there's not much. I mean, technically, it's a good move that because they didn't expect it. But if I'm playing against Shazam, I'm literally going to hold a corner and just wait for him to peek me. Because eventually, in a minute and 45, he's going to peek an angle that I'm going to be holding. And so that's why you should play against him. Doing great. A lot of close angle shots by him. And Misfits, if he's having a bad game, Misfits are going to have a bad game. So good luck to him. Back to you guys.
That was an epic wink, I think. That was by far just chills down my spine.
Fitting, considering it is Thursday.
That's what I was going to say. From the man on his day, he just winked at us.
Top form.
Top form. Well, which team is going to be in top form today?
I'm going to have to side with NRG. Fewer changes, more of their chorus together still, and I'm not really sure what we can expect from the French guys on Inferno.
Well, we're going to bring in the commentators at this time, and actually a question I have for you, Sam, would be, out of these two oppers here, PTR and Shazam, who's got the better rifle? I mean, excuse me, the better op in their hands.
Who's got the better op? Well, online, I'd pick Pete 10 out of 10. But on land, I'd pick Shazam 10 out of 10. So for this match, you got to go PTR. But, I mean, on land, it's a completely different story, two completely different play styles. Giant risk constantly being taken by PTR. He's just going to whip out his pistol and rush you and try to make, like, these insane plays. Shazam plays much more reserved, kind of just like has his routes that he's going to do that he's going to be able to do on LAN and perform well on LAN at. And I actually think Shazam's actually, statistically, I mean, he's still obviously up there, but I think he could be like a good opera on a pretty good team because of his play style. Like, he's not going to really hurt you, you know, but and he has a consistent play style, right? So yeah. I think on LAN Shazam, but online PTR for sure.
Okay, well, you guys can take it from here and bring all the action to our audience at home.
All right, thank you very much, Stunna. Yep, Inferno will be our third map tonight here now, as the teams do prepare for it. Now, interestingly enough, our fourth map is actually going to be Cobblestones. You have that new version just coming up, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to end up playing on that one, so you may want to stick around for that a little bit later, and we'll have more to talk about on that. But for now, it's Inferno and NRG taking on Misfits. NRG, you know, playing earlier on in this week and actually not really looking as strong as we'd seen in the past. Do you think that tonight they're going to struggle against Misfits now with this new French duo, or is it going to be a little bit too hard to tell considering that it's like still new?
I think NRG will win. I'm not very high on this Misfits team, although I think Sick is like really talented and whatnot. I don't know. Nothing that I ever see from Misfits is like inspiring that I think they're like a good team even. You know, they're I just don't have confidence in them. I don't like the way they play CT side. They almost never change anything. They just play like default almost every round CT side every time. They never have Shazam move around the map, op B, then op A, then op mid, then move over here, go for a pick here. Like, it never happens. It's always so basic and easy to play against. They never make it difficult on the other team. NRG, on the other hand, I mean, online, they're pretty good, so... Straight up. On land, I mean, I watched Copenhagen games. It was pretty bad. It wasn't even like close to what we see when we watch these matches. So,
well, it is time to get into the match here now for NRG. As we can see, they're actually going to go really aggressively in the pistol round, like all the way down mid already. Misfits thankfully didn't really bite into this too much. They themselves haven't really pushed out too much, so they can post up to defend against this. Breeze, though, right into his old self there, moving forward, knocking out Devo Duvek at the start. Shazam's going to have to back away from the underpass there and get himself over to the other side on alt mid, trying to push up there. In the meantime, the rest of the team did take Hall's control, but Fugly doing a nice job of holding that, just gets a double kill. Sick and Amanek both knocked out of the play, and now it's down to just Shazam and Sean Garris. More of these CTs also have rotated back into the A-bomb site, ready to defend it, so it's not necessarily going to be an open site anymore. In fact, the exact opposite of that. They're all posted up. They're all ready to defend this, so Shazam and Sean have to take a bit of a step back, really slow things down, and hope that they can successfully still push back in and make an impact here to battle it back. Daps spotting both of them. Now they can work to sort of pinch them, as it's going to be pretty obvious that they may attempt to run a wrap back around here and take it over towards B. Shazam, spotted by two different players, still gets the kill though. Now that opens up a pathway for them to get into the site, but it's not cleared out yet. You're going to have two more to battle against within the site. Another one's trying to push their way down Banana up mid to counter out from that direction, and then you still have Little Man also watching over here at the edge of the highway too, and really jiggling around there. Nicely shot. Just delete Sean, and now all that's left alive is Shazam here, and he's only got 25 seconds left to plant the bomb as well. I don't really see this one ending up well for him, and Breeze is going to swing up from the library to put a close to it. It's NRG that start off with the advantage after taking the pistol.
Yeah, ultra aggressive, but it's not even spotted, their aggression. Like, Breeze runs down middle. I don't even think the guys from T-Step saw that he was down middle. Two people push B, and usually when that happens, it's a very quick reaction from the Ts to maybe like jump out halls or react to it, but they had no reaction to it. I don't think they had the information that that was happening from T-Steps. So it's just really easy for NRG to just surprise people in these situations if it just goes undetected like it did. So we're going to see Tech 9 armor come out from everybody but Sean Garris, who has full utility. And it looks like it's going to be maybe a Halls jump, if I had to guess. They are taking early Halls control. It's a double site setup, though, on the A site for NRG. Low man at around the default box, and I believe that is Breeze. Sitting a little bit back there, maybe towards Emo.
The rest of Misfits just moving their way through the halls now, and they are going to start to swing out to execute into A. The three-man stack is already waiting here for NRG, though, so even if they do get themselves out swinging, for the most part, NRG are going to be positioned on the trade and probably multi-frag, as Misfits are definitely going to be grouping up. They're not really going to be super tricky about the way that they end up deploying themselves into it. Amanek goes in, instantly deleted out there by Daps as they take him down. The other players trying to push up. There's 1-2 trades, but still 3v2 advantage here, and Breezy lines himself up another kill. They can just duck behind the box, waste some time. Shazam still being able to pick him off at the very least, but Peter comes in to put a close to it as NRG get that second.
Yeah, 3 kills on the board. A round that they could have won. Unfortunately for them, just missing a couple key shots. Even Shazam could have brought that into 1v1 very easily. Got, 1 or 2 bullets off on PTR at that headshot angle. But now it is going to be the full save, so if you're NRG, you probably push up pretty aggro. Don't give them positioning. Let them set up in anything and kind of get the information early on, which it looks like they're going to try to do. So Daps peeking towards the window. has the MP9. Mid gets smoked off. He's going to move back, play a little bit more passively, but he got a lot of information on how many just were in alt mid, and they get even more information now. They peek down the car. They have a deep B smoke, so Misfits is definitely in trouble this round.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to make any progress at all here, as PTR still holds in that close cub even after the smoke starts to go back away. Nobody's going to check for it, although Peter has some of his own troubles, actually. Fugly still able to multi-frag, though, up to 4. As he finishes off this last player here against Dominic. And even going to go for the ace as well, and he gets it. Nicely played by Fugly. Fugly has to sacrifice Peter in the process, but still ends up shutting down the round.
Yeah, so we're going to have an op on PTR. Him and Fugly are now playing B. When Marky got replaced, he moved Fugly over to B, so he's kind of that support.
Taking these battles out to shut down the round. So clean 3-0 beginning to the match for NRG. And now we're going to have to put up a bit more of a fight, however, as Misfits back into having the full buy. But Peter, I'm instantly going to put one of them back down over here on the banana push. So that's going to be Shazam going down nice and early on. Don't think Shazam got the op this time. Pretty sure he was just on an AK, so not going to be seeing the op battle come to fruition just yet. But still, early elimination of him. Good strides for NRG to capitalize on that. Sick. Having some trouble here. There we go. Gets himself up on top. And now they can take easy Hall's control. NRG not even really resisting this to begin with, though. They've actually got a 2-man stack over on the arch side of the Brap there. So maybe playing that a little bit too heavily most of the time. So far, we've just seen Misfits deploy their porch. They haven't tried to take it towards the Rap side too heavily, with the exception of that pistol round. So we'll see if this ends up being an overplay or if it is a little bit more warranted. Fugly trying to toss a Molotov in, but it hits a smoke. It's just starting to fade away. So the timing on that one not really working out in the way he would have liked. Another molly gets wasted over on the T side, though, as it ends up connecting into the smoke outside on balcony here. So just a couple whiff nades to start off the round. But I think it's going to be much more adverse for the Misfits players here. They would have tried to clear out an area and then start the push over towards porch side if it had hit. Now they are going to have to smoke over towards pit itself. But the problem is, well, Dap's swinging out with an SMG, granted, so at range is only going to be able to pick up one of those kills. But Breezy lining up what thought was one, but no, Devo Duvek's going to take him down. It's short-lived, though, as the trades continue to roll back in. Little Man actually runs out of ammo, so Sick is able to survive off of that. But now in falling back, there's no time remaining. He just has to go back in and re-execute. He'll know, well, to a certain degree, it seemed anyway, where Little Man was, but even still, I was not able to check to that top spot. And then Peter just peeks right out, finishes the job, and puts NRG into a good path to control their lead for most of this early game.
Yeah, and NRG just keeps one player towards B, probably in large part because they had 2 SMGs over at the A site, so they wanted to get a decent rotate going off, kind of just trusting PTR, you know, be on an island, end up going A, so essentially going into a stack right against 4 players, puts Misfits onto another save, already 4-0. Nade stack goes off towards the middle. Breeze just going to juggle peek the apartments, then toss a smoke grenade. Hall's control going uncontested. So Misfits going to have that early in the round, but just a smoke and flash on Strong Gares and half armor on Sick. Not working with much here.
Misfits, again, really probably going to end up struggling a lot in this round by just having the upgraded pistols. We already saw 2 rounds back how they were able to fare with it. And it's going to be a very similar situation right here, where NRG are set up to defend against these A hits. Misfits, you know, really not wanting to. I mean, on this round, obviously, it makes sense. They don't really have the utility to push up Banana, and they would, for the most part, get destroyed by either Peter or a second player that may be positioned to car. But on these gun rounds, haven't really even been considering trying to play around with Banana all that much, despite it just being one player at car that blocks their way. They keep going into these A setups where there's 3 full guys committed to it here. And Peter, again, now that they try to push back to Banana, he's ready for this one, spots the hit, legs one of the players, almost full killing it, but not going to be the case this time. It's just Sean getting tagged down to 17 HP. But with time getting lower here, really just trying to do something tricky to sell a fake and maybe get an extra player to rotate over there, but even this doesn't work. Fugly, while he goes towards Highway, is still, you know, halfway across and can be in position to counter out this hit from the Misfits, but then just a few seconds notice. Daps playing into the corner, gets the double kill, finishes the job that Peter started earlier, tries to go for that 3rd kill and brings Sick down to 9 HP, but Sick does take him out. And now Breeze is here, getting a nice double kill and then swinging out for the 3rd one as well, shutting down Misfits for the 5th time now. They are growing themselves into a nice, strong lead.
Yeah, Breeze showing some of that skill that, I talked about last time we casted, man. This guy's just crazy talented.
Absolutely. And he's showing it and leading. Actually, no, Fugly's leading the way for his team right now. Well, a large part because of the is what we saw earlier on the ace. Giving him a bit of a boost there, but Breezy definitely finding a lot of the impact so far here as Shazam, well, tries to hold in the logs position, but the Molly is going to send him out a little bit here. And Jeffany trying to spot for Peter. You can hear. Oh!
So 2 gun rounds in a row, instant 4v5s. And both times PTR killing Shazam.
And this time Peter just hits a
banger. Shazam's so mad. So
it just came out of nowhere too.
No, he heard him spamming. He was
he heard him spamming, but
he knew he was spamming that. He tried to counter spam him.
Up until
but as soon as he went for the shot, he just got shot in the head.
Mm-hmm. So that puts us back down to a 5v4 now. NRG having to still hold a second player over at B this time instead of just the usual job of having Peter defend it. So that is going to leave A slightly more open than normal.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some MM2 talk coming soon. I don't think we can see that on the stream though, huh?
What in wait, what?
MM2, it's like where message mode 2 or whatever. You don't know what that means?
No.
Or I guess it would be MM1, right?
Wait.
Yeah. It's where you do all talk instead of like team chat.
Oh yeah,
like
I've never heard MM1 or MM2. I've never heard it referred to that. I don't know if that's something from an early version of CS.
Oh my.
I've literally never heard it called that before.
You're
serious.
Seen in the ESL Pro League.
I've never heard it called
and
that
you don't know what MM1 and MM2 mean?
Hold on, there's a gun round going on. We'll come back to this in a second.
That's someone who wants to change the subject.
He's taking down Amanek. His energy are trying to fight back in, but Sean and Devo Duvak are holding on quite nicely. They push back and bring this into a 3v2 situation, but Peter has an advanced spot. The problem is, though, they're running out of time now, and Peter pushing back in. Looking for Sean in a moment here, but Sean's going to spot it first. Dap's able to trade. He's got a lot more work to do, and he can't do it. Yeah, Sean finding some nice, clean headshots to shut it down. Finally put Misfits on the board. All right, back to the more important topic. I've literally never heard it called that before. It's always just all chat and team chat for me.
Wow.
Like if you said like all chat or team chat, I obviously would have known what that was, but I've never heard it called MM1 and MM2.
People literally say that in like matchmaking.
No, I've never heard anyone call that before.
Crazy.
I'm serious.
Yeah, so MM2 just means like you talk to your team.
Oh, okay.
And MM1 is when you talk in all chats. So like when people start typing in, to the other team will be like MM2, like basically mean like shut up.
Yeah. Just never seen that before.
I feel like today I just live in a bubble, Blue.
Apparently, yeah, dude.
You don't know anything, man. You don't know any movies. You don't know anything about sports. Apparently you don't even know MM1 and MM2. It's crazy. A shocking amount about Battlestar Galactica trivia, though, and Star Trek trivia. Shocking amount.
Well, as we wait for Misfits to go for their execute, at the moment just gone for a 3-2 split across the map as a default opener. They have gotten up to car for free as NRG kind of pulled back on the aggression this time. Peter not really out looking for kills this early on. He'll have to move from the CT spot into smokes and get into his way. Usual timing shot, but Misfits are still a little bit disconjoined right now as they are trying to sell this fake, but it's not really working. No one from NRG is rotating off of the A-bomb site. They haven't rotated anyone off of B, granted, yet either. But they've spotted Sick. He gets dinked, but it's a very, very small amount. Now he can just pop right back out, take down Fugly, and while changing out a gun, eliminates Peter. However, now the actual hit is going to come through, but they canceled it at the last second there after deploying a player out their balcony and him utterly failing. They are going to try and send the rotates over, but the problem is that now Sick is in the way. He's pushed himself out. It's left down to Daps in a 1v3, and he really can't do anything about this. So Misfits are going to run away with this one, and Daps is more than likely just going to try to find a better gun and fall back and save.
Yeah, not much for him to do in this 3v1. They basically send Sick into B. He's fighting all on his own, ends up killing Fugly and PTR, pushes towards Library, gets another kill, completely takes the B site by himself and kills the rotator. There's still about 30 seconds left after he got the 2 kills at B, so they just wisely take the bomb back to B. It's basically a free round win as long as they can get the bomb out of there at port side. So Misfits winning these 2 rounds in a row, it's now going to force NRG on a save. They're only going to get 1,900 for this round. So we're going to see, 2,800 onto Fugly, just really not enough money to warrant a buy. I think you definitely save here if you're NRG. And they're one of the most conservatively purchased teams that we watch play. Almost never opted to force buy, so I'm sure they will save here.
Yeah, a lot of the coming back from the I think the Gavi era of when this team was still kind of formed up there. Influencing that.
Yeah, I don't like that put-up voice style at all. I think you need to be well practiced and, having 2 umps, having an op, having a CZ and an M4. Like, those are the teams that are really, really good. When you can win those low bot rounds, you need to win those rounds if you really want to compete against these tier 1 teams. You need to. You have to win like 1 or 2 of those, usually a half, or not necessarily a half, but a game, or 2 or 3 a game to beat really good teams. I think if you just buy super conservatively and you lose these rounds clean, the economy just gets too crazy in the other team's favor.
Well, for now, Misfits going to be stacking up again and taking early falls control. Devo Duvek.
It's kind of working against like the meta almost, right? You're just always trying to make sure you have like full M4s, mollies, smokes, and everything. I mean, the ump is so good. Why would you ever do that,
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Bit of a boost up there, but Sean was able to spot it, so good damage is going to be done to Breezy. Not so much the Little Man, but still 40 HP getting knocked off of him combined overall. It's over 100 damage between those 2 players. And now Devo Duvek's going to finish the job against Breeze, taking him out of the picture here. Little Man looking for revenge. He'll get it, but not much more than that. Devo immediately trades it back out. And Fugly tagging on to a little bit of damage at the very least with the CZ, but really not getting very far at all. Yeah, these players just getting knocked out 1 by 1, and Daps, who did save the M4, is going to be left as the last man alive again. Well, he's just going to go for it. Picks up 1 in the open now, seeing the pit player, but can't adjust quickly enough for that. So Almanac is going to trade him back out and give Misfits the round.
Yeah, still, getting 3 kills is a mild success for NRG. It's not a bad round for them. Just spamming this smoke onto Porch as Breeze and the Little Man try to get aggro behind the smoke. Had Daps rotated earlier, I think they definitely... I think they would have won that round if Daps actually rotated. He comes art side, he fights with his team like that. I think they win the round. Unfortunately for him, he didn't, just take that risk, just stayed towards B. Quick B control is coming out from Misfits. There's no op to contest on NRG.
And now NRG back into the full buy here. We're going to be hoping that they can hold things off. Once again, without this aggression, it just seems like at the moment Misfits is being given way too much control over the map. So already up to the edge of B, able to toss in a few nades here, still in this sort of default setup. Obviously not anything being revealed yet from Misfits, so no reason to believe that they would have rotated upon any of this.
Really good by them, though. They're just waiting it out, forcing NRG to do something and react in some way. They use a bunch of smokes. Now NRG is probably going to triple push B here, try to make something happen.
Got everybody held back off right now, so Misfits, we're just waiting for them to make the next move here. As they're getting a little bit low on time, if they're going to line this up towards A, they would have to try to do the fake now if they're going to toss in the smokes like they did. I think it was like 2 rounds back when they tried to do that, something like that. They did toss this all back in, but then all 3 of these players abandoned and went over towards A instead. So right now, though, still sticking with their positions here as Molotov starts to rain back in. Peter originally going back, but the AK seems to have brought him back into the fray, and it's a good thing too, as this hit's definitely going to be executing out onto the B-bomb site in a moment here. Peter, though, needs to get himself back into the site, still stuck behind CT over there, where he's going to have to wait this out, hoping he can spray into it. He's getting good damage done and has isolated these 2 to grill, but Fugly overpeaks slightly, still 2 for 1 advantage to NRG, but now you've got the Misfits players spreading onto the site, and Peter just trying to hope he can wallbang them through the glass over there, and the Church and Daps had a perfect lineup for a spray on 2 players, but whiffed it big time. So now it's been even back out. Shazam catching Little Man and Peter as well. Breezy, the last man standing. He's got a 1v3 set against them. He's got good intel, though, but peeks into Shazam, and Misfits will be able to win it out.
Yeah, I don't know why PTR is spamming there when his teammate's fighting. If he would have fought with him, they win the round like 100%. Just lack of communication there. Daps fighting. PTR spamming there. If PTR was with him, that guy's dead 100%. The other guy had like 20 HP behind him. Bomb was getting planted at first oranges. They probably go 2 for 1 there. Then it's a 2v3, and Bomb can't plant. He's at first oranges. So, they win the round for sure. Just bad communication from NRG when it came to, fighting together. So, Misfits now, coming back. I believe they were down 5-0. and have won 4 rounds in a row now, forcing NRG on another save. Their economy is pretty decent too. I mean, 8K, 7K, 5K off a fully bought round versus an eco. So Misfits, you know, getting back into this game. We see a hull stack basically for NRG. Daps close middle, trying to get that one-shot P250, 1 in boiler and 2 in hulls. CZ rather.
Daps does get the early spawn with the Devo Duvek there, right outside of the mid choke point, but not able to act on it as of yet. Really just going to have to sit back here, try to work off that intel, and hope that these guys in the halls can make some magic happen. As you got Peter and Breeze both stacked up against this. Almanac being the one to push into it here currently, but he's a bit hesitant to look towards it as yet. He's going to be checking out for Peter, and Breeze takes them both out one by one. Nice slow execution. Fugly does find revenge over on Banana, but that's just going to send the bomb back up towards mid now, where Little Man is not going to be prepped for this one, as he has to fall back over onto the bomb site. He's going to try to catch himself into a safe position, but nowhere's really going to be safe when you have the T's slowly flooding around this entire part of the map. Little Man gone. That's going to flush out Fugly and Daps, and Fugly won't even probably attempt to do anything here. More than likely, he's just going to run to save, and Daps, I think, will defend him.
Yeah, so Misfits going to tie up the game. T-side looking pretty dangerous for them. Should take a look at the scoreboard. See how the kills are going down. Misfits pretty, you know, similar score on everybody. Sick at 9. He had that really nice round at B where he had that 3K. Been playing well these past 5 rounds. So they do save into CT spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make it out. Daps just ends up going down to the explosion at the end of it, but he doesn't really lose anything. He's probably going to rebuy into this round anyway, so not a huge deal there. Now, Energy's last chance to preserve their lead before we do end up seeing Misfits push ahead of them now and be able to try and take this half in their favor. Regardless of the outcome of these last 5 rounds, though, getting 5 in itself for the Misfits is definitely going to be a pretty big accomplishment. And now, if they can keep it close, something like 9-6 or 8-7, then that is going to be a huge amount of rounds to try and work off of, assuming they can start off strong on the CT side.
Triple B push comes out from NRG. Immediate rotate, though, from Daps. But Misfits probably did their homework. They know it's a triple B push, and they're going to immediately try to take some type of a mid control, it looks like. Having said that, Daps already rotated back, and here comes the rotate from Fugly as well.
Yeah, so pushing into here, it is going to be, you know, one of the stronger 4-man stacks that we were starting to see before. One at Arches here. Daps has got to get prepped, but he catches one and is pushing it. That's the bomb, too, that was leading the charge. They've got it. Now they've got to continue to play aggressively, but the CTs over here by Arch can just try to set up for this one. They eliminate Breezy further into the bomb site itself, but Fugly can push back in. They've already got Devo Duvek down to 1 HP, but he's still able to impact for 1. Little Man still holding there. A missed shot from Shazam, and Little Man ends up with a massive 3K to close out.
That was rough by Misfits.
Yeah, that was, especially at the end there.
Sean Gare's going through the Molotov by himself. They had no backup plan to kind of go through that Molotov, or, you know, it was very disconnected, right? Sean goes there, he's flashed and Molotov fighting 2 people in the arches. There's no arch smoke. They do it delayed to where 2 guys are already rotated back from NRG off the triple push at B, and they're essentially playing right into their setup, right? They have 2 guys arches because they were triple pushed B, so you're doing kind of exactly what NRG wants you to do.
So now Peter's going to go back to the aggression. Energy preserving their lead. Flashbang, though, does send him right back into the site, or at least hugging the corner around the around this position here. Now, this time he's the one that gets tagged through the wall, but it's not a full kill. It is only going to bring him down to 34 HP, and then he'll promptly kind of back up and play into the site. Besides this, Misfits still playing into their usual strat now. Hall's control going to be there. It's pretty early on. Energy, unless they've been on eco, not really been huge fans of aggressing into that and trying to hold on to it for the early portions of this round. We are just going to see Devo Duvek clearing it out systematically. That opens up Boiler if they want to try to move in and take mid control. A few more players are going to be joining him in those halls, however, so likelihood that we could see them try to flush out towards the balcony this time and hope to take control of A that way. But there's a stack closer to the hay barrel and the porch for Energy, so it's not necessarily going to be easy kills and moving out towards it. And more than likely, Misfits are obviously going to be able to catch, or excuse me, Energy are obviously going to be able to catch on to what Misfits is doing at the balcony and then adjust to try and make up for that as we even have Daps rotating into this site, holding a position there. Swinging back out towards it. Little man does fall back, so they go into a normal setup here. Not a whole lot to be seen when they go out onto the site, and Breeze strikes first. Picks up that kill, re-peeks into a second. He knows there's a third up top. Sick is trying to still sneak in from underneath, and John the other direction here. But Little man's going to be able to take out Sick. Shazam, though, finding 2 kills. Breezy's still alive, up to 3 now, as he's taken out Sean Garris, and it's just on Shazam losing himself in that flashbang. Breezy gets a 4th and final kill to solidify the round for NRG.
Yeah, Breeze, again, man. Like, you put this guy in a spot where he could just hold an angle, and he just always seems to be successful. Just crouches up. It's kind of like it's a head glitch like that. Pretty much anytime you play like that, where you're the one who's crouching above something, you almost always have the advantage. Just because of how the engine works. So Breeze takes advantage of that. Gets a nice 4K. Banana control and aggression comes out from the CTs, but no deep smoke. So it's just something to kind of delay them a bit.
Yeah, Misfits are pushing up once again over here on Banana early on to take that control. As they do move in, it's actually an early rotation off the site from Peter this time and leaving Fugly within the platform itself. But Peter's still going to be sticking around just much further back towards CT, as they have started to just generally expect A hits now from Misfits, as that's been, for the most part, where they've been able to shut them down, but it has...
Again, we see 3 players going towards B for NRG, though. And last time that they had this, it still didn't even work for them. But this time, I think it will, because they're going to have Daps boosted. They're never going to expect this if BTR shoots his op at spawn or anything like that, especially.
Looks like he's rotating out, though, so he's going to go over towards A. And we'll have to kind of move back into this one now, so it still could end up going pretty well for the Misfits here. And in fact, Daps even gives up the boosted position. Goes back over just towards the edge of the smoke. I thought he was going to try to rotate towards Church quickly, but now it gets re-smoked. He'll have to spray into this one. Hope he gets lucky. Peter gets that first kill. Distraction moving back in. Sean does burn out Fugly moments later here, and Peter firing in some shots, but he's having trouble. Nothing connecting within that smoke there. So bringing it down to a 4v3. Certainly still a very palatable retake for NRG. They can definitely pull this back off, especially now that Misfits have used all their utility. They've got nothing to fire back. Meanwhile, Little Man, who's rotating in at the moment through Banana, has a Molotov, an HE grenade, and a... What? Sick as well. Seemed dead to rights there, but somehow he recovers in time to take down Little Man. Now that utility's gone, Bree still trying to battle back in, but he's only going to be able to get one more before being knocked out by Amanek. However, Amanek is the last man standing, and with Daps getting that final kill, NRG pick up their 8th.
Yeah, Daps with the 3K. They're not expecting the rotator to be a rifler there, since PTR has been opping it. Not expecting somebody to go through the smoke or anything like that. Does a good job getting a kill, staying alive, holding construction control in that 4v3. And then from there, just a pretty systematic, easy retake for NRG. Now we're going to see a pistol armor buy come out from Misfits. Just Tech 9s, P250 on Shazam, but a mid push coming down. Nope, just nades. And a spot from Boiler, so getting a little bit of early info, I guess. Sick, though. Trying to take all his control, gets mollied off. Now they have Foreign, alt mid, 1 player mini pit. And Sean setting up for some type of a smoke.
Yeah, we'll see what Misfits can work for here, but obviously not having the greatest of buys, trying to save up for the last round there. The smoke still terrible. Yeah, still leaves a pretty large gap for Daps to be able to punish them through. I think he was expecting like a clean hit off the wall, but it bounced off that
Did
window.
Sean just dink him in the air across the map with a Tech 9? Through a Molotov?
Possibly. Breeze, though, continues to destroy.
He is so good, dude. I'm telling you.
3 kills
amazing.
From 3 completely different positions, while having to change his own position, like in the process of that as well. It was just so fluid from Breeze, and it just seems like he's doing it without like even having to think about it.
It's just a breeze for the guy, man.
Yeah, I mean, not to get too punny with it, but there's one, changes position. There's a second, changes position again. There's the third. Look at it, it's incredible. It's some crazy stuff. Granted, it's like kills against upgraded pistols and stuff, but still, just the way he's going about it.
Vincent. For some reason, when I see Breeze, I feel like he might like own a sword or something.
What?
Just has that look.
I don't think I've ever seen a photo of him before. So Misfits, after going through that round, they're going to be able to buy up at the very least into this last one. Slightly limited in terms of like flashbangs and whatnot, but they still get like mollies and smokes. This is actually not a bad buy by any stretch of the word here. Now, Shazam even getting the off to play with, so maybe Misfits maybe being able to piece one more together, make this a 6-9. Very respectable half if they're going to be able to do that. 10-5, of course, is part of the course for T-sides here. So long as they can bring firepower to their CT side, then they would still be okay, but it is going to be reliant upon that. Hopefully we kind of see Shazam come into a little bit of better form on that second half. But that'll be seen in a few moments. We still have one more T-sided round to play out here for the Misfits, as they are stacking up towards Banana again. And we'll be more than likely pushing into execute here within just a few moments. The triple stack that you normally tend to see over here, P, is actually not in the picture just yet, but they didn't smoke CT at all this time, actually. So Peter's is going to peek into a second kill. The good news is they do trade on the Fugly at the very least, so they catch that one, but Devaduvek got dinked before he goes down. And Peter smoked back off. He'll retreat into the church and hold back in this spot for a moment while he waits for rotates to move back in. Sick is able to hold with his own up, however, now back over on Banana, and re-challenges into a second one against Little Man. Sick destroying people over here, but Peter destroying him just as well. He moves back in for his third kill now on the round, and Daps still sneaking in by CT. Sean back and Emo paying attention to that. He picks up the kill on Daps, and they know where PTR is moving in from, but I think the info got relayed of just how low these last two players are. So Pete's going to hop with a pistol. One kill, and oh, he needed one more for the ace, but he's not going to get it. Sick comes out as the better player there and clutches it with 12 HP. So a 6th round on the board for Misfits. They fight it close on their T side. And now we're going to end up seeing who comes out on top in the second half, which is coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Stick with us right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We're well into our third map of the evening. Misfits taking on NRG. NRG starting off strong, faltering a little bit towards the middle, but then closing out as well with a good stride. They're ending up 9-6 coming off of their CT side. An advantage, of course, but can be very easily trounced by the players of Misfits in being able to pick up 6 rounds. But the real highlight player for that first half, of course, on NRG was Breeze, who ended up with 17-10 and 117 ADR over the course of the half.
Yeah, guy's just a monster. I mean, last time we saw him on Inferno as well was just outstanding. But it's anybody's game. I mean, if NRG wins this pistol and can pick up the following 2 rounds, they have a great advantage. But Misfits, they're not out of it. 6 rounds isn't too terrible. This can be a CT-sided map at times. It kind of seems to be going back and forth. I'm on the record saying I think it is a little bit CT-sided, like 9-6.5. So we'll see how it goes for Misfits.
We'd see the rest of the stats spread across the board there too. Daps having himself a pretty good game, 14-9 with 107 ADR. Meanwhile, the leader for Misfits over there was Sick, especially in those last few rounds too. His attempts at the very least to hold off Banana after they got B control were definitely admirable. Making up 106 ADR over the course of the half, with his next highest teammate way down at 70. And that's Sean.
Yeah, and Shazam at 41.7, Almanac only at 40, so bit of gaps there for that T-side DAR, but at the end of the day, 6 rounds isn't too bad.
Is actually, I'm curious question because this was a thing the other day. Is Almanac still playing from Europe?
I don't know. I haven't checked his ping.
Can we see?
I see.
There we go. Let's get. No, it looks like he's in it now. So
yeah. I wonder where they're living. Do they have a team house or?
No, I don't think so.
Because they all have very similar pings.
I would take a guess. I'd say Miami. Because I think their org.
Because they're party animals.
No. I think the org is backed by the Miami Heat now. I think.
Really?
Yeah, the Misfits org. I'm pretty sure that they're the ones. Someone got back.
What's his name? I think Mickey Arison owns the Heat.
Yeah, I forget it. I'm pretty sure.
How many players on the Heat could you name?
None at all.
Not one.
No, not one.
For real?
No. It's literally 0. I don't watch basketball at all, dude.
Okay, what about the? Well, I can't say his name. The Big 3 era. Could you name anybody then?
Nope.
The Decision?
Nope.
You don't know what the Decision is?
No.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, dude. I've literally never paid attention to basketball. Ever. At any point.
Do you know who Pat Riley is?
I think I've heard the name. I don't know who he is. I'm telling you, dude. Just not my forte.
I know. Star Trek trivia, though.
I spent 8 years learning how to play
the lore of Lord of the Rings.
No, it wasn't even that
down.
I spent 8 years grinding classical violin. That was my childhood. I could spit off mad facts about classical music, but that's one of the few areas I'm gonna have a lot of knowledge on.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
So you could just have a violin, just play some.
I haven't played in 4 years, so it'd probably be a little rough actually. But
that's pretty cool though. I had no idea.
I play I think I played 4 or 5 different instruments when I was a kid. Did a lot of music stuff. But anyway, NRG pushing their way out here now onto the A-bomb site. Shazam, though, just destroying them. And it's Sean taking most of the heat. Back over from the other corner. He's the distraction. The bomb went down. They don't have a full lock onto it right now as it's kind of buried in that smoke. But regardless, NRG are having to try to push back into it to recover upon it. It's down to Breeze now. If he can pull this off, it'd be incredible. There's one, but then down afterwards. So Amanek as Misfits pick up the second half pistol. And just like that, they're right back in the game.
Yeah, Shazam from Graveyard. Again, Shazam, one of the best pistol players in North America. Hit some great shots right here. And like you said, Sean, they're all chasing him. They go right into the crosshairs of Shazam. Even though Sean's gear smoke missed, didn't matter. They hold it off very nicely. Breeze was dangerous, though.
Yeah.
Just turns around 186.
You never underestimate his play there. So just leaving the hope alive for a few extra seconds. However, NRG, without the plant, they do decide to pretty much just go for the usual force into this second round now. CZs and P250s along with the Tech 9 over on the Breeze there. A few smokes and whatnot that I'm sure they're going to try to use to get out more than likely onto A, judging from the current way things are going, but that could change itself as well. Misfits still stacked into a standard 3-2 across the map, not changing themselves up too much here. And we do actually see the bomb falling back now, so potential for this to maybe go in a different direction here as NRG are trying to make up their mind. But overall, still a strong start for the Misfits, and this combining with the 6 rounds they got in the first half there. Some really good stuff overall from Sick that we saw, was able to kind of carry his team forward, get them, keep them in the match, and prevent NRG from really just running away with it, because it was getting kind of dire there at the beginning of the first half. But him, along with some of the efforts of the other players, brought it back. Amanek, though, striking first here. Peter able to trade, but Sean also tagging in for one. However, it's just those 1 kills. And now Fugly as well, cutting off one of the rotators, so a 3v2. Will be a 2v2 on this site, but in a moment here, you are going to have the third guy rejoining the B defense. But Shazam, while they are only 2 in the site, could be able to move in and punish this little man winning right around the corner here. I'm not sure if he's going to be expecting that, but nice check from Shazam. He was able to read into that. That's the site completely cleared off. The remaining 2 are actually way back on Banana right now. However, it is planted for them. These CTs are going to have to be careful of these surprise peaks, which they may have to deal with. And in clearing it out, now they can jump onto the bomb. Sick covering for his teammate. Daps now remaining as the last man standing. They jump onto the defuse, and while Daps does his best to try to line it up, it's just not going to happen. Misfits close out and are able to take that second round.
Yeah, really dangerous there for Misfits. Luckily, in that 2v3, they're able to overcome those odds. Thought they were going to lose that round just based off, taking B that cleanly. Sean Gares and Amanek. Sean Gares got caught with a smoke out. Amanek gets bum rushed. By the time Sean deploys the smoke and actually fights, only able to get 1, right? Because after that, he's going through a smoke himself. So maybe next time, I think a better setup is if Sean's just holding an off angle as well, And then when Omnic shoots, he could kind of swing out. But then if he gets smoked out, then he can counter smoke, you know, something like that. But it definitely comes down to like millisecond timings there and how it works. So now NRG though on another save. PTR with a smoke flash on Lowman, just a dig on Fugly, and everybody else at P250 or o'clock.
Yeah, Sick gonna try to bust out here and see if he can get some really frags with timing on these flashbangs, but for the most part, NRG to kind of evacuate away from the hallway there. So he's not gonna catch much, and he actually uses pretty much all of his utility except for the molly, tossing it out there. And what's even worse is the smoke went too deep, so Fugly can actually peek into that and re-challenge if he wants to without having to worry about the smoke. But not gonna be seeing much of that. Most of NRG actually still kind of stuck way back at the crossroads. And now pushing up towards the mid-choke, they will try to make a little bit of progress here. Still, ultimately, though, with P250s being the best of some of the best of the guns that they'll carry into this round, it is going to be pretty rough on them. You can already see Misfits pretty much shutting it out. Shazam just running out of ammo, a bit unfortunate there, but the quick trade from Devo Duvek and Daps coming in a little bit late to the party here is going to walk himself into his own death. A Sick closes out and reties this match.
So Shazam should be getting an op, $9,000. They keep the Moss on Devaduvek and the Ump on Sick, so I like that. NRG with the fully bought round as well. They did get that bomb down, if you remember, on that second round, so they're good on money. Everybody gets, you know, whatever they want, essentially. Lowman gonna push back B with the Molotov. Shazam pushes right past it, though, and takes 80 damage. So he thought he could go in front of the Molotov, did not work out at all. He even had a pretty nice little bunny hop, it looked like.
It still ends up costing him far more than he gains. Now Dab's trying to make up for it with his own bit of aggression here and pushing forward. Not really going to be able to do all that much to Sick. I think he hits him once or twice to the wall, but that's it. Only bringing it down to 86 HP. Little Man having some much better luck, however, in chasing down Shazam. He's able to finish the job that was started earlier, well, by himself. And now Little Man going to continue to push in, but Devo Duvek just gets the clotheslining headshot there. Unfortunately, blinded out afterwards. Sick still alive in the pit, but it's a short-lived occasion. As just like that, we're down to only Sean Garris being left alive, and he's already revealed himself. So he's going to fall back, save the gun, and let NRG get back their lead.
Yeah, we'll see if Misfits have enough money to buy next round, because they did have a lot of deaths on that second round. Let's see if we can hold tab for a second. Okay, so they definitely have enough money to buy. They could even get, let's see, I don't know if Devo Duvek was going to want to opt because he'd only have $5 grand, but they'll definitely have an opt for Shazam. And so if Escares can get like one exit here, I think it's worth it. But it looks like he's just content with saving the M4.
Yeah, he's going to be holding back now. I think there's one or two players here that are going to be a little bit lower off. I think I don't know about like ups or 5/7, so this will help to alleviate that a little bit here and maybe toss the one gun over to, I think it's primarily just Almanac. Shazam was okay. As you can see, he just dropped the rifle, so he's going to be able to get himself the full buy. And they're going to donate the op over. But everybody else back into a full buy here. Pretty much full utility, too, for everybody except Sick and Shazam. So they'll be looking in good strides to try and, you know, bounce back against this. Prevent NRG from really running away with the lead again. But if they fail in this regard, then they will be right back down into another save here. And this is going to be NRG going right into their dominating form that they had going for the CT side. But slow to open, NRG. Just kind of messing around over mid and alt. Gonna push up through there and gets a little bit of Hall's control. I don't think Misfits are going to really resist it too much as they're holding back over towards the ports. They did push out aggressively on B, but they had to stack up for Sick, although he didn't really get much done. It's brought a little bit down to 20 HP. It's actually Devo Duvek that gets a lot of work going for himself. Here's Shazam picking up a kill too, but ultimately still advantage for NRG as they get the site, and Misfits just, the two remaining players, I should say, for Misfits, just not really given any time to react to that at all. So much like the last gun round, they're really going to have no choice but to sit on B and save.
Yeah, and again, another pretty much just quick A-take. Right off the bat, they jump out of halls with two players, other guys coming up porch, just a quick split onto the A site. Sick goes down right away, and I mean, they're not even going 1 for 1, right? So they get 2 kills off 3 deaths. It's not a good retake to go for. They decide to save, and it's just A, and losing the rounds within 30 seconds a day. So.
Yeah, just like I said, a couple trades here and there, but for the most part, NRG always streaming to strike first, so they end up with the better odds of it at the end of the day. And now they're going to be able to re-solidify the lead they had coming into this half.
But it's a really disconnected setup. I mean, they have Sick on the porch roof. The other guy goes back to site. The guy just gets smoked out at arch side, so he's a non-factor, and you know exactly where he's rotating to. I mean, it's 3 one-on-one battles, or one on the entire T-side NRG team. You know, Sick takes his own battle, then Devo takes his own battle, and then Shazam takes his own battle. There's no cohesion in that setup.
Now Amanek is going to be moving out a little bit here to challenge and mainly just pop the smoke off over down Banana early on and even re-smoking it too. Breeze still trying to challenge that a bit, but in all reality, this is an attempt to try to show much more force than there actually is, since besides Amanek, there is nothing sitting on that site. He's solo defending it. And they do have, obviously, the other rifle sitting in the hands of Sean, but the other 3 players only purchased at most P250. Shazam buying into nothing here. So if this ends up sending them into A, it is actually going to work out really well, and it's a great strat from these guys to try and just force them in the other direction here, gambling that they would go the other way. But it seems like NRG were patient enough to try to check for that. Still leading into A, however, as they've been able to once again get up towards the mid-choke point and take boiler control without, you know, suffering from any resistance at all. All 4 of the Misfits' CTs are stacked up on the site and are waiting to defend it there. You just have Shazam slightly outside that may try to end up in a bit of a battle over towards the library there. Now sitting with a USP, but after he does see nades, he backs up entirely. Confirm their presence. He knows they're going to push back into here. Devo, though, just gets deleted by Little Man. 3 bullets, 1 headshot is found out. Sean is able to do work with that rifle, though. Him and Sick picking up a combined 3 kills, still left to a 2v1 as they do knock out the remaining players on the site. And now Amanek is the only one still standing. Goes for the play. Tag down to 14 HP as soon as he shows himself. And now this is going to be very, very difficult for him to clutch back out. I hope he can kind of creep in the other way. Peter, though, is going to go for the peek, and I think they already know he's low, so Peter just has his pistol out. Doesn't even take the battle either. Just falls back after he's confirmed he did wrap in that direction. Doesn't have enough time to try and, you know, sneakily wrap around the other way or continue forward, so he's just going to give up, fall back, and save again.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I thought the way they're taking wrap side, like the smoke didn't even bounce properly, I don't think. Nobody challenges. They get let up wrap freely. He's on top of the balcony. Misses his first initial burst, doesn't get the kill. Little Man just adjusts, 1 taps on. From there, it's a pretty easy site take. So, I don't know, Misfits just having a ton of trouble at that A site. So far, since the pistol round, you know, they haven't gotten 1 round. Fugly doesn't have shot on Sick.
Also up right after that as well. So, just like that, it's another advantage for NRG working in their favor, but Misfits now are able to continue to rebuy into this next one, since they were working off of essentially just a full eco there and 2 saved guns. Now Shazam, hopefully with an op in hand, get a little bit more work than to stop this early mid-pressure from coming out from NRG. Although it seems NRG are a little bit less interested in taking it this time. And Breeze almost caught by Amanek, but a flashbang actually ends up working in the favor of NRG to a certain degree. Breeze still found out. Both Sean and Amanek pick up kills. They did lose Sean in the process, but still bringing it down to a 43, giving Misfits a nice advantage to work with, and they have no control over at A currently. Daps, as you can see, is way up through the long haul. Wanted to try and pressure back out, but the smoke has now been deployed. However, the smoke is actually outside, so he can abuse that very heavily. As you can see, sneaking right in, he finds Sick. He sees the second player, ducks down below it, trying to hunt for the headshot. He's got the better angle here, so he's going to take down Devo Duvek, and now they've got a site under their control, and just like many of these rounds in the past, Misfits as B players, I should say, were completely away from this one. So it is looking like they're going to rotate over to try and do something about it, but all the 3 of the NRG players are now entirely set up in a post plant. And smoked off at both sides, too.
Yeah, I don't know what that was from Sick. How are you going to miss a smoke like that and not expect him to be on the left side? I don't know, just a mistake that really should never happen, right?
They had literally just cost them the round and missed smoke.
Yeah. Well, not just the smoke, like not realizing that somebody could be in halls who has worked halls every single round this half. Daps has been halls every single round. So if you see Daps alive, how do you not expect that, right?
Big mistake that will end up costing them, especially after they got the early advantage there over on Banana too, and it kind of made NRG take a step back, but making this play just completely reignited the fire for NRG and let them walk into a victory.
Do you see how when he was crouched, though, he didn't just like immediately come up. He waited and did a different timing. So anytime you crouch in a situation like that, you want to move a little bit and give it like just half a second so the timing's different, and then pop up, and you're always advantaged to get the kill.
So after the round, you know, like that plays out, we do see a pause coming in for the Misfits. They're going to need to take a moment here to re-strategize and probably, to be completely honest, to take a bit of a breather after something like that happens. Breeze as well. Currently still dominating the playing field for NRG, but some other stars are showing up here, specifically in the second half. As you can see, two of his other teammates right behind him at 18 frags. That's Fugly and Daps definitely having quite a decent impact on this T side as well in showing up to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been that A site every single round.
And it's been working too.
Yeah.
Most area where they have struggled actually has been when there's been aggression from Misfits pushed out towards B. They've been able to trade, on gun rounds at least, they're usually pretty well. Or just at the very least hold NRG away from it and force them into making A plays. So just waiting for the unpause to come in from Misfits now. And then we will be able to get back into it. And it looks like the unpause has come in. So we're going to see if Misfits can carry through. They did decide to force into this round, as you're going to see now. 2 umps with full utility, 2 M4s, and a single op sitting on Shazam, working with those saves on the previous round. NRG still has full AKs along with the op sitting on Peter, though, and they've been hitting their stride quite well. So now we have to hope that Misfits kind of going for a bit of a Hail Mary buy here after saving those guns can keep it together. Either increase their own defenses on the A-bomb site or somehow funnel energy over towards B, where they've had better luck in a lot of these rounds here. In fact, Omenek's going to get aggressive. There's a lot more aggression just across the entire board from the Misfits. They've got players pushing halls this time, in addition to the usual guys over here towards B that are pushing out towards Car. Fugly tries to move in and get that early kill, but it doesn't work out, and it's not just him either. Fugly losing 20 HP, Peter losing just under half of his health. You know,
yeah, but that was actually a really good lurk by Fugly if they decide to hit B and hit it soon. Like, he showed presence in Boiler, he showed presence at mid. If they were able to like hit B right now, the rotate would be really slow, but because it's taking them a little bit, look where Devaduvek is going.
Yeah, now he's going to have to try and run back over here as they only have Omenek along with Sean to try and defend this. And Sean's just working with it up. Omenek gets one, but he's behind a smoke now, so it's going to be very risky to continue spraying into that. It might just give away his own position here. Plant goes down. There's no one, actually, excuse me, there is going to be Sick working his way back in on Banana, and he knows that the op presence is there. So tossing in a Molotov looks like to stop them from peeking out towards Car. There's actually 2 players here waiting for this one. The flashbang, I think, was a little bit too far back, but no, it actually does hit the offer. Fugly, though, was waiting for that one, so he catches the trade, brings us back out into a 3v3. Smokes in the site are going to start to fade, which means now the main retake group can start to move back in, but they're walking into their own deaths, it seems. Breeze, 1, 2, he doesn't get the third, but he might as well have. It's 80 damage, which Little Man will move in to finish off upon, picking up the kill there, and bringing NRG up to 14 rounds.
Yeah, and that round just going quickly towards B after a little bit of A presence from Fugly. Just going on contact, walking in really when the smokes are blooming, winning the initial gun battles. They had a player at Spindle, he didn't get anything done, and then that player at First Oranges was just on an island, so it was a pretty easy kill. And from then on, the post plant with Misfits by that round, you know, they don't really have like the mollies or anything like that to really help, you know, take that site after they get the bomb down. Makes it very difficult. So now they are going to force buy. They have 3 umps, 2 M4s. We have quick halls control coming out from NRG.
Yeah, NRG just quickly swinging back in again to take halls. Misfits did try to aggress into this a little bit more last time, and they're going to do it again with Sick, at least over there towards the balcony area and pushing up towards Porch. But neither team really getting a whole lot going here at the beginning, and this does still favor NRG as they've got that halls control they want. They have the ability to push back over towards the mid choke point once again, and Misfits can't really continue to risk their own situation, so they're going to be pushed back further into the site. Shazam specifically around the wrap side over by Arches, where he's just going to wait things out. And overall, the team is just going to have to sit back and wait to see what gets thrown at them, which now could reignite the possibility for NRG to just go for another direct A play, all 5 players grouped together. And if they keep hitting these entries like they have been on the past, the entire half so far, then they are going to be able to possibly just walk right in here, get the site, get the plant before these B players even give a chance to rotate. So In they will go. And it starts off with Fugly moving in here, but smoking off the other side. It's like double smoke going over there towards the hay barrels here, as it's going to give Fugly a little bit more room to maneuver up and try to play sneakily again. But they have two players, the CTs, this is waiting inside of the pit to counter out maneuvers like this. And this is all going to be a fake too, as now they're pushing into B, and they did get the second guy rotating off. Amanek, though, picking up a first kill. And now you do have Sean Garris rotating back. Amanek, though, is going to get burned out down to 1 HP, just barely escapes it. Keep in mind, 8 seconds left to find the plant. So if Sean can stop it, then they will be able to win out the round because of that. But Sean just destroyed the second he jumps out from that smoke. Now leaves us down to a 4v2 scenario. Both the CTs stuck inside of the new church. Devo trades out the kill of his teammate there as Daps just picked up, but now he's got a 1v3 set against him. Pushing in, there's 2 waiting for him over here by Emo, and the second guy may just throw him off entirely. It's becoming a little bit more common, but you don't necessarily expect there to be a second guy waiting over there at Emo, so Little Man does indeed surprise against Devo Duvek, and NRG win out again, now pushing up to map point.
Yeah, a couple force buys not working out at all for Misfits. Sean Garris just kind of hoping for a prayer, man. Like, you have the Molotov. You could have just volleyed him, probably. I don't think you need to do all that.
Well, the force buys continue here now, and they really don't have a choice, of course, on this round, as it could be the very last one. Still decent utility and an overall decent buy, but no op to be present this time. A lot of downgraded weapons, 2 umps. FAMAS goes on to Shazam, whereas NRG still continues straight. Their strong buys that they have had for most of this half now, as they've really been dominant here, and they really came into shape. Unfortunately for the Misfits, while they did win out those first couple rounds, I'm pretty sure this has been a nearly flawless streak from NRG since, ever since the first gun round there. They're on about 6 rounds in their favor now, and about to make it 7 if they can close out here, and that will take control of the map as well. Misfits still into that default 3-2 split. And now Amanek just tried to take a risk this time after the smoke faded at the half wall. Wanted to go out, taking the battle versus Breeze of all people. And Breeze wins it. It is a bit of a hesitant win as he ends up taking it with only 7 health, I should say, remaining. But now it's going to split the defenses 2-2. Either way, NRG go. If they do try to push it together, it is going to be relatively easy to clean up shop and then hold it from that point forward. And there's no saves this time either, which means the Misfits are going to have to try and rotate into it quickly and retake the site. So Fakes may be very, very prone to selling this, especially with Fugly just picking up that kill. We're already starting to see players rotate back off, and now they can just catch them out of position in the B-bomb. Say, look, as they do move in, Sick traded, but Shazam has already moved past the CT smoke right now, so he's stuck behind that. However, they're not seeing Sean Garris still sitting behind the crypts here. He's only able to get that 1 kill, though, as he's traded out afterwards by Little Man. Peter also took down Shazam, hiding back behind the smoke. 6 set against a 1v3, and in a moment, as he swings back up here, Daps is just going to be waiting for him. There you have it. It's NRG that control the situation, and I believe a team ace as well in that last round. They take map number 1 here on Inferno, and they'll push themselves ahead to an early advantage.
Yeah, just nobody on that CT side for Misfits. I mean, on that A site, like, we saw Breeze for NRG. He's just like a turret. Like, you put him in a position where people are going to peek into him and he's going to get kills. And they use Low Man with him with decent amount of teamwork. Daps kind of rotating around. And if you noticed, generally speaking, Misfits on their CT side, they have Shazam opping art side, and it's really easy to take him out of the play. You know, they just smoke left side mid, they smoke Moto when they hit A. It's basically like 2v5. And yeah, that's why people are opping B now, you know, because of those issues. It's a lot harder to op A in this current, this current game, or the current map of Inferno. So, again, Misfits on that CT side, man, their A was just so bad. I mean, they didn't win 1 round after they won the pistol in the following 2.
Yeah, it was just no gun rounds won at all. So let's bring the analysts into the conversation now and get their thoughts on this CT side. Very poor form. Good start, of course, winning 6 rounds on the T side, but then just unable to translate any of that to the second half.
Yeah. Absolutely unable to translate it. And more so than that, I mean, it looks like Misfits did struggle, just have a rough T side.
Yeah, no, so even if though they end up on 6 rounds, it's not like a pretty way of going about it. A lot of the rounds they have are honestly situations where NRG are favored most of the times when the takes come in. Misfits, for pretty much all of their T-side rounds let the clock run down a lot, but they didn't necessarily do a whole lot in that, interim, just trying to bait out utility a lot of the time, or not to, great success. So they seemed kind of lost, really, as to what they wanted to do a lot of the times when you get down to 30, 20 seconds left of the round, which shouldn't be the case. Yes, fair enough, they are a new team. They will have, some time needed to adjust and set up, get the new players into the groove of things, but still, you would have expected a tiny bit more. The only thing they really had to show for was pretty much a B take, and that was kind of what they relied heavily on their T side.
Well, let's look now at this pistol round from the first half, and I do believe this is a little bit foretelling.
Yeah, NRG, this is just them playing it really smart. Aggressive CT pistols is not the first time we're seeing on this new iteration of the map, but what we're going to see is them actually not getting overconfident. So Breeze is going to find the first kill here on Devudivek initially, and normally CT sides would stick around at this point and throw away the round doing that, but instead NRG going to be wise about it, rotate back in time, because you can, obviously it's a big tell when you've got the entire team pretty much down by T-Pit, that there's got to be openings elsewhere on the map, but NRG falling back in time allows for Fugly to be prepared for the apps push that's coming in from the T side. And at this point, you're in a 2v5 situation, so you don't have any utility to speak of really as a T side, and the round is pretty much over. So that's kind of the cool adjustment that NRG made. Instead of just being too overconfident, sticking with it, and staying aggressive after finding that first frag, there's no real reason for them to do so. They've already stifled what Misfits potentially wanted to do. So, just go away, go back to the bomb sites with the advantage in hand.
No, most definitely. When we look at this Misfits lineup now, and we bring out this problem where, okay, well, it's just late round, and the clock is dwindling. What are we going to do? Some teams can get away with that. Some teams in their best form and they're well drilled,
Navi,
they can get away with these late last minute decisions within a round, but not so much here today.
No, not so much, and I think they could have very easily been more heavily punished than they were on their T side. Again, this could all be a result of the fact that they have such a new lineup that they haven't really been able to really dry run all the things they want, or have Amanek and Devudivek kind of in tune with what kind of nades they need to throw. Like basically like the most cookie cutter setups, or stuff outside of that if the cookie cutter stuff doesn't work. So still gonna have to go easy on them in that sense. But what we saw today wasn't necessarily impressive, even though they do pick up 6 rounds. So, and then you go over to the CT side. That's a completely different chapter. They won the pistol and then have nothing to answer for really when you go into the second half either. So I don't see Inferno being like their staple map going forward, unless they do or make a lot of changes to what they're currently doing.
Well, who knows? It's hard to say a wake-up call when it's this new of a team, but who really knows? 16-9 there for NRG, walking away with Inferno. We're going to get into Cobble, and there's actually an update. There's been some changes to the Cobble, and I believe we're going to take a look at some of that now as we do pull it up here.
Yeah, it's not massive changes. It's Danger, Matrix, whatever you want to call it. Rose is known by many names. It's not massive changes. Basically, they're just kind of added different plateaus here. You're going to get a second angle to potentially hold mid from. What surprises me with this kind of an update is the fact that it doesn't really address the massive issue that is the entire B bomb site. And it doesn't really change all that much for the A side either. I wouldn't say Danger was one of the stifle points of where CTs broke down and started crying because they couldn't do anything. It was actually one of the sites where they could find information by going aggressive in A halls, or they could actually take the peek through through doors without necessarily having a death sentence over their head, which is very different from what you see on the B bomb site. So sure, it's a change. I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever on the map and how it plays out, but at least they're changing something, right?
They did something.
They did something. Yes, updates. Yeah,
updates. That is exactly right. Well, we're going to be seeing Misfits and NRG on Cobble.
Yeah.
You're saying that you don't think that this update's going to affect that much. Are we going to have at least a good fight?
Yeah, it should be a decent fight. Yeah, just to preface, I don't think it's going to change all that much. Sure, some teams might find some cute use for it, but in the grand scheme of things, not going to be a game changer, I think.
Okay, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to Cobble with Misfits and NRG right here at the ESL Pro League.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're back here for NRG and Misfits, about to battle it out on a new version of Cobble, and it's not that new. It's not that different, but it's an update. It's new. It's kind of what it is, right? You can't say much more.
It's kind of like a repackaged. Well, it's like when you've received a Christmas gift from your grandma that you're not happy about, so you repackage it and give it to someone else for next Christmas. Man? No, I've never done that. No, but I've seen. I learned from TV shows. Okay, American TV shows.
Yeah.
So I'm getting all of this from you guys.
Okay.
No, but in any case, like it's not really a whole big a change. Like not a big change. I don't think it's going to have the biggest impact. It's not like this all of a sudden makes A side just impenetrable.
They didn't add a second drop room, so I guess we're still okay.
No drop room, no laser beams, like no entrapment kind of room where you can't get out and you have to be Catherine Zeta-Jones to kind of sneak your way through everything. But you know, it is what it is. At least they're looking into the maps, and it's not like there's no secret that Cobble is one of the more stagnant maps that we have in the map pool right now. So I guess, you know, just the fact that they're keeping tabs on it is good.
Well, more so than that, with Misfits and NRG, both teams needing to kind of prove something now, at least for the Misfits side.
Yeah.
NRG, with that small roster change, they didn't necessarily add 2 Frenchmen, and then kind of let's see what happens. We're still looking at NRG with a little man that needs to show here.
Yeah, no, I definitely do. And I think it's going to be a big task for them as well going into a map like Cobble. Cobble hasn't necessarily been one of the strong suits for NRG throughout this Pro League. They've been doing really well for themselves on other maps, Inferno being one of them. But Cobble has been one of the more lacking ones, I would say, in NRG's map pool. So this is a good time to showcase whether or not they've actually, you know, if communication necessarily was an issue for them earlier on, and having Littleman there, if he's able to kind of fill that gap for them, that could play a big part on their CT sides and so on. Should be really cool to see. And honestly, since we didn't get to see it on Inferno, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see that odd battle between Peter and Shazam coming into fruition this time around. I think it's a bigger likelihood of that happening this time around.
Well, I'm actually getting some news that we're not going to have a Stromberg Strategies. It appears that he's lost.
He's taking an early day.
But it is his day. This is April 20th. This is the Bears Day. Mark your calendars. Tell your friends. Tweet about it. Start a hashtag. Do the whole 9. But we won't be having Stromberg Strategies right now, unfortunately. I don't have any earthly idea where he is. But we are going to bring in the commentators. I'm going to get right with you.
All right.
But we're going to bring in the commentators real quick here. Guys, is this a map where both teams can feel a little more comfortable in terms of, even with these new lineups, they're going to feel more comfortable in this map?
I just want to know why you're re-gifting your grandma's gifts. How cold-hearted, terrible of a person are you?
I didn't do that. I've seen it on American TV shows.
No, that's impossible.
Nobody re-gifts their grandma's gifts, no matter what it is. It's your grandma, man.
No, like mom or something crazy. I can understand.
Haven't done it, man. I'm just saying, you know, I get these ideas from watching, you know, your shows.
Like, my mom re-gifts everything. My mom literally gets gifts from her friends and gives it to her other circle of friends without even opening it or anything. Just changes the name on the card. Yes. Just keeps the packaging. And she has them in her car. And then, like, if she needs a gift, she just,
Hey, that's actually not a bad play, especially in the trunk of your car.
Smart.
All kinds of stuff. And look, hey, I know this is all great and stuff. There will be a company Christmas party, I'm sure. But right now, we've got Misfits and NRG on Cobble.
All right, thank you very much, Stunny. Yep, the map is already going live here, so we're going to jump directly into it now. NRG taking on the Misfits, and we'll get to see the second map played out here. NRG destroying Misfits in the second half of our last map. Now we go into Cobble, where hopefully things will be of a bit more even ground for these teams. And we can see Misfits battle back to try and take this 1-1 for the night. If not, NRG is also going to be continuing on the warpath to remain within the top 6 here and try to earn their playoff spot. Now, Fugly getting aggressive outside early on. What they may not notice is this double stack of players to their left. Hello, there they are, and Fugly goes down first, along with Peter directly afterwards. Yeah, French duo, the French stack as well, apparently. As we can see, Shazam trading back the first, or picking up an additional kill here too. And Almanac just continuing forward as well, taking down Daps. Now it's just going to be Little Man trying to hold back over on the B bomb site as he creeps his way over. And basically going to be trying to find as many kills as possible, but doesn't get any at all. So it's a completely clean pistol to start off on this map for the Misfits, as they'll go 1-0 at the beginning.
Yeah, Misfits starting out on a much-needed pistol after what we saw from them on Inferno. We'll see if this T-side can, you know, the T-side wasn't too bad the last time on Inferno, but I don't know, Cobble's pretty finicky. You know, like when you look into the map, you think it's going to be very T-sided, like inherently, but then a lot of teams just can really leverage like that B-plat control and things like that into round wins really well. We see NRG very conservatively bought here. Breeze on the Deeg, a couple CZs, 2 P2 or 2 USPs as well. Just a full B stack though.
Yeah, and for Misfits now, they are going to continue to proceed forward outside over towards B. We do have the full stack of NRG waiting, so they are going to spring the trap here. For NRG hopefuls out there, now is going to be their chance to upset. It's fortunate they didn't buy into armor or anything behind their investments, so they're just going to have those upgraded pistols, but 2 for 1 to start now. Yeah, Misfits do end up shutting it down pretty handily. Only 1 or 2 kills at the beginning there, but for the most part, it is cleaned up pretty fast by the Misfits to claim a second round.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough economy to deal with if you're NRG. Going into that 4th round, 5th round, you're probably going to have to win at least 2 rounds in a row in order to break their economy, as long as they, you know, don't lose too many bodies here.
Yeah, NRG themselves are just going to end up in a another situation where they have minimal investment. CZs and P250s are all that they do. Bring in Peter and Breeze, just saving up entirely, sticking with their own defaults. And Misfits just taking it nice and slow, sending a few players over here to the edge of Broken Wall, along with the drop area. They want to systematically clear it out just to be safe and make sure they don't get tripped up by anything NRG would throw at them in this round. A 4-1 split, so there is going to be another heavy stack of players from NRG waiting out on the bomb site. But even so, with the guns they have, I wouldn't expect anything too crazy sort of around here. And Sean is going to start us off by moving into the transition room and then Leslie out onto the site and start off the overall hit for his team this round. And moving towards it, Breeze was spotted with the flower bot. Okay, little man just hopping right up apparently. Sick with a quick trade on the Breeze though, and it's pretty much like the last round where NRG start up with 1 kill, but for the most part that seems like it's all they're going to get. Devo even hopping up onto the platform there, getting him 1 more kill. He just kind of had to run now. He's at 9 HP, but Peter just gets mind gamed a little bit there as Devo just hides into a corner. Peter runs right past him.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a ton of money, so it should be multiple rounds in a row that NRG is going to have to win in order to break that economy. PTR gets the op, but only 2 kills so far this game. I mean, even on that pistol round, to upgrade to head armor, they just, most of them probably just had to spend 350, you know, so.
So now going into the first gun round, we are going to see the Misfits proceed up into another, what more than likely, if it stays this way, will become just a default B play. NRG, even the players they send over towards A are pretty close to the door and can rotate over pretty quickly. So if Misfits do try to kind of force the issue onto this site, then they are going to be going up against a lot of CTs, and they may just decide to not want to do that. Smokes early on, of course, will delay the action over right past the broken wall there, over top the big arch. It's going to hold them back, but now Misfits need to start to move in on their own regard here. Molotovs will go in to flush out the drop room and send the CTs outside so that they can safely drop in and take control for themselves. But afterwards, no one's really going to follow through with it. In fact, they pull all pressure away from the platform. Double stack inside of drop, though. And that is where Little Man and Breeze will work together to take out Devoduvic right at the start. No more pressure is going to come in from drop. So we can probably actually start to see not only Peter more heavily commit deeper into A, but also maybe 1 or 2 more players start to rotate in the other direction here. We can already see that with Dap. Smokes and whatnot going to start to come out onto the site, which means the rest of the B players will rotate in kind. Molly is going to go back there, but I think it blows up in the air, so it actually won't hit the ground. And we'll have to use a second one here. Sick, though, just takes down Peter so quickly and then follows it up with Daps as well. So some good stuff from him. And now Ominix going to continue forward. Spotted those 2 players retreating. They'll know that they have this under control. And some of the others can start to move out to hunt down those that went outside the site to save.
Yeah, good decision by NRG to save here. This is not a retake you want to have like any part of. I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be successful. It's much more beneficial to your team to just save these 3 guns, maybe get a couple umps on the other guys, and, you know, play for the next round. And you could still just, like, have them both have umps and then not invest fully with Low Man, Fugly, and Breeze, and then buy the next round even if you lose this one. So trying to get back into it, you know, economically.
Right now it is Misfits controlling the situation here as they do push forward, and Sick leading the charge for his team. Him and Devo Dubek both with 5 kills in the first 4 rounds. And overall, not a whole lot of battling back being done by NRG. But just coming off the first round and not really trying to resist it in their first couple of anti-ecos. They have built up the losing bonus and now are going to be able to buy back into this one a little bit. They still really just only have the saved guns, though. No one else decides to go past that. So Daps gets himself armor and a CZ tossed over to him, and Peter just ends up with a P250 here. Those 3 rifles will have to have massive impact if they want to have hope of upsetting in this round. Otherwise, Misfits will continue to push forward up to 5. And again, the same pretty much basic opener here from the Misfits. Players into the B halls with a couple more posting up outside. They'll hold those good positions. NRG changed up their dynamic quite a bit this round, however. They actually sent quite a few players over into the mid-connector and around this new suicide area in A, trying to hold it off there. So they're going to put a lot of defenses there this time and only have 2 defending B. Misfits, though, reading into this actually really well, where previously they were able to push into A pretty casually and really only relying on Sick to hit those entries for them, which he did, and it just opened up the site. Now they're going to try to do the same thing over here towards B, where they've only got Little Man, I think Breeze to defend it. Little Man, though, holding first off and drop. He's going to get extra assistance over here from Daps, who just dinks Devoduvik. That'll send him flying in the other direction. Sick, at the very least, is able to clear out Breeze, and then Almanac and Sick again, following it up with 2 more nice kills. Brings the situation back under the control of of Misfits. It's flanked from Peter. Finishes the kill into Devoduvik, re-evens it into a 2v2, and now there's 2 rifles in the hands of both the remaining members of NRG. They're expecting Peter to work on a flank, so Sick is taking up a position inside of the cubby, when in all reality, it is going to come from drop. Thankfully, it's a quick adjustment from Sick to be able to get in the way of that. Problem is, though, is that Fugly gets the first kill. Now it's just Shazam on the outside. He even misses the first shot. Recorrects the issue as he goes for the repeat, though, and takes down Fugly. And Peter does not have a whole lot of time left. He needs to get in here and defuse that bomb. Full 10-second defuse as well. Picked up a kit, but... oh, Shazam? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! He snuck it in and then killed him with a pistol afterwards. So Peter just goes right for the smoke defuse and steals the round out of the hands of Misfits.
How did that not hit him? It looked like he was right on him.
It was swiped too high, I think. I don't know if he knew he was crouching or not. I think it was slightly too high. It was hard to tell from within the smoke, though.
Wow.
Well, that's one way to get yourself on the board.
Yeah.
As NRG will finally find themselves starting off here, and it was on a round 2, or for the most part, they weren't really buying into too much, so now they are able to reinvest into this next round with no problem whatsoever. All M4 is the op for Peter. Everybody's got kits and utility. Obviously, Misfits still haven't been broken down just yet, but that could be something in the future for them if they continue to lose out rounds in these close situations, so needing to find their footing quickly here before NRG does round another comeback and moves in to take quick control of the lead here. But a big stack from Misfits again over here towards the B bomb site. You're more than likely going to be looking at another pretty straightforward push out onto the site from them, whereas NRG has gone back into their usual play style as well. 3-2 split. Fugly going to be playing closer contact at the broken wall, with the other 2 focusing on the statue and drop room respectively. Just a minute left remaining here for Misfits. And actually, nice pre-fire goes over to catch Sick out, knocking off just about half of his HP as they were getting ready to deploy smokes and molotovs down onto the site. Fugly catching an easy first kill, and a second one continues to go out aggressively, but that is what is going to lead to his own death. Almanac able to trade into 1 kill in drop room, but then Little Man peeking in to battle it back. NRG still controlling most of this site as well. They were able to creep back up. They're going to try to go for the plant. Little Man does give himself away in the process, and Shazam was able to use that to get a kill, and a second one through the chicken coop in its entirety to take down Breeze. Nice shots from Shazam, but he's got 1 more kill to go against Daps, who's coming out of drop right now, but he looks away at the wrong moment. That'll give it over to Daps and give NRG their second round.
Yeah, just Shazam just banking on the fact that he's flanking. Not a bad read. You'd figure if he kills that player coop, maybe Daps comes more quickly and tries to fight him, but in the end, was wrong on his read, and now Misfits gets probably one more opportunity to reset their economy before they will have to save, or at the very least take that armor.
So the last fight here for Misfits now is they'll end up with the full investment here. But NRG finding their stride and getting back into it. They're now going to be battling in much closer areas of the map too. We can see that. An attempt from Fugly to get himself on top of the platform. He's going to be fighting here for a lot of the round. And also we got players pushed in towards long A and right outside of the new mid, right outside of mid.
That's kind of why I don't like the way NRG purchases though, because even though Misfits isn't the greatest team, they get 3 opportunities, 3 gun rounds in a row, because they don't really put pressure on them economically speaking, you know? They give them 3 chances to reset NRG's economy.
Yeah, they let them.
And when you play against teams like SK or Virtus Pro or Cloud9 or Liquid or whatever, you know, like these Tier 1, Tier 2 teams, they're usually going to capitalize if you give them 3 chances like that, right? They only have to win 1 round to win 5 rounds, essentially. Or a little less, but 4, you know?
Yeah. Well, now they do start to move back out. Peter spots it, dodges an op shot as well. It didn't miss his player that got up real close to him, though. It's Sean that sneaks in the kill against Peter. Now Daps trying to respond. So messy on the UMP. There was used so much ammo, only 7 bullets left, and he's not going to get to use any of them. Almanek knocks him right out of the park. And now we can see Little Man still up on the ramp. He's going to have to try to surprise, but just 1 kill. It's definitely not what he was hoping for here. And Shazam lines up the final frag as well. Ends up with a nice 3K on the round. That's 2 in a row where he's actually gotten a 3K here.
And they had so many players there. Figured they would capitalize off that opportunity. But PTR not realizing they were all the way up the ramp. That first kill really happened.
So that restores the balance here in the favor of Misfits now. As you can see, NRG, they do decide to force up here a little bit. Just going for basically as much as they can, as they never really stabilize their economy, even with those 2 rounds. So everybody except for Peter buys out.
And then this round, I don't think you should force action.
Because they already have money.
Exactly, because now you have to win 2 rounds in a row, right, to break Misfits' money. And it's like, you know, you give them another opportunity again, even if you win this round, which you're really not favored to win. When, if you save this round, I think you would have been able to buy the next round pretty decently, if I think right. Then another issue that they have is that PTR will always just like save for the op no matter what. So it's really hard to like fully invest in rounds like this.
So now we're going to end up seeing Misfits just try to funnel through the mid connector and up onto A, which they can do pretty freely. Daps is waiting way over here at A long. He's still trying to play around with Suicide there, and obviously he's probably going to end up staying at A long for the most part here as his teammates have to be able to rotate all the way over from the B bomb site. It's not even like they can really do much, unfortunately. Misfits are going to walk in, they'll plant the bomb, set themselves up, and it's not even looking like NRG is going to contest. They're all just going to, I think, fall back into the B halls and try to set up to get exit kills, but that'll be it.
Yeah, they should just save. They're not going to retake this, maybe get some exits. Some kills to go.
Yeah, so a walk-on round for Misfits, and they're going to end up restoring the lead they had before here, going up 6-2 now. NRG, obviously, if they can save a few of these guns, then it's going to help them out a little bit in trying to restore their economy in the long run here as they head into the next gun round, but still. We can see Peter getting close up here. He's going to try to move in for intel. Dinked Shazam, but good adjustment from Shazam to flick onto that one, though. He keeps himself alive and moving. And that's going to be the only kill in that entire round, actually.
That was a 6 shot.
And still not even looking like there's enough cash to buy up for NRG this time. A lot of the players that, you know, had gone for the upgraded pistols just not even going to be able to afford the rifles now to support their armor buys. So they've got to save again here and just wait 1 more round before they can really go into it. And try to fight back against Misfits, who seem to be hitting a much better stride on the T side this time, building up that money early on, and specifically off of the fact that NRG choose not to contest it, it leaves them in a really good spot early on. Shazam just hitting a nice shot on Breeze, already has him down at 1 HP. And unfortunate that he survives a 1, but I'm sure Breeze isn't complaining about it. Now Sean doesn't even care about the molly, either just hopping right in there. Flashbang comes in a little bit late, but it's still able to give him the kill onto Little Man regardless, so now the rest of the team can follow through out onto the B bomb site. They've spotted Breeze hiding in that corner. He's going to be a little bit difficult for Sean to hit the shot there, as that tends to be a tricky angle, but he does indeed follow through with it. Peter picks up the first kill for the CT side. Looked like it may end up being the only kills again. Misfits clearing out of sight, and there is no room for the 2 remaining players on NRG to do anything about it besides just post up for exits.
Yeah, and so far it's just like, it's almost like NRG just hasn't even had a chance this game, really.
Yeah.
You know? They won that 1 round where he 10-second defused, BTR did, but it's just, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like they've had much of an opportunity because of the way the economy's worked out. Now they are going to try to get a couple exits here with Daps and Fugly. They're pretty aggressively set up. Almanek just clearing the T-spawn. Looks like he's going to dodge them, but Shazam might die here.
He's going to get caught making the shot out, so Fugly, not only just Fugly can push him either, he's able to recover against Fugly at the very least, but Daps, he can still try to push back in and kill him, although he's got way more support now.
Yeah, why peek then? Might as well just keep the ump in that case.
Well, pause call seems to have come out from NRG, so they are going to take a moment here.
That drive-by.
NRG's going to take a moment here to figure out how they can really piece back together this CT side. It's been very, very messy, to say the least, picking up 2 rounds, but they were very scrappy 2 rounds, and then they were immediately put back on the ecos after that, and now we end up in the situation where we're at here. Misfits just controlling almost every situation, controlling the economy of NRG, building up their own so early on that NRG really can't do anything about it, and it has just left them in a really crap position where there's not a whole lot of room for them to get back into this, even as we head into these last few rounds in the half. They're going to have to come out with a massive streak here if they want to still try and take a lead coming out here. Otherwise, it's might be looking at just like a flip scoreline of what we had back on Inferno, with Misfits kind of dominating somewhere between like 10 to 13 rounds.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't have that much faith in this Misfits squad right now. But yeah, they do have a commanding lead. You know, NRG has just been like wrong on all their reads when it comes to, you know, where they're stacking and things of that nature as well. But they do get pretty much a fully bought round here. I mean, they have 2 umps, 2 M4s, and an op. I think that's more than fine. I actually like this buy a lot.
Nice shot from Peter, though. Just goes into mid-connector nice and early. Destroys Sean and now backs up. If anybody wants to challenge him, they can swing on into the connector, but otherwise, it's under the control. And what? He hits another shot. This one, I think, to the door as well. Takes down Sick, and then Daps holds A long. He just got the bomb down. All right, this is the energy from the last map that we needed to see. Suddenly coming back into it. Misfits not looking too good, as Shazam and Almanac are going to have to try to clutch 2v5. Peter says no to that, though, as he's back up through Suicide, now supporting Daps. He's picked up a 3rd. Good trade. Finally seeing Shazam battle it back, but now he's down at 15 HP. Molly going to be reapplied. There's not a whole lot of room for him to try and do anything here. If he can get the guys from NRG to peek him and get them like greedily moving out so that he can punish a few more, then of course that'll be great. But overall, the round itself is almost for sure going to go into NRG's hands. Shazam, oh my god, gets that no-scope. He tries to go for one more, but finally, Fugly does put him down, and NRG went out the round.
Yeah, it does good economic damage, though. Because of those 2 extra kills that he got, with, you know, about 10 HP, I believe if they win this round, Misfits, or yeah, NRG is going to be on another save.
They're already down to like another ump as well, and it ends up on a donated rifle after it, so both the operators hitting their strides in that last round. Shazam almost bringing it back. Shazam's arguably, though, it ends up being more important for the long run of things, but a nice spray early on as Peter attempts to pull off the same feat again. And just like that, he's going to be down at 7 HP for the rest of this round. And Misfits have not had to do anything else besides that just yet. Just posted up outside, waiting to see if anyone else is going to try to test their luck against an aggressive or against a more passively held Misfits. And if they do, well, they'll be ready for them. And the Misfits would be able to punish that quite handily, as all 5 are now stacked up, probably going to get ready to push into the mid-connector in a moment. And in they will go, moving in to take that control. You've got Fugly and Daps waiting outside here, just below that little boost-up position. Not going to be going for the boost itself, but wrapping in here. Sick, looking for the first kill. Daps able to hold with the UMP up close. Almanac trading onto a kill onto Fugly, and Shazam swinging in. Daps actually does get one more kill, but Almanac and Shazam finding all this pressure right now, bringing it down to just Breezy and Peter. And Peter, mind you, was brought down very, very low from earlier on. Peter comes in on a flank, but it may be a little bit too late. If he had been able to save Breeze a moment earlier, this definitely would have been something workable. The problem is now they should be able to pay attention to this lurk over here, and Sean's going to be able to very casually shut it down for the Misfits. 8-3, and just like that, NRG back into eco territory again, and they've lost their losing bonus.
And Breeze is 1-8.
Yeah.
So not getting anything done on the CT side of Cobble. Misfits winning another very important round. Puts NRG on a force buy now, so they're tired of, you know, just playing every round, saving for these fully bought rounds. They decided to buy 2 umps, a Moss, a couple pistols, but this isn't something that they're comfortable doing. So we'll see how much experience they have with this, see how, you know, well thought out and how they play out this round. Right now they just have 2 in the A halls of PTR and Daps, and then 3 towards B with 2 players around, you know, square, 1 outside a drop. And Fugly will probably just fight whatever makes contact first. So they're coming out upper B, he'll probably try to help that, but if they get on drop, it wouldn't surprise me if he moves over to drop with low man and just kind of challenges. I hope they can win the round in that fashion.
But Misfits themselves, no strangers to slow playing on the T side here, are going to continue to run the timer down before they do end up making that decision, as they're all stacked up right now. Not only drop, but the lead up obviously over here towards the platform itself. The bomb, however, is backing away from the B halls and out towards an A play. So as smokes go into suicide, Sean currently carrying the bomb. It is looking like that they are going to send their early pressure inside of here while still trying to throw a fake over towards B. That's all going to be done from Shazam. However, Peter just kind of wildly pushing up, does spot the pressure at A-Long. Sean catching Little Man. Trade from Daps, of course, that sends the bomb onto the ground, and he even does good damage to Devo Duvek, but still, Devo Duvek getting the kill, combined with the fact that they just picked up 2 other kills for free here. Breeze, nicely done, swinging out. It's got another player isolated to the corner, so just like that, they're battling back into it. Shazam missing a shot. They know there's one back over here at the ramp, and they're going to be able to play very close to him. Missing another one, he'll be overwhelmed. There's only 6 seconds remaining, so these last 2 CTs can just hightail it the hell out of here, and Almanac can't do anything about it. NRG upset in a big fashion on this round, and now they'll bring it up 4-8.
Just get the bomb trapped at middle. Breeze makes a huge play. Almanac's already in the A site, and then Shazam's coming late. He misses a really critical op shot on somebody in the back, and that's what really lost the round, though. Like, Breeze made a good play there, but Shazam came from middle, shot at somebody, like, and just whiffed in his back. And from there, you know, they just double push him, run away, 5 seconds left or whatever, just hide.
Even so now, NRG, as we take a look at what they buy into this round, it isn't going to be all that great. We've got 3 SMGs. One of them's a P90 sitting on Fugly. Only 1 and 4, and the op goes back onto Peter. So Misfits still have the overall advantage here to play with, but NRG finally seem to be reading things a little bit better here. As all of the smokes and mollies go in, this is a very straightforward play from the Misfits as they smoke off the entire site and try to take control, but there's a lot of resistance to be found. Sean hits a good stride to start us off, though, and eliminating Breeze right from the get-go of things. And Sick also trying to continue forward, too. There is still Chicken Coop presence to deal with Peter. He's been completely smoked off. He wants to keep himself quiet before he can pop back into this one there. Hits the shot, but then a moment later traded out by Shazam. He does hit Sean a little bit further back. Little Man as well. Nice read into that sound. Just instantly locks in onto Devo Duvek. Unfortunately, the op presence from Misfits just far too strong there. Sick and Shazam hit up the last 2 final kills and reclaim the round once again and just reset the losing bonus for, I think, a 3rd or 4th time now on NRG.
Yeah, so NRG again going to be down to pistols, and Shazam makes up for that last round by getting a nice 3K here. So Misfits having a great T side. You expect them to win this, you know, probably 11-4. That's what you expect right now. But then again, CT side on Cobble could be really, really tough.
Yeah, NRG looks like they just forced into it this time. So again, just working with upgraded pistols. Don't even have a whole lot of utility to play with either. And they're going to try to go in here aggressively. Stacking up near the mid-connector and suicide steps. They've done this multiple times, though, and it's almost never really worked out for them, as they're all going to be positioned back over here towards the B halls. When you look at the Misfit stack, Almanac just firing off on its own regard out here in the open. But all that'll do is prompt an early smoke from NRG that could have been later used on the other site. As now, we're going to be able to see the Misfits start their push, but they do end up bringing it back to A, actually. Playing players outside of the B halls and over into the open again. But Smoke's still in the way. It doesn't seem to matter for Sick, though, over on B, as he's continuing with the plan to kind of sell a fake in that direction, but it's not making anyone from the NRG camp move outside of these suicide and mid-connector areas. They're both sitting back, patiently waiting this out. Sick continuing to lurk and continuing to pick up kills. So yeah, Misfits just swing back over here towards B now. They're going to be able to walk into an easy plant. Almanac in the meantime sneaking through A-Long, executing them. So 10th round going to be going up for Misfits here. And Almanac just continuing to execute here as he checks every which way. Little Man, maybe gonna find him. Nope. Almanac holds strong, kills all 3 of those guys that were hiding out over towards mid.
Stat pad round.
Yeah, pretty much. So pretty easy stuff there for Misfits again. Just being able to essentially outmaneuver NRG and find him in some really good angles, especially Sick over there just clearing out the B site on his own. So it goes 10-4 as we go into the last round of the half, and NRG pretty much going to have an identical buy to what they had in the last round, just with a little bit more utility. So let's take a look and see what the Misfits are going to try for this time. It is looking like just direct playing out onto the platform here. Nobody even splitting towards drop. Smoke obviously gets in the way. It'll waste about 20 seconds here, 20 or 30 seconds before Misfits do decide to follow through with their own take, but they're also getting a bit more aggressive over here on the NRG camp. They push their players all the way out to the edge of A long. Now, though, I don't think...
But they can't really push through because it's the P250 and a CZ. Like, if anybody's watching it, they just kill you so easily. So, see, that's why he doesn't move out there. He knows if an AK is watching the flank, he's just dead.
So he can't push for that, and just like that, they all have to fall back over to the B site now to watch out for that as well. Debo still trying to actually make some traction going, and NRG read the fact that there is no one out there. They just take a gamble on it, so they move everybody over into the B bomb site. Now, there's going to be a lot more clearing to do before they have this under their control. They have taken down the Broken Wall player, and they're continuing to knock them out one by one. So far, only Little Man and now Breeze have been able to trade out kills. Another tag, though, goes over on the Sean, bringing him down to 6 HP. Breeze escaping with another pickup. This time, it's onto Devo Dubek, but Sean's still fragging out. And with Omnic picking up this last kill, Misfits do indeed close out, bringing it up to 11. They're the ones this time who end up with a dominating halftime score, and we'll have to see if they can keep it consistent in the second half, guys. Stick with us for our final half of the night in just a few minutes right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, for the last time this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the ESL Pro League. NRG taking on the Misfits. While our first map went very dominantly in its first half into the favor of NRG, this time the tables have turned, and it is Misfits that control the situation with an 11-4 half coming off of their T side on Cobblestone. Now NRG gets to step up to the plate and try to make an effort for a comeback here.
Yeah, one of the issues is, I mean, they won that one round where PTR defused that smoke, right? But on pretty much all the force buy rounds, you know, they didn't really have like a plan to win those. They didn't know how to make those adjustments when they had the umps and things like that. And that's because, I mean, that's not the way they practice, right? They practice by always making sure you got like fully bought rounds, ops, Molotovs, like M4s, everything, right? And then when it comes down to those rounds, a lot of time you don't really know how to win those. And those are the rounds that are like, those are the most important rounds, you know, is knowing how to win these, you know, weird buys where you just have like a couple umps, you know, a scout, a deagle, and like, you know, one M4 or whatever, and knowing how to set everybody up for success. And I mean, those really are, in my opinion, like the most important rounds in CS.
Yeah. Well, as we can see here, it has stats have left Shazam kind of leading the charge here so far on this map with a 20-5 KD and 130 ADR. Omenek not too far behind him at 107.3. Devo Dubek this time, unfortunately, lagging a little bit more behind his other French teammate, down at 70, but still overall the team performing much better. And the huge drop-off has come from...
Shazam 20-5.
Yeah. The huge drop-off, though, this time has come from the NRG side, and that's Breeze, who was almost single-handedly pushing NRG through to a victory. Last map is just...
like $50.
Not non-existent, it seems like, in this map here, and we really only saw him come to life in those last few rounds, so struggling here a little bit on Cobblestone. If he can obviously get back into gear now in the second half on T side, then that'll be looking a little bit better, but it's still a huge deficit to come back from. They need to hit the ground running and make sure that not only do they win out this pistol in the following 2 rounds, but the first, 2 or 3 gun rounds here as well, if they really want to have a chance to get back in. But it's not completely desperate. There's still definitely a chance for them to swing the comeback, considering the current scoreline at 4-11. 12-3 is where things do get a bit more desperate, but let's see now as we are going live on 3, folks. Let's take a look and see what NRG has to offer us on their T side, if it's going to be anything of significance, or if Misfits will continue to dominate on the defense now and be able to get a quick closeout to take this 1-1 for the night and split both of our sets in that respect as well. Trying to stop NRG from pushing forward into a playoff spot for this season and keeping the race a little bit closer, if that should be the case. But into it we will go. Let's take a look now what NRG are going to be doing for their pistol round. Sending quite a few players into the V-halls, but no follow-through. Nobody's trying to quickly push out onto the site. Actually, everybody's walking back over here outside to mid, more than likely. And then they're all going to be stacking there, probably trying to push back into the site.
Yeah, so it'll be 4 mid, 1 on long A late, I believe. Who's going to be Daps?
Amanek spots it. Not going to hit many shots, though, but the good news is he does play it forward, so he's going to be able to see like all 4 of these players and call for reinforcements pretty quickly off of this one. Sean, though, cut off by a smoke, can't catch much. Breezy just dominates, too, right at the beginning of it. Sick trading out onto 1, but Breeze now trading out his own gun to try to look for a few more pickups. It's Sean with 1 additional frag here, and the second is he actually baits Breeze into peeking him there, so he's going to be able to take him down. Now just 2 remaining. Daps and Little Man trying to clutch out 2v3 here as the Misfits push back in. Shazam up close and personal against Daps, but he holds on and now pushes the back even further. They've got them split up here, and Sean now left as the last one alive in a 1v2 situation here. Hits the headshot onto the first one, moving back up looking for 1 more, but runs out of ammo. Only 6 bullets left, and time beating low for that defuse. He needs to go for this kill right now. Missing these jumps is certainly not helping. He has Little Man so low, but he just can't get this kill quickly enough. He gets it, but it's not going to matter. The bomb's going to blow up. NRG will get their 5th round, and they will claim victory here on the pistol.
Yeah, that was a really sloppy 1v1. But at the end of the day, I mean, Sean did get those 4 kills. I thought they should have won that round when Breeze went down. In the 3v3, I favored NRG a lot. But then Breeze over peaks with that P2K. I think if he plays that a little bit more standard, he wins that easy. But right there, Daps with those 2 frags on that APC on that site, I thought when they knew where both of them when they spotted Daps, thought Misfits was going to win that, but they just couldn't really land many shots that pistol round.
So now for NRG, back into splitting their players up here and back to more probably slow playing, since Misfits as well also did force buy into this one.
I also think if Shazam waited for his teammates to come with him and one of them just jumped at Daps and jumped, Daps probably wouldn't headshot him, and then they win that round like pretty easily.
Fortunately, the pistol does not end up going the way of Misfits, and now it's NRG that control the situation early on in the half anyway. Peter grabbing a first kill against Amanek, back over there towards A. And over...
Pete should have died there. You see a shadow first there. That should have been a kill for Amanek.
Well, now Dubek is... Oh,
what a shot.
It's going to be pushing out, but just destroyed by Fugly. That opens up the other site. And actually, it's going to be a walk on to A now. Misfits have kind of hard rotated over to B, expecting it to be played into that site, but now mollied and smoked back off on both angles of the retake. There's not really going to be room for anything to be done here, so Shazam, Sick, and Sean are more likely just going to post up and B to save. And that'll be the 6th for NRG. So they get over the force buy there. They prevent themselves from being ecoed out immediately at the beginning of the half, and off of that, they will have that consistency to try to push at least up to 7 rounds. We won't really know for sure, though, if they're really getting back into this game until the gun round. The pistol, of course, the first big victory, but until we see some real big guns into the hands of the Misfits players, it's going to be tough to see if NRG really has themselves a comeback potential here. Just these last few battles as NRG does try to hunt down the remaining guns. However, it's also giving guns to Misfits, so they do need to be careful of that. Sean also now upgrading himself to an AK as he runs away and tries to escape with it. Sick, in the meanwhile, has not been found just yet. Running back up, they knock him out, and Sean as well, so that AK, while it did originally go into his hands, falls to the ground, and they will not be able to save it going into this 3rd round.
Yeah, Sean Garrett and Shazam both have a lot of money, so I don't even know if Sean's their secondary op, though, on Misfits. Who is their secondary?
I don't... It might be Sean, now, actually. Now that I think... No, it's Sick. In the last map, it was Sick. It was Sick,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sick has a pretty good op.
I think... I'm trying to remember who it was before. I remember it being someone else. But I think now that it's... Now that Relics and Twist left, it just goes over to Sick. Well, anyway, getting into it here as Misfits are going to be on the full save this run. They did go for the gamble stack over at B. And NRG is looking like they're already starting to move in. Look at this movement from Sean there. Just waltzes right up, gets that kill. Oh, and he had Daps not looking at him either. We took the moment to aim for that. He might have been able to sneak in that kill, but quick trade, just a little bit of action for Sean as he hops over one of his opponents and then leaps into a kill against another one there. So now the rest of the Ts are starting to flood out throughout the rest of the map here. It's still a little bit dangerous, though, when you look at the stack they have going into A. They're bringing the bomb in here, too, but actually I think they're going to send it back now since the A site is definitely not cleared out. They have full B control in the meantime. Peter going to end up battling out, has to switch over to his pistol. And Dap just holds over by the doorway here to make sure that they do maintain full B control. Yeah, Peter was basically doomed with that position up on the platform itself, but ultimately now they've just forced Misfits outside of B, and NRG should still be able to get the plant in a second here and win out the round.
Yeah, just going back and forth from B to A to B. I don't know how Sean managed to get behind him there. That was pretty that was pretty slick.
Yeah, he just got counter boosted and hopped over the right side.
Yeah. I like when some teams are doing now, they kind of smoke kind of deep, they counter boost, and then they flash through the smoke, like the smoke behind Almanac, and then they jump out to the right. I think the guys at B is pretty cool. Like right there, they smoke and they flash and then jump through it as a CT.
So no smokes going on, but Sean does get himself a bit adventurous in pushing that and finds himself a kill. Now the remaining CTs are stacking themselves over here in the hall, specifically Almanac having himself the UMP trying to find some impact here, but it only really leads to a kill against Breeze. The others manage to survive the engagement there, get themselves out, now get prepped for the first gun round. As Misfit should have plenty of cash to buy into this one here, and it does include the op, so that's going to come right into it. In fact, not just one op, they're going to have the double op for Misfits right from the very start of this half in the gun round.
Yeah, so because Sean had those 4 pistol round kills, he was pretty conservative in his purchases. He's able to double op up. Oh, never mind. Almanac just bought one himself. I thought Sean was going to drop one.
Yeah, it looks like it's... I don't know, maybe they're still playing with it from map to map, but it was definitely sick using a lot in the last map.
Well, maybe they didn't have Almanac. Well, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking of, I thought you were saying the last time we guessed.
No, yeah, I was talking about just the last map.
No.
So it looks like the Misfits...
Yeah, I don't really mind. I think you can get second op done by committee.
Yeah.
You know, you just... Whoever wants to use it.
Well, Misfits still into a default 3-2 spread here, and Sick holding right outside. They peek into it, not really even paying attention to it. Sick, again, just destroys the NRG players pushing into him. Very aggressively puts the guys from NRG back into a disadvantage from the start. Shazam, though, a little bit aggressive. Peter is able to edge out that shot there, but still, the real problem is that this was really easily read here after they killed those 2 players in drop and saw pressure on the platform. Now everyone from the Misfits is here to defend this site, and there's not going to be a whole lot that they can do easily to push back out as they're completely out of utility here. They don't have another smoke to redeploy. Every attempt they make to push into the open is going to be met with battle, probably double peaks from at least 2 of the remaining Misfits players, and it's just Sick at the moment on the cusp of an ace. Up the 4s, he's taken down 2 of the 3 up on top, and he indeed closes out on the last one as well. So an ace from Sick as Misfits push on 12.
Yeah, just an absurd round by Sick. That second kill and drop was really, really impressive. We didn't catch the other 2, but we know how he got Breeze. But that second kill was very, very nice by him.
I'm with the replay of that one now, just swinging into it.
Perfect crosshair placement.
And then even later on in the round, recovering the AK, was able to go for a pretty big spray on the little man. Pick up these last 2 players as well. Nice stuff from Sick. Carries Misfits back into the
What are they doing over there? That should have been an easy kill from Almanac.
Well, apparently not so easy as he pushes out. Thankfully, he doesn't get traded out because of the push. So still finds himself in an okay position. Besides this, Daps and some of the others are going to be trying to push back in, but now Almanac waits over here long. A little bit early on the timing shot, though. Now just falls back behind the smoke. And will get himself into safe quarters and let NRG take control of mid here as they'll try to force their way into A. Oh, all right. That's actually quite a bit of team damage going on to Peter there. Dinks him, brings him down to 64 HP because of that one. So NRG are not going to be looking in the best straits here for this round. Making a lot of noise over here as well, so definitely going to be suspicious for the Misfits. They've already got 3 waiting in the site before anything has even been given away. Just 2 waiting to defend over at B right now, and waiting for NRG to just make a move here. 45 seconds, finally, Flashbang starting to move back out as they do go for it. Almanac hitting the first shot, and just after that, complete destruction at the hands of Misfits here. Almanac doesn't have a problem adjusting his position to take down PTR, and now Daps alone inside of drop. Nothing that he can really do significantly to change the outcome of this round, with the bomb being down way over on the A ramp. So just humping, or I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Moving out, holding for a few kills maybe, but well, he does succeed in picking up 1 here against Shazam. Swinging out to retrieve the op. Now his mission is going to be to try and save this. Actually, he's being pressured up close, so maybe he can get 1 or 2 more. But nope, flashed out. 6 going to take him down, and Misfits get their 13th.
Yeah, and I believe that forces NRG onto, basically a save. I mean, Daps can AK armor. But Almanac with a nice hold here. Gets 2 there, peeks towards long, kills BTR. That was a really nice hold, and they had the site with 3 people there, so they had a good read that they were hitting A. Because Shazam was on the B platform, he saw nothing. Full B plat control, you're okay with leaning through guy.
Yeah, NRG having to go for a full save here, so they're going to have to let it run all the way up to 14 rounds. Definitely not expecting NRG to try and upset in this one. Misfits already have a 3-man stack with another one close to the A doors, so they can quickly rotate back in. They're fast out through Broken Wall, but 2... Actually, it's a shot that definitely should not have missed. Thankfully, though, it's not going to be a big deal, as it's already down to just 1 man left alive, and they put it into that one pretty quickly. Misfits up to 14. Really just 1 more gun round to go, and they have this map pretty much secured. It's going to happen here now from NRG as they buy into it. They will get the full buy going, but this is their last chance now.
Yeah, it is. And what do you do here? You went towards B. You lost that round on that B and drop split. You were like, all right, so let's try A. You lose A. Now it looks like they're going to have 1 person outside of A. 4 towards B off the bat. Slowing it down. Checking for drop push.
Yeah, and I can imagine NRG's going to try to play this round pretty slowly just because of the what this round will mean for them.
Yeah, and look at where Almanac is. He's pushed up long A, has a lot of information. This is going to be a free kill if anybody challenges him.
But not looking like anyone will actually do that for the most part. NRG still just sitting in the B halls. I don't think he'll stick here for longer than another like 10 or 15 seconds either. That would be some really good discipline if he actually does decide to stay there, watching for the rotate.
Yeah, and NRG barely has any nades. I mean, you have 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs, and a Molotov. So you have to be pretty like precise with how you do this take, and any like counter Molotov or anything like that is going to make it really difficult. So they take drop control. Sean waiting outside that smoke, and look at where the push is. Omnix literally in T-spawn.
Checking everything out for his himself there, and he's going to be able to push behind these guys and knock them out. As they do start to move back in. Almanac still like playing around back there, though. I'm curious as to where he's actually going to take this. There you go. Now he's starting to push in the hall. Shazam, though, shutting out Little Man. Sick. Okay, Sick confuses himself a little bit there. I think it's Fugly. I think Fugly literally got on top of him. But trades continue to roll in. This time, though, it's favored for NRG. And now Almanac moving in. If that bomb was a little bit further on the platform, he could have dropped it and basically won the round off of that. But now he's going to have to creep back in. He can actually still try to stop the plant, but it also is playing at a safe position. Oh, Almanac having so many close shaves here, too. But when push comes to shove, and he's given an opportunity to hit the shot that he actually takes. It is going to be a miss. The nade goes back. He does dive down below. He's trying to move quickly upon this one. He's got himself a kit, so that little bit of extra time to play with, but Breeze wins out at the end of it, and NRG end up in a scrap for the B bomb site, but they do win it out.
Yeah, I mean, they have 4 players towards B. That should be a hold for Misfits all day. Sick not able to do anything at his spot, though. They jump around him. He's not aware enough to really realize what's going on. So they end up winning with 2 alive. They maintain that off on PTR. They get a better buy round than they had previously because there's a lot more utility. But still a double op setup onto Misfits. And a long way to go for NRG, really. Really quite a few gun rounds here that Misfits is going to have an opportunity to, close this out.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before NRG can really feel secure about their position. As now they're just holding inside of the B halls again. Same default setup that we seen many, many times so far before. And Little Man playing into it now. He is going to try to lurk back up these steps and try to go for a push, but will succeed in it.
Entering with an ump.
Yeah, taking down Tevo Duvek in the process.
One-on-one battle with an ump. It's a good gun.
It'd be great if someone actually collected the stats of like umps versus rifles for like pro level games and see like
they did.
Did they?
For like one tournament, and it was like 50% of the kills or something were ump kills. It was like absurd.
It's crazy. Nice kill from Daps actually as he swings out, kind of destroys Sean. Same thing for Sick. So it's looking like it's going to be. I don't even think Shazam and Omnic are going to do anything about this. So they're going to fall back and save.
Yeah, I can't remember what. It might have been the major, actually, something like that.
Well, the major was when like the trend really like came into the public view.
Yeah.
Because that was when it got like really popular all of a sudden.
But it was like a staggering amount.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I disagree with, you know, not buying aggressively, is because if you just save your guns on CT side and you get like umps to back them up, like this round they should buy next round, like 100%, because they save 2 ops. And if you make it 4v5 and you know how to position yourself with an ump, it's almost for sure going to be a one,
especially on
at
this
least
map.
The first kill. Yeah.
This map, there's so many places where you can use either an ump or even like a Mag 7 purchase.
Okay, draw. Close B up fucking wall. Ton of spots.
So money is definitely going to be a little bit low when you look at like Sean and
like,
Sick.
Sick should not be. Yeah, I don't know why you would have a P250 when you can have an ump. Doesn't make any sense.
Tevo Duvek just ends up buying for himself. He had like 4,100 or something around that mark. So he just upgrades for himself, but the rest of them just end up going for pistol upgrades with armor sitting behind it. And enough kits and whatnot here, along with actually pretty decent utility, so another chance to try and push on to 15. But they are stretching the economy now. And in breaking it, that could open up an opportunity for NRG to try and swing their comeback and possibly even take this 2-0. That is an opening that they could use. But for now, NRG just swinging into the mid connector here and trying to push themselves up onto the A site. Devo waiting right outside of the doorway itself. They may check for this one, however, and indeed, both of them do. 2 instant kills for NRG. Daps and Breeze both hitting their marks. And now the rotates have to be swift as both ops again are left as the last 2 standing here. Omnic hitting a good first shot, but he's completely surrounded by T's. And as far as Shazam is concerned, he's way back down on the B-bomb site. Probably doesn't want any part of this, to be completely honest. Posts up, gets himself 1 more kill as he uncrouches, but now dead on the ground. Shazam definitely can't do much else about this. Still way over on the B-bomb site. He'll be saving again.
I feel like that was a... I don't think that's a good way to take middle, though. Like, Breeze just crouching out like that. I know he got the kill, but, like, in an like on LAN, I'm telling you that kill does not happen. Crouching out like that into somebody posted like that is going to be death, like, every time. But it works out for him. I was just very surprised. I thought Tevo Duvek... On LAN, like, he probably multi-frags there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just because how easy that first kill would probably be.
So this time, however, it goes into the favor of NRG, and off of that, they continue to springboard their comeback. Now into double digits for themselves, and Misfits, excuse me, should have to save going into the 10th here. Even with the op sitting behind their buy. So we'll take a look at that again as he does creep back out. It's a little bit dirty, but he does get the job done.
I mean, gritty. It ain't pretty, but it sure is gritty.
So Misfits taking a pause here now to strategize a bit, since let's actually see if we can take a look at what the exact money is looking like for them. I know it's definitely not anything good. Yeah, everybody's still floating for the most part around 2K here, although Omnic up at 4.2, Shazam at 3.9 with the ability probably to drop a rifle. So that could be 3 players with guns and 2 more with upgraded pistol buys. If they really want to try to force it again, they can.
Yeah, I think this is a save. Go back and get a double op, set up the following round on Omnic and Shazam, and go for it again. That's what I would do.
Meanwhile, NRG has built up quite a large stack of cash in these few rounds here. A few players obviously ended up going down earlier on, struggling a tad, but others running up somewhere between like 4 and 6K now, so they are building themselves up. It's not going to be so easy to just close out in the round afterwards anymore. Stats overall across the board, still looking at Shazam doing quite well at over 100 ADR. Almanac a little bit further behind at 99. And Sick as well, kind of going a little bit more quiet since we saw the second half kick off, but his performance from the first half is still carried through in a strong suit. Whereas for NRG, really nobody shining too much at this point. It is more of a team effort in what we've seen in these past few rounds, but there isn't some superstar that's kind of brought them back from the brink. There doesn't seem to have been much more possibly mistakes from the Misfits side that have allowed this possible comeback situation. Listen, it's all the very aggressive economy that they're not going to go for. It needs to allow NRG to have slightly easier situations to work with than you would normally expect here. So, still waiting for the unpause, but hey, it just came in now. So, we are going to be going live with it. And it is looking like at the moment no purchases at all for the Misfits, and those that have, it's been pretty lightly bought into it. Just Deagles, P250s with no additional buy-ups behind it. Almanac not going for anything at all. Oh, he changes that now as he actually goes for a CZ armor buy. He had a bit more money than the others though, at around 4K, so he can afford that.
Yeah, I think this is fine. If you're going to be able to buy the next round, I think they'll still be able to get a double up. Maybe just one.
Well, NRG not wasting any time with pushing forward, specifically Little Man Peter. Nice shot, actually. This should have been through the smoke still, but...
Sick is making so many mistakes.
And now it's Sean sitting back down below, hiding in the corner here, trying to pick up at least one kill, but he can't get it done. The other 3 were over on A, so the round's already over.
Just help Shazam save the op. That's your only goal here. Help him save the op. While saving the op, you'll probably get a couple guns.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be setting up to support that. One player mainly acting as a distraction. That'll be Almanac waiting over there on the site connector. The others from NRG, though, they are moving out to hunt. They know that this op is still alive somewhere on the map. So they're moving all through T-spawn, all out through mid to try and investigate and make sure they can try to find it and get it down on the ground before it goes into the next round. And hopefully try to prevent them from getting a double op setup if they can. By all means here. Almanac as well can definitely hear the pressure coming back out from the balcony. As he goes over here into crawl space, actually could pick up quite a few kills for himself. Going for this first one here, gets it. It's a little bit messy, however. And Daps does find the kill into Daviduvik, which means in a moment, Shazam is going to be challenged more than likely. He was pretty close to his teammate, but hiding up on the top here. Flashbang goes in, he can run away. There's nobody sitting on the other side to corner it, and he hits the shot on Fugly, which should seal the deal. No one else is going to be able to chase him quickly enough.
Yeah, it's just Shazam. I mean, the entire goal was really to save that op. He succeeds. So another fully bought round for Misfits, but NRG just very, very close now. I mean, if they say they lose this round and they win the following round and reset them, we'd be at 12-15. It'd be like a double eco probably for Misfits, and it would just come down to like one gun round, or to see whether or not we're going to go to overtime. So Misfits, you know, they need to make a stand now, or else this could be... Definitely, I could definitely see this going NRG's way.
Yeah, NRG pushing themselves back up to the box here now. They're going to be going for a quick deployment out onto the site here. Smoke setup is obscuring quite a bit. Misfits having to play close fights, but Shazam hits that first shot, although Peter trades one out. And now Shazam missing one even closer now. Little Man able to punish him, and Fugly wrapping back around Chicken Booth. Takes out Sick, eliminates him. That sends Devo and Almanac back to save.
Yeah, that's I believe that's SK strat that we see them do, I want to say. I mean, a lot of people have been doing that lately now, but
I mean,
where you get that one guy out and then you execute.
It's a solid strat.
Yeah, but I think SK is like the one that really started doing that. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, so NRG off of this, they're just going to be 2 rounds away from tying us up at 14 now, so they're definitely back into the game and almost going to be able to push it close to a tie here now, or we could end up in another overtime situation like we had in our earlier matchup here. So for the Misfits, really...
Think about like NRG though, I never really see them do like anything original, you know? Like whenever I watch Daps like in game lead, it's always just like, if you see him do a strat, it's just copied from another team basically. And I mean, that can be good. I think copying things is good, but I think there could be an issue with it, because if you don't fully understand what everybody's role is, why they can get that kill, what happens after this, you know what I mean? like if you don't really have a deep understanding of what's going on and what their roles are when another team does it, like obviously, you know, it's not going to be performed nearly as well, right?
Yeah.
And then there's other issues with that too. Like if you just copy other people's strats, is that a lot of other people do the same thing.
So they're
like,
know how to cover it.
Yeah. So like for instance, remember when Tyloo did that smoke wall like a long time ago, and everybody was like, "Oh, that was so cool," and then all these teams copied it, and everybody's doing it in practice, and then all of a sudden you know exactly how to stop it, right? And then you do it in a match or on LAN or whatever, and you're like, "Oh, well,
it's
now
this."
everyone knows how. Yeah, know exactly what it is, and
Just
they know how to play against it.
This guy here, and we counter it.
Exactly.
So at the moment, though, things seem to be working okay for NRG, at least not so far on this T side. Misfits, though, with the losing bonus stacking up to the point it's at, they're back into another bye immediately afterwards in this 12th round here. They've got the up on Shazam. Still quite a bit of utility left over as well when NRG are getting prepped to execute. So they still have, you know, using some more of it now to re-block off areas like the platform approach, but they still have a Molly sitting on sick. A couple more flashbangs to deploy. The Molly actually did just get used, I think, over towards drop. So out will go the remaining members of NRG to try and make this hit happen. And they, too, are pretty much out of utility. I think Little Man's got one more smoke. Shazam ready for this. Looks away at the wrong moment, but still able to readjust in time. Peeks out for a second. Sick finally hitting his shots again there as he picks up not one but two kills. And now it's just Daps left alive. While he does hit his mark inside of drop, he's not even allowed to push himself down inside of the room itself. He's still up on top of the waterfall portion. And Sick will move in to solidify the round, getting his third kill for it and putting Misfits up to 15.
Shazam just really showing up on this map, man. 29 and 13. Great kills by him. Usually don't have an op boosted here. But he makes it work. So it's a different look than you usually see on that CT side of Cobble.
So this will take us now. NRG obviously rounding that comeback. We're looking really good up to this point, but the problem is Misfits, you know, having that huge scoreline and being able to push it right at the start. Now they're up on map point, and NRG do have to win 3 more straight to be able to take this to overtime.
Wall smoke. They're trying to do the B strat again, where Low Man gets out, but the broken wall smoke's gone. The double nade onto drop, or it's not gone, but it's, you know, obviously ineffective.
And they only have 1 more smoke remaining here too, sitting on Peter. So
no, 2-2-2. Breeze as well.
Oh, sorry, I missed that one. But yeah, Peter's going to use his, I think, to reapply that smoke just to kind of still sell this a little bit here. And Peter's even moving forward, but great Molly response to that one. And now Sick can push up to it. Gets okay damage done there, but it's enough to push them back. Yeah. Doesn't
just completely stop their take. I mean, what do you do now if you're NRG? If you win this round, it's pretty lucky. It's going to be off the back of Misfits' mistakes.
So no one's even going to try to stay back behind the smoke on the broken wall push either. They all just go completely back into the halls. And I think they're going to try to drop split this now, or at least attempt to do that. As you can see, Molly's going into drop and flashbangs too, but he's still Sean waiting outside with an M4 and a cool kit that he's been waiting to use.
They're fully set up to stop this round. They're trying to do a drop split to A, but Sean should be able to get this kill. They just don't even go down drop. They're all just going to group up, all 4 towards A. They have a great setup to stop this, with a quick rotate from Sean.
Yeah, Devo already waiting behind one of the poles here, and he just saw the like from Little Man too, so that's just going to reconfirm it for the rest of his teammates that, yep, this is what they're doing, so everybody stay in their positions, get ready to quickly rotate off B if you need to, and Devo immediately striking is going to be traded out by Peter as he attempts to go back behind the pole, but before he went down, both Peter and Fugly got lit to 26 and 5 HP. Now Almanac can just sit here, wait, he does look away as Peter's going for it, but no, he's checking back over here at the edgeway, and there you go, 3 quick kills to end it, and it is going to be the Misfits that take control of our second map of the night and trade out the maps 1-to-1.
Yeah, and Misfits comes back after losing Inferno pretty badly. But that T side of Cobble, you know, just winning every single important round just gave them a huge lead. And, you know, played pretty well on Cobble there. Shazam especially.
Yeah. Absolutely. So let's bring the analysts back into the conversation now and get their final thoughts on not only this last map, but tonight's games overall as well.
I mean, the splitting of maps, very important.
Very important indeed. Obviously, you don't get to necessarily see that massive jump for any of the teams on the standings, but for Misfit, it allows for them to still have a hope of actually being one of the teams that make it to Dallas, and for NRG, it's, you know, I guess a bit of a lost opportunity to kind of, again, solidify yourself as one of the teams that don't have to worry about potentially not making it. So, you know, some opportunities lost for in the case of NRG, but for Misfits, you know, they're still in it, at least with that nice end to the day.
Definitely seeming a little more comfortable as a new unit unit on Cobble rather than Inferno. And I do believe it's probably a little bit of exposure. It's probably a little bit of, you know, these guys trying to find their click and trying to find that mesh and really kind of come together.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And again, you know, Inferno is a fairly new map, not just for, you know, for teams that had recently had roster changes, but just in general, right? So there's still stuff to figure out for even teams that have been together for quite some time. Going into Cobble, I think you could still tell that they're fairly new in the sense that, you know, they don't necessarily play a picture-perfect CT side, but then again, nor does NRG. So, you know, with the fact that they're allowed to actually have so much space to work with and kind of get into their comfort zone on the T side, I think that allows them to see kind of, you know, what they could play up against, you know, in terms of potential.
In terms of potential, there was a lot of potential in this one. We're going to load this this replay up for you guys now. Yeah. Please explain to me what happens.
I'm having a hard time explaining it or like looking at it simply because Shaz is going for, obviously you want to, in that kind of situation, you just kind of want to slice through the smoke to get the sound cue to know that you're on him. That's easier to do than going with the pistols and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't quite pan out, and you have to consider Misfits won that half 11-4. This is one of the 4 rounds that NRG actually end up picking up. So just imagine what kind of, you know, massive half that could have been, or, you know, even bigger half could have been in favor of Misfits. And it's just kind of amusing to me that it is Shazam in that situation, given the fact that he was by far the best player on the server for that map.
Shazam Ominek show is, I believe, the reality of what Cobble was.
Yeah, and we talked about how we didn't get to see that really, you know, op show between Peter and Shaz on Inferno, but going into Cobble, we didn't even get to see it that much really on Cobble as well, because Shazam just kind of dominated everyone.
Most certainly, minus, you know, PTR with that knife situation.
Got him in a different way, you know.
Let's recap today's matches. We come to an end of week 8. Let's kind of recap tonight. We had a nice overtime bout between CLG and Renegades. Now, in case you're not following the storylines, CLG needed to win 4-0
this week. Yeah,
so they needed to win the 2 last night. Boom, they got it. We needed to win 2 tonight.
Got the first.
They split maps. So, therefore, their situation only complicates itself, just like all of North American CSGO.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess in that sense, they're kind of lucky in the fact that neither Misfits nor NRG went 2-0 today. It kind of just keeps everyone at an even keel in many ways.
A nice check and balances, or checks and balances type situation.
Exactly.
Most certainly, I think now we can switch over to the standings in North America, because it's kind of integral in terms of explaining what's going on over here and why these matches matter.
Yeah, and you can see why, you know, it's so beneficial for one of the teams to actually pick up 2 wins in a row here, because it's so tight all the way down into 9th place. We've got people, you know, 11 wins. We've gotten 1 less team in the 11-win group, with Renegades picking up 1 map today, but you can see there's a pretty significant gap from Misfits at the 10th spot down to Complexity, but up until all the way, you know, up to 6th spot, it's not a whole lot separating these teams at all.
No, absolutely. And some of these teams, any given day, they could beat each other.
Yeah.
And that's the coolest part about this time of year. Some of these teams are reaching that final form. Some are trying a brand new form altogether. It's really how they want to look at it. Let's switch over to EU now and take a look at what's going over on the European side of things.
Yeah, and EU, you know, even more so, honestly, than what we see in NA in terms of just keeping things close. In NA, you have, you know, a couple of top dogs in Cloud9, Immortals, and SK kind of sitting at the very top. Here, it's just, you know, evenly shared, I guess you could put it that way. North Australis, Navi, Mouse Sports, G2, and FaZe currently sitting with the Dallas tickets as of right now. But again, it's just a couple of just a matter of a couple of games. Like yesterday, we saw LDLC beat Navi 2-0.
Right.
That's how crazy it is right now. Navi's at the top of the leaderboard as of right now, LDLC towards the bottom, but it doesn't really seem to matter.
Well, we're even seeing SK split maps these days.
Yeah, well, a lot actually recently.
And it's funny you say that these teams have a ticket to Dallas, some of them.
Some of them, not all.
Sure, but let's talk about those tickets to Dallas. ProLeague.com/Dallas. Go out there, and this is a real opportunity for you to go to an event. Meet your favorite players, meet your favorite teams, cheer them on, bring your friends, introduce them to esports. Maybe they think we're just still stuck in the basement in some regards, but little do they know, in Dallas they're going to get a good show.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, just from our own experience, going to events is super fun, regardless if you're working them or just spectating. It's always a blast. So, if you have the opportunity to go to Dallas, definitely do so.
Well, I think more along the lines here. is that it's not over for these teams going into this.
Absolutely not.
There's a ton of Counter-Strike to still be played, and by a ton, I mean a ton of weighted matches that have some clout to them that are important. Like, let's kind of tease next week a little bit.
Yeah, next week's going to be crazy.
Liquid Cloud9. I'm just going to read some of the matches we have up here. Liquid Cloud9, Cloud9 Luminosity. That could be an interesting one.
Oh yeah.
Immortals Liquid, and then even NRG SK with the current SK that's splitting maps. It could happen.
And I mean, NRG playing pretty well. You know, we see that, you know, obviously Cobble's still not their playground in that sense, but everywhere else doing really well for themselves. I think there's a ton of matchups to really look forward to going into next week.
Well, if for whatever reason you can't watch any of those, you can always catch it up on our YouTube at youtube.com/ESLCS. I don't know why that's funny, but it's kind of funny.
I mean, you'll figure out why it's funny if you hit the subscribe button.
If you hit the subscribe button, yes, it unlocks the next portal into the next dimension, which you can only find, again, on youtube.com/ESLCS. And I think that does it for us here. This has been a fantastic DeBears Day. April 20th has treated us well. It's treated the Pro League well. Some teams more so than others. But most certainly, I've enjoyed all of you this week, and we look forward to seeing you guys back next week here at the ESL Pro League North America.